maybe even higher. Ekaterina Benjamin is head of IFC in Kazakhstan, will tell us about policy and development of prospective areas of the agglomeration with polycentric development. Ekaterina? Good morning. I'd like to greet everyone in the forum and express gratitude for the invitation and the opportunity to speak of polycentric cities. As we know, cities are the growth drivers. Cities are investment hubs where innovation and intellectual technologies prosper. Cities are the economic engines generating over 80% of global GDP. Over 50% of humans live in the cities. In the IFC customer countries, it's expected that by year 2050, cities will have over 70% of global population. So urbanization will be accelerated. Cities play major role in economic growth at country levels. And if we are to speak of monocentric and polycentric cities, it's very important to note that monocentric cities, as was just noted by Mr. Abdrazakov, is where services and economic centers are mainly based in a single location where concentration is very high. But polycentric agglomerations are more of a decentralized model where such centers will be placed more chaotically. Cities face multiple problems. How do we ensure core services, infrastructure, affordable residence to satisfy the needs of the population? What kind of investments and what kind of form of investments are required in the accelerated urbanization with climate change and breakthrough technologies? Urban authorities today are no longer capable of coping with these problems on their own, and major investment is required not only from the government but also from the private sector that would be more interested in closer implementation of the tasks of satisfying needs of growing cities. COVID-19 gave major push in solving problems such as in access to funding, satisfying growing demands, and sustainability. COVID-19 is affecting financial capacity of cities as a result of reduced revenues and increase of operational expenses for healthcare, urban transportation, and utilities. Response of the cities quite often can be seen in decline in investment efforts to control its budget and maintaining satisfactory position in liquidity, because cash flow in fact today is the king and driver of economy that increases infrastructural gaps, especially in the countries where central governments do not have the capacity to provide sufficient financial support.
The infrastructure is the key share of the planned economic stimulation during the post-COVID period. That, of course, remains to be the key fundamental problem. The challenges of polycentric cities are, of course, related mostly to urbanization. The growing pace of urbanization lead to growth of demand for city services and drive also the climate change impact. The cities must provide their residents transportation, housing, water, medical services, education. Not all the city residents are connected to central water supplies or live in improved sanitary conditions. So what are the advantages of this kind of situation? What are the advantages of urbanization? Well, eradication of poverty by provision of access to services. There are more of such services available in the city, and the range is bigger. Access to expanded infrastructure, including sewage, water supply, energy, utilization of disposal of waste and transportation. But there are shortcomings, of course. Urbanization requires attention. The increased urbanization flows or migration flows may lead to decline of GDP by 2 to 4% simply because the transportation channels or solutions are not as efficient, and people spend or even waste a lot of time in order to get into certain services, to location such services. The residential housing is required to satisfy the need of this growing population. Households are suffering from the lack of accessible housing. The challenges of polycentric cities, there are plenty, but it is worth paying attention mostly to the growth of the debt of municipalities, because it is with the municipal budget that the infrastructure of the city should develop. And of course, that needs to be aligned with the investments of the private sector. The growth of demand for city services is there, but the resources are more limited because the existing cash flows are spent on covering the emergency expenditures, and many municipalities are reducing planned or scheduled investment to the development of building infrastructure that was already planned. The revenues of the companies of public transportation, water supply, and waste disposal have declined during the pandemic. Many people were deprived of the main services due to interruptions and distortions of the supply chain. Cities must find some economically beneficial solution that will satisfy the multitude of interconnected demands and needs. What are the forecasts that we have? Of course, in the second part of 2022, there will be some significant changes noticed, and they will depend on the level of vaccination as well as on the support that will be provided by the government. Municipalities in developing countries will need more time to restore and to recover and kind of fill in the gaps in the infrastructure, the dense infrastructure. The challenges of polycentric cities are the climate change situation, and that is another challenge, that's another problem for many economies of the world. The climate change drives and forces the cities to use more strategically analyzed or strategical social approach to the development of infrastructure. For many, many years, the agency, the Moody's credit agency, have been underscoring that the city must take into account climate change-related risks, as well as ranking deterioration risks related to climate change, climate deterioration, sustainability against climate change, and the green growth must become the part of the city strategies. The cities have key interests and play an important role in addressing the problem related to climate change. They facilitate the climate change thanks to the emissions, and they're also far vulnerable before the climate shocks. 70% of the world cities already are feeling this climatic change or climate change. 90% are exposed to the risk of flooding or storms and hurricanes. 70% of the total CO2 emissions come from the city, are generated in the city, while cities use 75% of all the natural resources, and they produce 50% of all the waste. Many cities are not ready, are not prepared for climate shocks, or they don't have any opportunities or resources to address all these problems. Almost half of the world cities do not have any plans to protect its population from the climate shocks. Out of all the cities that do have their plans, they all still speak about and complain about the budgetary restrictions when it comes to implementation of their measures. Polycentric cities have more opportunities to meet and to tackle the challenges related to climate change thanks to wider decentralization. Another thing that is worth mentioning is to what extent the digitization may affect the situation, and the city intellect increase may affect that as well, so-called smart cities. Smart cities use data and technology to enhance sustainability and to address the implication of climate change, to enhance the efficiency and improvement of city services. However, introduction of such solutions may be capital-intensive and may be complex. COVID-19 have revealed that the digital interconnectedness plays a key role for the sustainability of the society and continuity of the business. processes. I would like to note here that Kazakhstan became a party to a Paris Act on carbon neutrality, on climate, goals. And by 2060, Kazakhstan has committed to pretty ambitious objectives, such as becoming a carbon-free country. That will, of course, require significant investment, and the cities that will use smart technologies will be able to very promptly and expeditiously achieve all these ambitious goals. Environmentally safe growth is a priority, and that's also an investment opportunity. The calculations that were presented in IFC's report, the green overload or green reload, actually shows that in the cities, of the 21 countries that have been started by IFC will prioritize environmentally safe growth in their countries and will also pay attention to recovery of natural resources. They will be able to attract up to $7 trillion and create 144 million new jobs by 2030. There are 3 areas where solutions and investment aimed at the cities will be very impactful for the environment and creation of jobs: energy efficient modernization of building, managing municipal waste and water resources, and city transportation. Modernization of building is an investment opportunity for $1 trillion. The water for city needs and municipal waste with a low share of hydrocarbons by 2-3 trillion, and when it comes to environmental safe, that can bring you up to $3 trillion. Expected outcomes of policy centralization, of course, they will be visible in such aspects as decentralization of ecological, political, and cultural center, redistribution of human flows and traffic flows, enhancing economic efficiency of the city, improving logistical connections and economic growth, and enhancing, strengthening of environmental sustainability or resilience even. Well, when it comes to IFC, IFC is one of the best partners to address all of these problems. IFC is developing long-term partnership relationship through direct interaction with the municipalities, with the companies, and with the solution providers from the private sector. We work in more than 180 countries and therefore have a very extensive experience and pool of practices and knowledge that is available in certain economies or certain solutions that have already been implemented in certain cities. We provide consultation advices and we attract commercial funding for priority projects. We can help cities get connected with the market, the capital market, and help them diversify the investors pool. We also use the knowledge of the World Bank and private sector to invest in innovative solutions for smart cities, especially in developing countries. And we propose structuring of the project and support in developing PPP and communities. During the period between 2004 and 2021, the IFC has invested and attracted more than $9 billion US dollars for more than 280 projects that were related to city development. Since 2010 and up to 2020, IFC has attracted $10 billion to aim them and to spend them on green projects. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I hope that this report and this presentation was interesting and was of interest for you. Thank you. Well, good day, the forum participants. Thank you very much, Ekaterina, for a very detailed presentation. We will now be moving on to panel discussion. I would like now to introduce Sakin Jumashev of this panel discussion, the managing partner, KPMG. Sakin, are you here? Will you be joining us? Well, in the meantime, let me announce the participants of this panel discussion: Alibek Yesef, Volt, Borjan Rustem from Lock Company, Relock Company, Evgeny Nastradin, Beeline, Bayan Konorbayev, the head of digitization department of Almaty municipality, Muhit Amirbekov, the Komisk real estate or Komisk недвижимость, and Rafal Trepka, MasterCard in Central Asia, general director.
Да, пожалуйста, прошу вас.
Yes, please proceed and take your seat at the podium.
Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса Средней Азии. Участники форума узнают приоритеты развития города Атакима Алматы. Руководители крупных компаний и государственных структур поделятся, с какими вызовами они сталкиваются и какие практики применяют в своем бизнесе. На повестке Almaty Investment Forum будут обсуждаться стратегическое взаимодействие между городами, главные мегатренды, повышение инвестиционной привлекательности города, вопросы, связанные с цифровой трансформацией. Будьте в курсе главных трендов. Регистрируйтесь сейчас. 2 декабря 2021 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Almaty Investment Forum – это уникальная площадка, где встречаются представители бизнеса, власти и международного инвестиционного сообщества. Форум проводится с 2013 года. Это ключевая инвестиционная встреча главного финансового мегаполиса.
Friends, dear colleagues, I'm very glad to welcome you at the panel discussion called Policities. For 90 minutes, we will be discussing this very interesting thing of what is happening in Almaty, what the problems the city has, what growth points we have, and where we're moving towards, and what we can do better to change something in our city. Well, we have our guests, our speakers, and these are the people who do not just care about the destiny and the life of the city, but also these are the people who have certain expertise in their fields, respective fields. And with us we have Evgeny Nastradin, Evgeny who's lived in 4 countries, who made a career from FMCG to telecom, and today Evgeny will tell us of what mobile networks are and what data is being used the most. Then we also have Bayan Konurbayev. Bayan strongly believes that Almaty will become a technological capital and will eventually attract and retain the brightest and the best talents that will serve the development of the city. Then we have the General Director of MasterCard in Central Asia, Rafael Trepka. Rafael can tell us about the expenditure profile of people and how the data can be processed and used to improve the situation in the city. Also, I would like to introduce Muhit Amirbekov. We all know him very well. He is the head of Komersk Недвижимость, Komersk Real Estate, and he is now engaged in a new direction called, such as introduction of a platform for the owners, apartment owners, cooperatives or utilities. We do know that Almaty has a number of different districts, a number of different residential or guarded neighborhoods, residential centers, and Muhit knows how each of those cooperatives operate and function, and he's offering a platform for all of them. There will be 2 more speakers who will join us very soon. Those will be Borjan Rustemov and Alibek Yesov, ex-CEO of Volt company and currently a founder of an IT project. Let me start with certain statistics. That today in the cities we have more than 50% of the global population, and by 2050 number of people in the cities will double. Another thing is that cities attract more and more talent, and that is the proof that the cities also concentrate serious problems. And to direct our discussions, I would like to break into 3 components. The first one is to discuss the current problems that the city has, the city is facing. Secondly, I would like to discuss the potential, the capacity, the growth points. And third, let us see what changes we can introduce in the city to improve the life of the city. Let me start with the item number 1 and address our speakers with the following question. Well, a theme. 20 years ago, when I just started my career, there was an idea of going to Almaty and, making a career there. And actually, I wasn't born in Almaty. And I remember when I came, I was absolutely impressed with the scale, with the spirit. And I knew that this was going to be the city where I'm going to learn, to do better, and actually to apply myself. Do you believe that Almaty is still a unique polis city that attracts talent? Or is Almaty going through a transformation? Please. Yes, Bayan, yes, why don't we start with you? Thank you. That is a very wonderful event. Yes, thank you, Sakin. To have an understanding whether Almaty is the talent gravitation point. Yes, it is, but if we compare with the stage that we had 30 or 40 years ago when we were the leaders for the whole region, then of course we have more competitors to that end. Speaking at the city level. So it is an important task for us to adapt the talent and to create proper environment and conditions for them. When we speak about the development and concentration of talent, we're speaking about certain services, provision of services. You came to the city not you come to the city to receive a certain standard of comfort that is attainable and available for the residents of Almaty. So the main goal here is to make sure that we provide the maximum comfort to all the people. However, with the comfort, we must also have additional resources, additional conditions, so that if you live in the city, you must also give back to the city, you must invest into the city, and, develop and care about the city. So you believe. Yeah, I see you're a believer. Okay, Rafal. Thank you for the invitation to attend this conference, to speak here. Well, it is hard for me to compare what Almaty looked like a few years ago, because I'm a newbie, I'm a newcomer. I've been here for 7 to 8 months only. So, but thank you for inviting me to Almaty. It's a wonderful city, and it's also livable and comfortable in terms of family, in terms of business as well. When I look at business development here, I do receive questions like, who would trade London and Prague for Almaty? And I did. I was one of those, because what I heard and what I'm feeling now is something that has incentivized me to move here. Yes, of course, there are certain areas that need to be developed, but on the other hand, the city is developing very fast and very dynamically. But I think we should also look not at the city itself, but also on the bigger region, why the city? Because the city affects the region, and actually the region also affects the city itself. And actually that's also an indicator of how the country develops. Of course, we have to assess the city development, the urban area development, and the country development. But otherwise, I am impressed. Thank you, Rafael. Baujan, welcome. Morgan, welcome to our event. Well, we are here discussing a number of issues, and most importantly, we started from the aspect discussing whether Almaty has retained the status of a cultural capital that attracts talent, that retains talents, and whether Almaty is still the center of Central Asia and is the growth point for the whole region. Do you believe that? Well, I apologize for the delay. I mean, traffic was inconceivable. Well, Almaty has a certain special status, not only in Kazakhstan, but in Central Asian region. Of course, it is a cultural capital of our country. I am a believer. Yes, certainly. Yes, certainly. I believe that Almaty is still a capital. Okay, Evgeny, then I have a question for you. You lived in 4 countries, and you have this colossal experience, and you have the kind of insider understanding of how the infrastructure needs to be organized and built. So please tell us, what do you think is happening in Almaty, and what is being well organized there, and what needs to be changed? Thank you. I live in Nur-Sultan, not in Almaty. I love Nur-Sultan, but I always happily go, come to Almaty and visit Almaty. I love this city. I like that it is located very close to the mountains. I like how green it is, and I like the climate that it has. It reminds me of Odessa sometimes. The only thing missing is the sea. But speaking of whether Almaty is a polis-centric city, whether it remains to be, a central city, of course it is true. And we can, the evidence to that is the increased number of users of, mobile connection, and increased number of smartphone owners. But actually, when it comes to Kazakhstan, all the cities are growing dynamically. If speaking of the young talent, a source of young talent and young resources, particularly for relevant and most up-to-date professions, then of course there are no alternatives to Almaty being the source city. So when we think of development of IT expertise or hiring IT teams, then of course we succeed mostly in hiring youth here. and also the IT universities are based here. I mean, we have some youth coming from other cities, but apparently with the most successful, or kind of the hiring rate is the highest for the residents of Almaty. But for any country, for any city, the main sore point, I mean, the main disease for this kind of cities, and the more people you're going to have, the more this disease is going to aggravate, and at least in our footprint, I'm talking about the post-Soviet Union footprint, it's the traffic jam. So the disease is a traffic jam or congestion, everything that's related to that. We're still unable to handle that, you know, planning, moving people around, and pollution. All of these is a direction that needs to be paid attention to, that needs to be analyzed, needs to be learned and studied. There are plenty of, you know, European cities examples where the public transportation helps and allows people, or kind of takes the burden off of these roads.
Thank you very much. You have taken us to a block of issues called problems. I suggest we discuss key problems of the city. Evgeny has mentioned pollution, air pollution, the very air we breathe. Let's think of some other problems that exist. And Mukhit, I'd like to address you as resident of the city of Almaty. Could you please share with us your vision of the city's problems? Thank you, Sakyan. A great question was asked when he asked about Almaty. As I understand, there are a few born and raised Almaty residents. I remember then 20 years ago I came here to get my education, and then I wanted to get my education here and stay and live, and I'm living and working here now. And the problems I handle in my professional career, residential and utility issues, if that's of interest for you, again, we have created a managing company that has come to replace the former condominiums. As you know, reform has taken place in this area in 2020, and ideally by next by mid-next year, all the old condominium structure should be replaced with new. So the problems related to the city, of course, is the problem of communication. When you see a spot development, spot construction in an area where they're building a high-rise or several of them, immediately the problem rises with communications, with availability of water supply, sewage, power supply, and so on. There's a major issue also related, and I agree with the transportation, as the city was designed and planned for a certain load. But in the best parts of the city, whether you like it or not, developers start building new houses, and that part of the city was not planned for that originally. And again, you have problems with transit, with social infrastructure, from kindergartens to schools to recreational areas. All these problems do exist. And of course, there are major problems related to managing blocks of apartments. And these are the problems for the whole country. And if that's of interest, we can go back to those. Thank you, Mukhit. So you believe that Almaty has the problem with planning. Let's discuss this problem first. In essence, if you don't pay due attention while planning and start developing parts of town that already has some buildings, and if you don't think about communications, we will face more problems. So I'd like to ask Bayan, how is the city planned considering big data? How is the Akimat of the city of Almaty using it? How does it plan construction of residential buildings, schools, and other social assets? Thank you. Second, to understand, you have to rely on the level of maturity. This is a very peculiar question, and in fact, we started using this big data-driven decisions a couple of years ago. Each city has its own maturity levels, 100,000, 500,000, and as part of the urban development plan. So 2.5 million population is one level of problems. 2.5 to 5 billion, it's a different level, and 5 million to 10 million is a different. So these are the levels of maturity, and they create the level of problems. So when there is a level of magnetism, when people want to live in Almaty, not just Almaty, but in downtown Almaty, there is a disproportionate balance of demand and supply, and based on that, city administration has to develop rules of the game, and based on that, segment and define the number and the make of services. So 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, we have to be able to forecast up to 3 million population to 5 million population for the period of 5 years. So while developing what kind of social infrastructure, what kind of recreation and entertainment needs to be provided, and based on that, unique creative clusters need to be created for each direction. So one for logistics, art is art, movies and industries and so on. And as part of our direction, we learned to segment. So instead of thousands of databases, we started looking at people segmented, individual, depersonified. We see how they move. We see what kind of services they need most, where they spend, in which part of town. We also managed to target them by age, by gender. And also, based on that, we started going to the next level, the different utility services, how much water they consume, how much power, how much heating, and so on. And based on such basic parameters that are not changeable, we start planning investments. So we segment a district and see how it will develop in a given period of time. We now have, for the last 12 seasons, 3 years, we have created this bias, so the level of error in that system is not that high. Correlation is good, so we can make projections for 2 years in advance, and we're grateful to Beeline because without such support it was hard to develop this. Now we're segmenting data, not only mobile operators but also activities with utility services, fiscal operations. We segment also people based on their entertainment, and I think next year we'll gradually will reach a level of feedback. So SLA, we would assess people from availability to the joy they get. So the level of emotional feedback is very important. So today we, as Almaty, at least at the level of the post-Soviet countries, we're the first to come to this, because with algorithms next year we can actually show some good results. This is great that you're starting to use big data, and you did mention Beeline. Let me tell you a different story. I live in the city of Nur-Sultan, and in my house, block of apartments, communication, well, telecom, sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. I know many blocks of apartments talk about having radio beacons, and there is radiophobia. And how do these towers can be damaging to people's health, or are these towers safe for people? And also I'd like to ask you this. Well, it's clear when we speak of electricity, we speak of water supply and heating, that's basic. That's connected to residential building. But when it comes to communications, what kind of problems do exist with that? If you could speak of that, Evgeny. Well, you really started with the area that hurts. But before responding to this, I'd like to add a few words to what Bayan said. Mobile operators have tools to help cities plan for things such roads, bus stops, polycenters through use of big data, which is simply built on the basis of data or just the location of telephones in different locations. And today, with different takimats, we are engaged in projects with remodeling courtyards or fixing roads. There are major projects, and of course I will speak of those later. But when it comes to communication, speaking of radiophobia, there are several problems. Firstly, while planning construction of new roads or new residential buildings, they do not always take into account that optic cables need to be laid forth. And in the future, that may lead to problems when the road is already built. For us, placing optic cables is not realistic. You cannot break the surface of the road, or you cannot run it in air using towers, because there's a project called Clean Skies, and that's right. Optic cable needs to be concealed as part of infrastructure. So the request to the city management, please do not forget about that and demand that developers should always add optic cables while building roads and building residential housing at the level of designing, as at the level of planning, as a requirement. Generally speaking, such things such as running channels for optic cables, it is with private sector, but I think in a good way, in a proper way. If this only belonged to a good owner, good municipality, that would have major impact, because it is simply in the interest of the residents, interest of the city, so irrespective of commercial viability for a private operator. Now, speaking of radiophobia, let me mention just one number. So just imagine the scale of the tragedy. We have planned construction of a certain number of base stations in Almaty this year. So 40% of that construction was not implemented due to radiophobia. Once again, 40% didn't happen because of residents refusing placement of equipment on their residential buildings. And that cannot be handled. You cannot lie to physics. If there is no antenna in the distance of under 1 kilometer, quite often depending on frequency, sometimes it's 500 meters to 1 kilometer, communication will not appear in your home by miracle. Your phone will have poor reception. We have this joke, we joke with colleagues, that a rational radiophobe, which is impossible as such, a rational radiophobe shouldn't be afraid when he sees an antenna. He should be afraid when he doesn't see the antenna, because when the antenna is far, the phone will have to increase the capacity to connect to the base station. If the antenna is in direct line of sight, then the phone is operating at the lowest level of radiation. Speaking of norms, in Kazakhstan, they are some of the most stringent compared to the world. In US, the capacity, the limits are 10 times higher, so base stations will have to be even more powerful. And there are also no proven medical facts showing that it's harmful. Look, your microwave oven radiates more than a base station, so it's not the fear of the fact of using of radio frequencies. It's just it's the fear at the level of irrational hearing the word radio, radiation. I just have no other explanation for that. But what's the problem? Is the problem that there are few educational activities explaining the reasons for radiophobia? Because I didn't know until you told me. It's a good example that you use your phone, and when the tower is too far, so your phone, yes, radiation right next to your head, right there. So what's the problem? Lack of communication, delivering the message to the population, or are there some other problems? You know, it seems to me that here it's a twofold issue. On the one hand, we need to continue explaining But when our colleagues from technical directorate come to install equipment, and when some residents come out, even the refusal of just one resident is enough for us to uninstall the equipment. Otherwise, we will be instructed to do so. And when people come with emotions and they yell at you and tell us, take this away, we don't want this radiation, but we can't. We're not going to force ourselves. So this is a story that has to do with the educational part, but you do understand that the level of delivering this message to every resident is not so simple. Second part is regulation, and in a similar manner as one resident cannot tell everyone to turn off supply of gas for their oven, while with the telecommunication that is a possibility, and I think that needs to be regulated. Well, clear, the problem is both in regulation and interaction, so it takes time for people to understand this. And one more speaker is joining us, Albek Yesov, former general director of Volta, who now works on his own IT project. And Albek is representing logistics hub, a logistics business. We have many problems, and we have identified the problems of planning, problems of environment, namely air pollution and communication infrastructure, and there's also a problem of transportation. Very often people don't live where they work. They live where they can afford to buy or to rent housing. Also, people take their children to schools. So children don't go to schools next to home. They try to send children to the schools where the quality of education is at a higher level. So to move from point A to point B, a regular resident of Almaty spends 30 to 40 minutes, sometimes even more, to commute. Alibek, in your opinion, is that a problem, and how acute it is, if so, in the city of Almaty? Thank you. Good day. I somehow thought the studio will not be so professional. Otherwise, I would have come personally. So sorry for this inconvenience. Now, when it comes to the problem in the city, yes, it exists. Even when I worked in consulting and was working on projects on Moscow, Almaty, I believe, is undergoing what Moscow lived through maybe a decade ago. It's a major problem because currently we're still underusing mass transit, and the load it could actually carry could really help the city. What I mean is the city started building, well, in many streets we actually have bus lanes, but then the number of these bus lanes, looking at classics of urban development of other cities, well, in comparison, these bus lanes or metro, and I think in Almaty and its seismic bus lanes make more sense, and there need to be more of them in more streets, and the number of buses that run on those bus lanes should be multiplied. Generally, the thought I wanted to share here is, once again, based on experience of major global players. How do you solve the traffic jam problem? By building additional intersections or running additional roads or streets or roundabouts. They cannot be solved like that. The problem of the city, that's again classical. There are two ways of solving the problem. The one conditions should be worse for cars. So expensive parking in downtown, more bus lanes and less lanes for cars. Thus, it's just inconvenient to take your car. On the other hand, mass transit needs to be improved significantly. Just take the example of Moscow about 10 years ago with its metro, its subway, and simply trains there run every 3 to 4 minutes, and there's no crowding even in rush hour. So that's the level of mass transit was elevated to such an extent that people of all levels of income prefer using mass transit than jumping in their own car. And I think Almaty will come to that. I very much hope so, that, let's say, tomorrow, while choosing taking my own car or a taxi or taking a bus, people would be more prone to choose the bus because that's quite convenient and it's faster than taxi or own car, and it will be many times cheaper because you don't have to pay for parking. And I think, and I'm really hopeful that we will develop in this direction. Sorry, car-loving motorists.
Thank you, Alibek. Well, Rafal, the next question is for you. As the representative of a European city, as the person born in a European city, you are facing this transport or logistical issue of Almaty. You also do have information about the payment through MasterCard system, and we see that concentration of payments is not evenly distributed across the city, but there's certain concentration points that happen, near the northern ring, maybe somewhere city downtown area, and so on. How can the system of payments and big data help solve this kind of, transport problem? Not collapse, but transport problem, I call it. Thank you very much. Actually, a lot has already been said about the data, but actually the first thing in terms of the payments, our main objective is to make sure that the payments are smooth and safe and efficient. So the first part is the client, or a client that travels from point A to point B. That's important. So the first part is the utility convenience for a client, irrespective of the location in the city or making a payment. And also, it doesn't matter whether it's Almaty or London or any other place. So that is very, very important. So that's exactly why such technologies as contactless payments are developing and evolving very fast. And during the pandemic, they will be even more efficient, more important, because that will be a factor that will be influential. It has already been said that it is important that transport and convenience of payments are as simple as possible, so that people wouldn't have to be concerned with, thinking of how am I going to pay, like I will abstain from using a bus or a metro because I don't know how to pay. So the payment needs to be done in a very fast and efficient way and very expeditiously. So the first one is utility, convenience, irrespective of the site, of location. Second is improvement of quality, and thanks to which people can get added, services such as marketing campaign. For instance, in Almaty, we have this campaign that's called 5 tenge per trip. So that's the first part. Of course, the more data we have, the more with the more data, the better we can plan. We also can use the mobile operators' data. We do have collaboration with such cities as New York and London, and if we do use that, then we can look at the traffic. We can analyze the traffic, or we can look at the number of transactions and the time of transaction between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning or in the evenings. How can we help the city to take the burden, to take the load of the traffic, of the congestion? And that's very important as well. And it's not about the transport fees only, or fare only. Actually, it's about any purchases. And that was particularly important during the pandemic, when the social distancing is key. So convenience, utility, safety, security, additional marketing campaign, and how we can help the cities for their planning purposes. And we're not looking at everything in the context of city, of a region. We're also trying to understand how we can help for tourism, for instance, how to attract additional people who fly into Almaty or who come here by train or by car. Or when we look at tourism, when people come to Shimbulak, when come to other sightseeing locations, landmarks, or from a business point of view, that is, of course, very important for all the planning, not things that are inside. Business tourism, these are also very, very important. So your idea, Rafael, is that we can optimize not only the transport problem, but also the receiving of services as well, what Bayan has mentioned, to make sure that all the services are provided in highest possible quality to the residents of Almaty. Well, I do have another question about the problems of the region. I would like to put this question to you, Mohit. Well, we go to, big cities, London and New York, and they show what this building is. Oh, this building is 100 years old, or this building 150 years old. And we look at the building, and it looks as if it was built 10 to 15 years ago. So we come back to Kazakhstan and said, oh, this residential complex is so old because it's 20 or 30 years old. And the question is, do we have problems with the quality of construction and development, or do we rather have the problem of maintaining and servicing these kind of buildings? Thank you for your question. Well, we do have both types of problems with the quality of development and construction and with the quality of servicing and maintenance of these built buildings. Initially, when planning of our activity, we thought that we would focus on new residential complexes because the quality of construction, quality of works is better, hence the servicing and maintenance would be lower. But that turned out to be wrong. Apparently, the houses that were built during the Soviet period, they can be more durable, can be more resilient compared to the buildings that were built in the last 30 years. And if you ask me why, I believe there are a number of reasons. I guess there are some issues related to developers, and there might be some issues related to control and supervision, technical, architectural control, or maybe it's a matter of servicing of the buildings by the residents themselves. Well, you do know, when going back to the reform of this apartment owners cooperative, this area wasn't a market-based sector, and there was this kind of unspoken agreement that you're paying for the houses servicing, and we believe that you're paying for that, and we actually believe that we're kind of servicing those houses. And now, when you come and when you open and see new residential complexes, and when you go to the new ones or old ones, there are lots of problems, and the reasons were not only of technical character, but they must have been of legal character, of managerial manner as well. Well, Evgeny said 40% of the plans that we had to build these antennas or towers, they didn't come true. In fact, what we are seeing that after and during this development crisis, 2008, 2009, where a number of developers have defaulted and were declared bankrupt, some of the assets were transferred to the toxic loans fund, and the government helped a lot. And we face all these absolutely banal things that the residents do not understand. For instance, each of us own an apartment or a house, and we are confident, we're sure that we have all these legalizing documents, or kind of this legal paperwork confirming your ownership. But many actually will be surprised to know that some of the houses where you have your apartment, they do not have the project documentation, they do not have the legal documentation. The land plots under those buildings, their ownership is questionable. Sometimes they're still registered with the previous developers who bought the land, who were planning to use it and build something there. Oftentimes they're still registered with the state because they were rented by the state, or something was supposed to be built there. What then was supposed to be transferred, the title was supposed to be transferred to the residents, and that didn't happen. There are many problems with the fact that the communal, utilities, transformer substations, or their assets, they also belong to some unknown individuals and owners, proprietors. And that is a serious issue that needs to be addressed by the managing companies. And who else would be dealing with this issue? Is it a question for the residents themselves? Because that leads, that leads to other problems, like when it comes to repair of the grid, of the networks, servicing, maintenance, losses that are incurred, and who is supposed to pay for that? Okay, if the owner isn't clear, if there's no servicing company, then of course the resident will have to pay all of that, and that's problematic. Well, Mohit, you're raising a pretty acute issue, actually pretty pressing issue when it comes to legal documents, legal titles, the servicing, maintenance, and so on. And I would like to state the fact that we have discussed a number of problems We all do understand that the problems exist, and let us now talk about the opportunities to solve these problems. I'm sure that problems exist not only in Almaty. I'm sure that other large cities also have similar problems, but Almaty also has lots of opportunities. And Baujan, I would like to address you, since you represent a Relog, a new company, a relatively young company. Are there opportunities that exist in the city of Almaty, and if there are, what are they? Well, from my side, since I'm an IT and logistics expert and I have that background, I can speak about the infrastructure of delivery or business of delivery and logistics on that side. And I see that the Almaty's development potential, to become a business capital of the country, so the potential is pretty promising. And I agree with what Alubek said about the congestion. One of the key problems and one of the actually slowing factors of delivery service is congestion, the traffic, when the courier is unable to deliver everything on time because he or she is stuck in traffic. So that problem can be solved by increasing the cost of having a car. And second is development of public transportation. And third is adequately or correctly planning of development, given the parking lots. Well, actually, parking lots is one of the sore pains for us. If you look at what's been done in Moscow, I go there frequently. Almaty do that, and compared to Moscow, isn't there yet. Well, from the business point of view, I see that when the pandemic started, we tracked our clients and we monitored, and we saw that the number of deliveries have increased by 40 to 50%. And we're talking about e-commerce deliveries. And that proves that the business had to launch the delivery of its goods and shipments, but actually it also shows that the business's potential was not fully realized there. Also, I see that Almaty will be one of the largest centers or business centers in Central Asia, where the delivery will be super developed. So when it comes to delivery or logistics business, the benchmark city for us is Moscow. We do have common past, we do have common history and background. People are almost identical, or similar. And when I look at Moscow's development, I can see that we still have a lot to learn and to borrow as a good practice from Moscow. I actually see that some of the businesses in Almaty and Kazakhstan are copy-pasting the businesses that were launched in Moscow. So Moscow, for the time being, is a benchmark for us. Therefore, I believe that the potential in the field of business in logistics and delivery is pretty high. Well, at least for logistics, we can move towards logistics and delivery. Well, Bayan, I have the next question for you. We had a meeting before the forum several times, and I remember that how enthusiastic you are about the city development, the talent development, the opportunities that exist out there. Well, speaking of your experience, your background, you worked in Southeast Asia in a large international company. Now you work in Almaty City Municipality, and I believe that you have things to compare. You have certain experience, and from your point of view, what are the opportunities that the city has? Thank you. I worked in China, in Ethiopia, Southeast Asia, and in Europe, yeah. Well, in fact, the urban development, city development is a particular, sector. We do have Manila, we have Cambodia in Nigeria, and every city has its own peculiarity. And it is important to understand that we, as a city, must take advantage of all the development instruments. Well, there was a previous question, let me refer to that. We do see that 250,000 people live in Alatau district, but they almost 50% come to Almaty. And that doesn't mean congestion, actually. That means the people who are based here, who consume water, who consume electricity, they need certain service, and And that is a disproportionate development, because initially we have designed in our plant our infrastructure for a certain number of fixed number of people. But now we, instead of 5,000 people, for instance, receiving 10,000 services. So that is, as a result, we have the disproportionate distribution of services and of quality of services. And for that, we need to understand what needs to be done in order to address and to solve this issue. There are plenty of instruments, starting from from the walking distance accessibility. We could see how Almaty district areas within their custom measurements, where they go, what services they pay for, when they do that. And given that data, we could actually take the residents from Almaty district back to their district and trying to organize services available inside that Almaty district so that people wouldn't have to travel. So that is, of course, is more for a long-term management system. However, there are reactive management when we start building the roads, when we limit private cars movement, because when we look at correlation of people movement and the number of people in those flows, we see more than 44% of the population move around in their cars. One person, one car, because that's more comfortable. However, they could be using, they could have a carpool, for instance, or they could be using, public transportation. If there are no 3-4 people in a car, then why use a car, right? So it is a matter of balance, of striking the right balance. We must focus on individual peculiarities and consider the city's strategic objectives and goals. Yes, everyone has the right to receive the service. Everyone has the right to express their personal position. When it comes to radiophobia or any others, or the access location. So in a democratic state, everyone has the right of his or her own opinion. However, that needs to correlate with the strategic objective of the social, of the community inside the city. So therefore, at the city level, we need to focus on talent, but at the same time, we need to create the equal playing ground, level playing ground, playing rules. If you live in Almaty, you need to understand that you're a unique, a wonderful person, but there are certain rules. There are certain rules for development of city. For instance, we do not pollute environment. We do not throw cigarette butts on the roadside. And we do not use cars for one-person drive. We use it only for carpool purposes. So, and that's something that transforms into cultural identity, cultural entirety of individual cities. Well, you mentioned Europe and that. I worked in Belgium for almost 8 months. And yeah, they do have all the old cities, old buildings. But for municipality, development of this building and actually, or supporting this kind of building means colossal revenues, colossal profits. If you look at the new cities in China and Japan, they build them at the position, the new house in China. Okay, if it's being built, they said this shelf life of this house is going to be 70 years, and said you have the right to use this house for 70 years because the materials have, depreciate, amortize, and so on. Or the car that used to be able to drive 50 years ago with a very thick metal. So now, because of the ergonomics, now the mass production, actually the thickness of the walls of the carcass is very, very thin, like shears of millimeters. So we're moving in a different direction. So longevity is perceived slightly different. So I would like to underscore once again that it is important, while focusing on talents, to level, to balance, to strike the balance for the strategic objectives of the city. Yes, the people are talented, the people are gifted, and they're extraordinary, but we need to create conditions so that everyone would feel good inside the city, irrespective of whether they're talented, not talented, they live in a city town, city center, outside, whether you're grown up or a child, whether a boy or girl. And these kind of balance, maintaining this triangulated balance is very, very important. And it is important for this balance to develop the polycentric direction of the city. Well, thank you, Bayan. In essence, you present a very interesting logic that they do need to live and select a city that they find comfortable. And of course, this kind of talent will drive the growth of the city. Well, I have a question for you, Evgeny. You do have a number of people working for your company. Some of them are based in Almaty. So if we look at the training programs and talent development, are these programs sufficient for these talented people be up to date? I mean, let's try the problem of talent migration, where they don't want to stay in Almaty, they want to go out to the other country and they use their talents for something more ambitious. Evgeny, what? Well, the fact that Kazakhstan is a part and a member of Eurasian Economic Union, on top of certain benefits and privileges, also gives us this another effect, such as open labor market. And we've been tracking, we've been looking at our statistics, that there is a very obvious, very clear migration of talent, and that is unfortunately migration negative or adverse for Kazakhstan. So the balance in absolute numbers, absolute figures is negative. While the second part is that we do have about 5,000 people working in the company, 5,000 staff members, and we do have certain professions, certain vocations, which in 5 to 10 years will grow obsolete, will no longer be needed. Very simple, very plain coordinators, analysts, accountants, and so on. You know, this global trend show that there will be more automation and robotization.
And facing these two problems, we have developed a corporate university where we have about 5 different schools, including schools for robotics, for coding, for QR engineering, a big data school, and in essence, we are re-educating our own staff members, teaching them new professions, professions of the future. On the other hand, in these schools, we're continuously developing qualification and competences of our staff. And I believe this is a good example of how Beeline currently has 600 people working in IT. It's not just simply people working on support. These are the people who create, code our own internal products. Sorry for interrupting. Are they working, are they based in the city of Almaty? Yes, mainly Almaty, predominantly in Almaty. And there's a reason why I'm emphasizing this. You know how we used to work before as a mobile operator? We would buy a solution, a product, software, some platform, mostly internationally, and would pay for the right to use, to operate. Now we are recoding vendor solutions, making our own products. So we're localizing expertise, localizing knowledge. We're stopping payments to international vendors by developing our own competencies. And recently we have held a very interesting event here in Almaty called Beeline Bootcamp, where we've invited students, and for practically a week Beeline staff taught the students, told them about their profession. We explained how we work in Agile, Scrum formats, how we developed programming, big data, how our business intelligence works, how PR service operates, how marketing runs. So this was an exercise in helping students move from theory to practice. And this format of dual education, dual learning, and most interesting, after that boot camp that engaged 120 people, we've gained a lot of applications for internships with us. And we happily accept these students for internships while they're still students, not graduates. And today we're thinking to repeat this practice, but on a larger scale. On the other hand, we're also thinking, how should we provide access to our schools from outside, so that it's not only Beeline staff who will get this education, but anybody willing. Evgeny, thank you, and I'm very happy to hear that 600 IT people work in Kazakhstan, because in essence, this is localization. Around a certain number of people, you're forming an ecosystem, and for IT specialists who want to live in this city, in this country, will be more of them. Now, let me ask you, Alibek, you've worked in Volt as general director, seemingly young, ambitious, your life seems to be good, and you decide to leave Volt and start your own IT project. that you're working on at this time. So I think you know about opportunities that the city of Almaty offers from your own experience. I think you have something to tell us. Thank you. Well, the project itself, why I decided to join in, I'm not a sole founder. I was invited by my good old friend who came up with this idea and who invited me to be a co-founder. And I think it will actually continue what the previous speaker mentioned. What we want to do is an IT company. Albek, we can barely hear you. Can you stay closer to the microphone? Is this better? It is. I guess it was some external noise. What I'm saying is a new project where I'm not a sole founder, I'm a co-founder. This is the idea of my old friend. But the ambition in this project is such that we see example of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, that there is a pretty large number of IT companies and fintech who make products for the international markets. So they make product and make money on US market, Australia, Canada, Europe, but there are no such projects in Kazakhstan. Many are trying. So what we want to do is we want to build a project, and we're testing a niche right now that with a team of best minds from Kazakhstan will make money in Western markets. So our market is English-speaking countries, first of all Canada, US, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. These are, yes, of course, UK. Excuse me. So I think the opportunity that Almaty should develop going forward is developing IT cluster. Well, we involved, we sat in separate offices, but now I ended up in a smart point, and I was pleasantly surprised how filled it is. There's an area for individual mini offices that different companies rent, and in fact there are a lot of companies, a lot of young guys, and I was happy to see that such co-working contemporary format offices continuing to grow and develop. Take Amir Khan, who opened Smart Point. He's opening a new project. There's guys from Most Ventures opening another co-working. So it's great that this direction is developing. And what we see in the market is, in fact, there are plenty of brains, plenty of talented young people in IT, in analytics, in business, people capable of many things. But main problem of many of such projects, they focus mainly on Kazakhstan. And this is a small market, so they can't really make much, and therefore they can't pay competitive salaries compared to Beeline, for instance, to such specialists. And I hope that there will be more attempts like ours, and there will be more companies trying to make products for the international market, because if they start making money in the international markets, they can offer competitive salaries to all those good brains that are either going to work for foreign or international companies. For instance, all my life I worked for foreign companies simply because of the level of salary and experience. So then we can compete with such foreign companies, but most importantly, many good brains start working in UK, US, remotely, because dollar salaries, they get much more. And a project like ours can concentrate such brains in Almaty, and my hope and my dream, that's why I'm joining this. If we can build first company like that in a few years, part of the team will live into different projects, their own projects, and when the first such company really gets going, that inspires other start-uppers, and the people who are in the team of that company, yes, they will leave, but the experience that they've gained in this company will be rolled out for 2-hour projects, and after a certain number of iterations, there will be a growth type. I believe Almaty has everything for that. Infrastructure is there, brains are there. It's just time for someone to make that breakthrough, and we're very hopeful that that will be us. Alibek, thank you very much. I'm impressed with your thesis that we need to work in the city and be based in the city of Almaty, but make money and think globally, so that the investment flow is not flowing out of Almaty, but it's more of an inbound, and that's in the interest of the development city. Let me address you, Bayan, as you in charge of digitalization in the city of Almaty, and in your work you interact with a large number of students and large number of startup community people. So Alibek now mentioned that the people who will work in Alibek's projects will work with their own projects, develop infrastructure in the city, provide different services, and thereby helping development of the city overall. I'd like to hear from you. In your mind, do you think the city is moving in that direction? Is that a good pace, or do we need to fast-track this process, introduction of these products of digitalization, and to bring in startup community into this? Definitely. It's a very good question. What we see on our side is there's a balance where a traditional level has formed. Let's say Almaty district currently has 28 co-working space, including those, like Alibek mentioned, smart point. So the district is reduplicating, and this process was launched. We see the same in Medeu district, 14 such offices, and start-uppers, people with creative, innovative approach to work, to life, they start interacting very in a good way. 54 open in just the year 2021. This year, we see more than 18,000 square meters of co-working space, and it's a very good quality direction. But there are also Almaty district. They're speaking that traditionally people will come who will invest money into that and will work in that space and develop. It's hard to imagine in that district. So what we've done is, yes, where it's developing in a balanced manner, the state shouldn't step in, not to ruin it, but should develop it where it's not present. So Bakhtian Abdirovich, the mayor, created Almaty Hub, which used to be just a restaurant for weddings. So there's almost 1,800 square meters of IT lab, very good space. If anyone is willing, you can go and see. Also, for content, we started engaging universities. You say students, we have 187,000 students. It's a tremendous capacity that needs to be used, because every student writes their papers, they have projects, they have diploma works, and they have to be focused on city's problems. So based on that, they are more prepared to life. They will be understanding the problems, and they'll, upon graduation, will know where to invest themselves and how to work. So they're a more valuable employee for their future employer, or if they go entrepreneurial, they know their format. So what we're doing is, in those areas where there are no creative hubs, co-working spaces, we started subsidizing it in the Almaty district, next year Turksip, and so areas that are not developing that direction. Medeu, Almaty, Bostandek district is forming itself. Now we started doing that. We started engaging them in the problems of the city, university, so that the university level talent students could work on applied problems of the city and come up with specific solutions. Yes. Thank you very much. I think today, looking at the number of restaurants or different halls for celebrations, if you go towards Kaskelen or Talgar, you get a feeling that every 15 meters there's a toykhana, a place for halls. And 15 years ago, people used to dream, okay, I built my own restaurant, and the dream has come true. Now, turning that into IT co-working for young people to develop is a good example. You see, from big data we see for Almaty district, the level of consumption of services. Toykhana and restaurant business in the Almaty district stands at almost 21%. On the other hand, educational sector for cashless payments covers only 0.02. So out of 100 tenge, only 20 tien cents are spent on that. And that's not right. Yes, for short term we will close entertainment, but for long term, the district, without the support and incentivizing by the city, has no potential for dynamic strategic development. And our main goal is to identify such specific problems and subsidize this direction in such a manner that we will catch up strategically. Yes, we have the problem now, but let's make sure that we solve the problem in 2 or 3 years' time. This is great that with the use of big data, you're now starting to analyze what needs to be subsidized, what needs to be developed, where we should develop. Now, let's ask Rafael, you are processing a lot of data, e-payments. Can you share with us your vision? What type of services, what type of projects, and what kind of opportunities are there in the city of Almaty for young entrepreneurs to jump in with their ideas, with their thoughts, and really implement them in life? Well, thank you. As we see, the main fundamental for all the development is digitalization, and that digitalization is needed for the smart city and for overall development, at the same time developing a business. And here in Almaty we already see how easy or how much easier it has become to open a business, because the process is already done remotely and it's digitalized, and all these processes, of course, make the whole process easier. We're looking further, just like I mentioned before, from perspective of payments, from the perspective of convenience and security, which is also important. And we're also looking at a company. When a business sells offline, we look at how we can help them to also taking their business online, because as Alibek here mentioned, in the end it doesn't matter where you're located. For commerce, there's no just one place. You can sell in Almaty, you can sell everywhere else. For commercial, it's very important. So digitalization, taking things online sales, different channels of sales, it's very important. Now, looking also at different directions, as today's conference, among other things, is considering smart city, we're looking at several parts here. First part is how can people get salaries, benefits, how to make that easier, faster, more safe, or even make revenue. Now, what can banks do for that? How do we pay for different services due to our residents, how we pay our taxes, which is also very important, how easy that is, not only for the city residents, but also for businesses, so that to make it much easier. There are also a lot of interesting areas that are developing very well. I also support this, everything that has to do with education. It's not only access to education, we're also looking from technological perspectives, how to make life easier for school students. Today, entering a school for a mobile app or a card to open access to school, to library, so that the whole system knows who it is who has come. And of course, if there's a diner in the school, they can use their card or mobile app to make payments. Of course, education is a very interesting direction, and also is healthcare. A lot still can be done for healthcare in digitalizing multiple different processes, and that's very important. Now, about transportation, yes, of course, a lot was said. Let me not repeat what was said. Additionally, there may be two more directions that are worth mentioning. Different events, activities that are held, whether it's sports or movies, music. It's also very important how all these processes can be digitalized. We're also looking how to make it easier to order tickets, how to make payments on, and of course look at data to organize very interesting programs. And of course, tourism, which was also mentioned. In all these directions, we can really work very well, involve your own private initiative. A couple of days ago, we had a very interesting conference in the Al-Farabi University for young people, how to become a businessman. It's very important. So if you look at it, if you focus on that segment, of course, you can develop your business not only in Almaty, but also scale it up. And our role will always be in covering these transactions to make it easier for people to get their salaries, to make their payments, and of course, making it all secure. Thank you very much, Rafal. You touched upon two very interesting areas, healthcare and tourism. Muhid, let me ask you, in your opinion, why do you think we're developing tourism in Almaty, and to what extent do you think the potential is realized, or maybe there are some other points where we can work on? Tourism, huh?
Well, I believe that we're developing it pretty well. On one hand, we had our own internal reasons, you know, the nature, the ecotourism, separate part of tourism related to our traditions. On one hand, on the other, I think we were helped, you know, quote unquote, by Corona crisis, when people were not able to go abroad and when they had to pay attention to local internal tourism. The Almaty city municipality has done a lot to that end, and I think the opportunity for collaboration is there. And this morning, during the presentation, Deputy Mayor spoke about the further plans of the city, further development of multi-agglomeration, and it is in collaboration with Almaty region, with its natural resources and its opportunities, actually, which are enormous. And I think the sector will develop very dynamically, will and should be developing. And I see no reasons there. However, the matter of a segment may matter. I mean, it depends on how many internal or external tourists we have there. I think it's something that will eventually, I mean, we'll eventually reach the numbers or reach the real values that are being targeted. Well, we have discussed this very interesting set of questions, set of issues that are related to opportunities. There are plenty of opportunities that are being granted in the city of Almaty. Those who want to have business, want to run business, will have the business. Those who are moving forward will, of course, get the goals and get the objectives. So we can now summarize this section about opportunities. Well, and now, potential. Let's now speak about the solutions that might improve different aspects of living in Almaty. Pauljan, I would like to ask you this question. What would you change? What would you improve in the city of Almaty, and what you like the most? Well, if I were mayor. Okay. If I were mayor. Let's, go one by one. If I were mayor of Almaty, what would I change? I think I would give a bonus premium payment to Bayan. It's just a joke, of course. Well, as I have mentioned, Almaty is a wonderful city, but there are several problem areas. The traffic, jams, congestion. Second is the air pollution. When in winter, in autumn, the air is really polluted and the general public is unhappy about that. There is kind of outcry about that. So when it comes to traffic, I think we could address that problem by increasing the cost of owning a car. So the parking laws would be made, but they will be very expensive. In that case, it will have no meaning to have a car. In New York, very few, even affluent people have cars or use their cars. Similar situation is in Moscow. There are lots of affluent people in Moscow, but who find it very uncomfortable to own a car. So I think eventually we will have similar situations. Well, our population is not that big, but I think we can do more, or we can do more in a proactive manner, because the number of people isn't that high. And the next problem, so we need to develop the parking lots, we need to build them, design them in a proper way, we need to plan them properly and adequately, and develop public transportation sector. I believe it is yet to be developed. We do have bus lanes on some of the streets, but that is not enough. Also, they say the subway will be finalized soon, so the new branch, the new extension, leg of the subway metro will be built. I think it needs to be continued, these efforts. That way, the traffic problems will be solved. The second is the environmental, ecological situation, the one unfavorable. Well, it is clear that we need to shift or move to other types of power generation modes, not the coal burning, but something else that creates and generates fewer emissions. But that's also not an easy process, because historically all of these coal burning or coal run power plants, utilities, have developed, and actually they have established themselves, and well, they basically have a monopoly. They're everywhere, they're widespread, not only in Almaty, but everywhere in the country, and that is why transfer to a greener modes of power generation is not going to be easy. Well, Bojan, I feel like you have a plan, even should you become a mayor, so, okay, let me restructure this question. You all are the managers of your big companies that work in a particular sector. You know, there is a notion that in order to change the world around you, you better start from the sector for which you are responsible, or for areas that you can change around you. So you can use the potential of your companies by, you can change the world for better by using your own companies' opportunities. So what would you do here? To improve, or kind of something beneficial for the city? Well, on top of theoretical, we do have some cases, products in the area of Internet of Things, which are inseparable part of a smart city. Just right now in Almaty, we are implementing a water control pilot project. It is called the Clean Water. Department of Digitization of Almaty City actually is helping us. We do have ready-to-use products on air quality monitoring. We do have the smart parking, and the overall, the IT management of the fleet of the public sector. So the worst problems actually, something that you do not know, but with the help of the Internet of Things, with the data, with the sensors, with everything, we can actually put it all to a dashboard and then try to figure out what are the root causes and then try to address all those root causes. So on top of that, of course, we have the pilot and we have the ready-to-use turnkey products, but I'm talking about the basic hygiene-related problem, so-called the connectivity. We can discuss extensively all sorts of inspiring projects and examples and practices, but without the communication, without the connection, none of it will work. And no one, no one would think of building a house without electricity or water, then why would a building can be commissioned without a connected fiber optics? Why can the roads be built without planned placing of a fiber optic cable? So everything related to communication uses physics, the laws of physics. There is no miracle, there's nothing that we can do, and I can actually play tricks because it's physics. So when you ask me what could be done now in Almaty, then the easiest or the simplest would be to demand, to require that developers during design process took care of the fiber optic cable, the placing, the location, and so on. And the second is double-use poles projects. They do have in other cities as well. These are actually the lamp poles or the light poles, but they can also be the basic station for all mobile operators. There are many of such examples, and that will help us avoid the radiophobia, because these poles, they usually belong to the municipality. They are not located on private land. They usually along some public area. And with the density that we do have in the city for street lighting, for everything, we would be able to have a good coverage of connectivity. So we can ensure the connectivity properly then. So from discussion, we should move on to actions. And we can say, okay, here's a new standard. I mean, we need to be bold and courageous here, but still, because here's a standard that you have to follow. Otherwise, we will keep on facing a situation where a particular microdistrict doesn't have any proper connection, or a particular intersection has very low speed of internet. Okay, well, you mentioned that you contribute to city development, and you already have done a lot, so, but I'm sure that after discussion we can continue. Well, for your question now, Muhit. Well, Evgeny mentioned the connection and communication, but for me, what's more important is to speak not about the connection and communication between or inside the houses, the buildings, but about the comfortable housing. The thing is that all the utility grids, all the utility networks and pipelines, they're obsolete, they're amortized. I mean, our panel discussion is about the polycentric cities, right? So, and we say that the countries which originated from the Soviet Union, actually, we're the only ones that have central communications, that have central heating, and so on. So the bigger issue is whether we need to restore all that centralized supplies, or whether we need to focus on self-sustainability of houses, of districts, of areas. Maybe subsidies are needed. I think we need to come up with a solution that will make sure that housing quality improves gradually. That is possible thanks to a tighter control, tighter oversight of the development. We have touched upon this. The quality of newly built development projects is rather poor. That I mean, you mentioned optic fiber, but actually we're talking about the quality of actually the workmanship, or connecting the plumbers and everything. Their quality, their work, their services are of poor quality, so that needs to be improved. That's one. On the other hand, we're looking at the utilities prices, and we do understand that they're subsidized through the monopolistic companies. But maybe it is time to shift to a more fair payment of utilities. That's on one side, and on the other, to transfer to a more targeted support to individuals who cannot afford paying for those services duly. Because as a result, we again have this poor quality housing, and the people, their houses, actually, where residents want to improve the energy efficiency, but who are unable to do so because the expenses related to improved energy efficiency will not be paid back through the utilities, payments. So there are many questions. We often go into details, but the overall city development and attractiveness of Almaty need to result from the attractiveness of the housing and comfortability, livability of the houses and of the apartments. I think this reform, this apartment owners cooperative cancellation, actually it's a good idea, but I believe that the role of the state should be maintained. They need to be controlled, they need to be supervision, they need to be monitoring, targeted assistance and aid need to be provided, because house is a basic need, and people simply cannot and they should not build or buy housing simply because they can afford that. I think the matter of security and safety need to prevail. Well, Mihit, thank you. You raised actually a very important issue of how well-being and financial status affects the quality of housing and what measures should be and need to be implemented in Almaty and Kazakhstan. Rafael, what could you provide? Okay, I have 3 brief points. The first one, and what we're doing already, to promote and advanced payments, methods of payments and locations of payments, physical or offline or online, so remotely. This is the work that's already being done and carried out with our partners. The payment system is pretty expansive and really big. And we will continue working on this project. That's very, very important for every resident, not only of the city, but actually for all the people in Kazakhstan. That's the first one. Second, okay, well, there are a number of additional projects that could be developed, such as, wallets, cars, virtual application, a residence card or residence application, or something for youth, something for young, and for children, for pensioners, and so on, and many more. So actually, there's lots of capacity there. And on top of that, helping connect different services that these groups need. That's important. So when it comes to social welfare for children, for families, for everything, for retirees, and we could focus on that. That's the second part that we've already been covering by a number of successful projects, and I think we could enhance this area as well. And thirdly, when it's been mentioned several times, we need to think and discuss with the municipalities as to the types of projects that we could develop. They could be tourism related, maybe data supply for tourism, so these are the certain directions for the future that we would like to deepen. Thank you. So, Rafael, we can say that you already have ready-to-use proposals to develop certain sectors of the city of Almaty, and you can propose them after our panel discussion to the municipality of Almaty. Well, Bayan, now on to you. I have the following question for you. You, in fact, are a staff member or deputy mayor of Almaty City Municipality, and the new year is approaching. 2022 is coming, actually, in just 1 month. And 2021 was the year lived through COVID, and I'm afraid it will stay with us. So I do have this very simple question as to what are the goals for the city development and for certain project that you may have for next year. Well, I will not be speaking about the technical aspects, and I will be very, brief, right? For the last 2 years during the pandemic, we advanced significantly. I remember you had a post as to what has affected the digital transformation of your company, and there were 2 options. The first one, the, conditions of the company itself, the huge budget, and the pandemic. In fact, in 2 years, a lot have changed, and we knew they have understand that digitization needs to be of applied nature, radically applied. We used to think, okay, you build the center, you have 50,000 indicators, let them visualize, and we won't be able to understand it, but okay, let them have it. But so digitization was something, like something fun, something exciting. But now we're focusing on applied digitization. So earlier we did the thing on digital infrastructure. Then we reached this kind of unification of all the indicators from all the databases. And next year, using all of these instruments, all of this toolkit, we will focus on single storage, single source of trust, single source of data, single source of truth at the city level. On top of that, we will be bringing on board the commercial enterprises. We will be opening up this data to all of them as of December, last December, actually, through digital.kz Almaty, you will be able to receive and download data on all critical parameters that the city has. Of course, anonymized and confidential. Second one, on top of this single source of truth, we will be adding some layers a multitude of layers. You know, there is a feasibility study, and we will be trying to create a digital proxy of the city, a digital twin city, so that this model could consolidate all the activities that at the city level through this one visualization window, sort of a dashboard. And a third one that will receive a lot of attention next year, and actually for which we're doing our homework, that's the uniform system of video monitoring. So having one uniform platform to track all the devices that work and use video cameras to make sure that we could work not only from the security point of view, but also from the operational management point of view. These are the key three directions that we will be paying attention to next year. Well, digital proxy, digital twin of a city will be a wow effect thing. I think that's something that will help you plan better, develop services, and actually advance the city. Bayan, I have the last concluding question for you. Many of our listeners will be interested to know the following. What? Okay, what about the thermal power plants transfer to gas from coal? I know we've been discussing digitization and logistics and so on, but if you could tell me, what does municipality plan to do to that end? Well, it's an environmental issue. It's not digitization, but the main issue that the traditional format of using coal in electric power generation is no longer relevant. And thanks to the support of the president, thanks to the direct involvement of the mayor of the city, we had the last visit by the president, and actually the cornerstone was laid for the new power plant that will use gas instead of coal.
So, a lot of attention is being paid, and in the last couple of years, I'd like to emphasize this, the main contact point of all the environmental issues at the Almaty city level. We have great expectations. There is a commitment at the city level. There's the engagement of the head of the state, and I think we just need to wait. Okay, distinguished audience, before we let Alibek speak, I would like to state that we have good news. Ahead of us is the project of the thermal power station will run on gas, and next year we will see visible changes in the quality of air in the city. Alibek, please, what would you change? I just want to say this, city needs to be managed as a business. I think a great example is what was done with the Pamphila Street. I think it's a great business project for the city, because they came out, invested money to make a beautiful pedestrian street, and they gave service to people. People started walking there. Akimat immediately managed to rent out kiosks on Panfilov Street, which immediately gave money to the state, to the city budget. And there's also a mini restaurant cluster. We know very well people make a lot of orders, which additionally gave additional tax revenue to the city. So for me, everything related to the city, it's the same as it is with business. Make the city more convenient for the residents, and if the residents start using more of city service, that brings revenue to the city. City has more money to invest in further improvement of its services for the residents. So developing this thought, I think there should be more such convenient pedestrian streets and park areas. Take the First President Park, tremendous, beautiful park, but it has in fact very little place where you can just buy a snack, even if you just walk in that park. But all those additional revenues that could really be for the budget of the park. I think these types of micro-projects, many such micro-projects can be invented for the city, and I believe that the Akimat just needs to implement more of that, using the Panfilov Street as an example. Now about power station running on gas and parking, let me not go into that, all those important points. It was just my ideas about such micro-projects for the city, for the people, in the end being good for the city budget. needs to be done more. Thank you very much for all your responses. I would like to sum up saying that today the city of Almaty has many problems, not only the city of Almaty, any big city or megapolises or poly city as Almaty can be called. There are problems, but there are also opportunities. There's mentioned 138,000 students. That is a unique opportunity. Those are possibilities in development of quality services for the population, possibilities for development of tourism and healthcare in the city of Almaty, and also there are suggestions of different projects as basic improvement of pedestrian roads, bicycle lanes, and introduction of smart technologies in the development of the city. I'd like to thank every speaker for your thoughts, for your emotions. Thank you very much for not simply sharing with us your thoughts, but implementing your projects and sharing applied things that will only improve the city going forward. Thank you very much for attention, and thank you very much, everyone. Let's applaud to the speakers.
Итак, мы еще раз хотелось бы вас поприветствовать. Оскар Белизбеков,
Once again, greetings from me,
Алматы.
Oskar Belizbekov from SPK Almaty.
Не самых важных,
We
один
have
из важных
started
событий
one of the
форума,
most important
о
events
чем
of
я
the
говорил
forum.
сегодня утром, это
As
выставка
I have
проектов.
mentioned this
Конечно,
morning,
все 26 проектов мы
exhibition of projects. Of
демонстрировать
course,
не
we
будем,
will
займет
not
больше
demonstrating
времени,
all
тем
the
не менее вы
26
сможете с
projects,
ними
for it will
ознакомиться
take so
чуть
much
позже на
time,
наших
but you
сайтах,
can
сайтах СПК и
check them out
социальных
on our
сетях,
sites and
кстати,
on our social media and also on the site
Сегодня очень много обсуждали
a21.tz.
о
Today, a lot of
мегагородах, о полигороде,
discussions took
поэтому
place about the
одним
mega
из
cities
важных
and polycity,
перспективных
and
направлений
one of the
развития
important
Алматы как полигорода
directions for
является
the development of the
цифровизация и
city
развитие
is the
креативных
digitalization
индустрий.
and development of
Сейчас
creative
вашему
industries.
вниманию будет
Now,
представлено
for your
несколько
attention,
проектов,
we'll be
вам будут в виде
suggesting
презентаций
a
и
few
докладов.
projects in the
Потом
form
первый
of
проект,
presentations
который
and
будет
reports.
представлен
So the
вашему
first
вниманию, это
project for your
проект Smart
attention
Алматы,
is the Smart
который
Almaty
включает в себя
project,
платформу
which
умных
includes the
городов
platform of
Тагдай.
smart cities,
Smart
Tagдай,
Gates — это повышение
smart
мотивации
gates,
ребенка
increasing
с
motivation of a
вознаграждением за
child
оценки.
with
И далее
remuneration
будет
for good
проект,
grades,
уже,
and then there
который
will be a
навел
project
определенные
which
шумы
has
в
made
экспертных кругах.
some
Это
noise
Smart
among
Packing Technologies.
the
Хотелось передать слово
expert community, smart
докладчикам.
packing, and I would like to give the floor to the speakers.
Добрый день, дорогие участники
Good day,
форума.
distinguished
Большое
forum
спасибо
participants. Thank you
организаторам
very
за
much to the organizers
возможность
for the
выступить и
opportunity
представить
to speak
определенный концепт, а
and
также
present to
некоторые
you a
проекты,
concept and
которые мы
some
реализуем в рамках
projects that
города
we're
Алматы.
implementing in the city of Almaty.
Мы молодая
We
компания,
are a young
стартап
company, a
из
startup
Астаны.
from Astana.
Мы участник Астана Хаба
We are
и
participants of
участник
Astana Hub and
Международного
participant
финансового
of
центра
the
Астана. Мы
Astana
занимаемся разработкой
International Financial
платформы для
Center.
систем
We're developing
видеонаблюдения, а
platform
также
for
аналитики
video
в рамках
monitoring
этих
system
систем.
and analytics for these systems. More frequently,
Начинаем
when
разговор
we
о
start
системах
discussion
видеонаблюдения, в том числе городских,
on
все
video
сразу же
surveillance for
вспоминают
city, everyone
распознавание
immediately
лиц, распознавание
starts thinking about
номеров,
facial
штраф и так
recognition,
далее.
number
Я
recognition,
хочу
penalties,
сказать,
and
что
so on.
это не только про
I'd like to say that
распознавание
it's
лиц и
not just
номеров, что
face
видеоаналитика
recognition
сейчас
or
может делать гораздо больше.
plate number
Все мы живем в городе, все мы
recognition.
знаем,
Analytics can do
не
a lot
все, к
more. We live in the city,
сожалению,
but not everyone,
освещение в
unfortunately,
городе
knows that
работает.
lighting
И городу
is
достаточно
not
сложно
always on, and
фиксировать,
it's quite
что из освещения не
difficult
работает, что
for the
работает.
city to know where lights
Компьютерное
work and
зрение
where
при
they
помощи
don't.
видеокамер
Computer
может
vision with video
фиксировать
cameras
даже
can
самые
register
старые
even the
приборы освещения
oldest
городские.
lighting fixtures of the city. Also, with the help of computer vision
стандартных камер
and
видеонаблюдения,
standard
которые установлены в городе,
video
можно
cameras installed in the
детектировать
city,
наличие
you can
движения, к примеру,
register
в ночное
presence of
время
motion,
и,
let's say
соответственно,
at night time,
регулировать
and
освещение
regulate
в рамках
lighting
дорог, что позволяет
for the
экономить
roads,
количество денег
allowing
именно
more
на освещение,
savings
когда нет
for
движения.
lighting when there is no
Все мы
movement.
живем в
We
жилых
all
массивах,
live
все
in
мы знаем,
residential
что
areas, and
есть
we know
проблема
that there
мусора,
are problems
что
of
не
waste.
всегда подрядчики
That
относятся ответственно к
contractors
этой
do not
проблеме, нам
always
приходится
take this
жаловаться.
problem
Эту проблему
responsibly, and
также
we have to
можно
complain.
собирать
And this
данные
problem
при
can
помощи
also be solved
видеокамер,
through
о наличии
collection
или
of
отсутствии
data through
мусора,
video cameras
собственно.
about
Эту проблему
presence
можно
or
решать при
absence
помощи
of
датчиков, но чаще
trash.
всего при
That
помощи
can be
камер
handled
это
with
можно делать
sensors,
дешевле.
but with cameras you can do so cheaper.
Конечно же, город невозможен без
Of
общественного
course, the
транспорта.
city
Мы
is
понимаем,
impossible
что
without
если
mass
все мы
transit, and we do realize
пересядем на
that if
персональный
we are all
транспорт, на
to
автомобили,
jump into our own
город,
cars,
к сожалению,
the city,
встанет. Поэтому
unfortunately,
общественный
will come
транспорт
to
важен и
grinding
нужен, но он
halt.
должен
So,
быть комфортен.
mass
Город должен
transit is
понимать о том,
important.
какое количество
City
людей
must
да,
understand how many
в
people
автобусе. Это
will
должен
be
быть не
riding
средств,
the
это
bus
должны
at
быть
this
постоянные
time,
данные.
and then in
Соответственно,
15
эти данные
minutes
можно собирать
time,
также при помощи
and
камер
so it's not just
видеонаблюдения.
one
Можно
registration,
понимать
it's
также,
a
какое
dynamic
количество людей
process. There's
осталось.
also need to understand how many people
Тот
stayed
спрос,
on the
который не
bus
был
stop,
удовлетворен.
so unsatisfied demand
Безусловно,
for mass
камеры
transportation.
могут
Of
спасать.
course, cameras can help save lives.
Достаточно банальная вещь — это предоставление доступа тактического в зоне чрезвычайной ситуации. Если где-то происходит какой-то ЧС, камеры могут подключаться, департаменты чрезвычайных ситуаций, скорая помощь и так далее, для того, чтобы выбирать оптимальный маршрут, как достигнуть непосредственно места ЧС уже в рамках самого объекта. Город — это, безусловно, дороги, это транспорт. Знаем о том, что в городе устанавливаются камеры для того, чтобы фиксировать нарушения. Однако эти же камеры могут также оптимизировать работу дорожных светофорных объектов именно при помощи алгоритмов, естественно, предиктивной аналитики в первую очередь. Но для того, чтобы предиктивная аналитика работала, безусловно, нужны данные. Все мы знаем, слышим регулярно о безопасных школах. Дети — это самое ценное, что у нас есть. Есть разные концепции, поэтому мы приверженцы того, что, безусловно, в школах можно обеспечить доступ, не допуская посторонних школ, посторонних людей. Однако, полезны для родителей, в частности, уведомление родителей о том, что пришел ребенок в школу или не пришел. Посещаемость общественных пространств — это очень ценная часть нашей жизни. Мы любим гулять в парках. Город и городские власти вкладывают в это деньги. Безусловно, они стараются сделать, чтобы наш город был удобнее и комфортнее. Однако, и цену вложения этих средств в реконструкцию парка, это тоже можно сделать при помощи камер видеонаблюдения, которые отвечают в первую очередь за безопасность тех же самых парков. Было вложено энное количество денег, мы можем оценить, какой трафик сейчас появился в этом парке. Мы можем, соответственно, предположить, чего не хватает в этом парке людям, в частности, пунктов питания, возможно, каких-то дополнительных развлечений и так далее. Для бизнеса это полезно то, что вы предлагаете, город, в частности, предлагает вам места с понятным трафиком. В целом, город — это большее количество проблем, чем я озвучил. Поэтому я надеюсь, я на самом деле в этом уверен, что город будет развиваться в том числе и в этом направлении. И в целом будут появляться новые стартапы, которые на основе данных, которые будут собирать камеры, будут делать прогнозные модели и уже рекомендовать городу, как можно изменить те или иные участки. Большое спасибо за возможность выступить. Спасибо организаторам. Всего доброго.
Wish you all the best.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Айдана, я исполнительный директор компании Smart Parking Technologies с продуктом паркур. Сегодня мы немного расскажем о трендах и расскажем, как мы решаем проблемы, которые возникают сейчас на рынке парковочного пространства. И начнем мы с того, что мы чистим зубы 2 раза в день. И минимум столько же раз мы припарковываемся. 1 раз у бизнес-центра и 1 раз у жилого комплекса. И мы всегда встречались с проблемами у бизнес-центра, мы платили охраннику 200-500 тенге за то, чтобы заехать на парковочную территорию. Возле ЖК мы встречались с тем, что гости не могут заехать, нам приходится спускаться вниз, предупреждать охранника, звонить в КСК, делать очень много действий для того, чтобы пропустить гостей удобно в паркинг. Это означает что? Это означает, что мы, владелец парковки недополучает денег, потому что они остаются у кого-то, кто их собирает. И это означает, что недостаточно автоматизации в системе, потому что нам приходится проделывать очень много шагов для того, чтобы пропустить наших гостей. Тут мы еще не говорим про то, что вот так вот выглядит наша парковочная территория, как минимум ЖК. И на парковочную индустрию влияет несколько моментов. Это один из самых больших влияний, это райдшеринг, это Uber, Яндекс, и все то, почему люди перестают пользоваться машинами. Желание людей просто стать пешими, не хочется тратить времени на пробок. Людям просто хочется чистой экологии, поэтому они готовы отказаться от транспорта.
air quality, so they are ready to give up their personal car. So by 2023, by 74, there will be growth in the number of people who do not use their own cars, but use ride-sharing. People are changing, and almost 21% of population will get on a bicycle or will start walking due to understanding. Also, autonomous transportation is, of course, somewhat of a remote future, sometime around 2030, but it's already affecting business solutions. Thus, according to the surveys done in 2020 in US, 25 to 30% of drivers give up the cars, so that you think that you don't need parking. No, it means you need to be more effective. 75% of parking space owners cannot afford automation, and 82% have planned in the next 5 years they want to allocate some money for that.
Здесь нужно будет включить видео.
I will need to start the video.
Охранник или парковщик, собирающий деньги, пробки на въезде, потерянные билеты и пропускные карты – это элементы традиционной парковки, которые приводят к низкой заполняемости и потере дохода. Мы предлагаем современное решение управления парковкой – паркур. Паркур – это бесконтактная и беспрепятственная парковка с технологией распознавания номеров. Как же это работает? Алгоритмы паркур распознают госномера с точностью 99%, фиксируют время заезда и автоматически рассчитывают стоимость парковки без талонов и операторов. Наши алгоритмы обрабатывают размытые, темные, засвеченные и даже скошенные под углом госномера. Водители оплачивают за парковку по госномеру наличными, через паркоматы паркур или онлайн с помощью мобильных платежей или QR. Также паркур легко интегрируется с приложениями и учетными системами жилых комплексов, торговых и бизнес-центров. При выезде камера проверяет статус оплаты по госномеру, гарантируя стопроцентный сбор платежей с парковочной зоны. Данные о финансах и заполняемости паркинга отображаются в детальных дэшбордах. Это позволяет отслеживать спрос и управлять тарифами. На базе нашей экспертизы в технологиях искусственного интеллекта и компьютер-вижн мы разработали следующие решения. Контроль доступа по белому списку, то есть автоматический запуск водителей, номера которых предварительно внесены в базу. Зонирование парковки с помощью камер, распознавание марки и габаритов, запуск экстренных служб и динамическое ценообразование. Что делать, если у вас уже есть оборудование? Мы работаем с оборудованием и парковочными системами любого производителя. При этом не сотрудничаем с дилерами, а открываем собственные представительства. Поэтому неисправности решаются в течение нескольких дней, в отличие от зарубежных аналогов. Вы сократите капитальные и операционные расходы, повысите лояльность клиентов и получите быстрый возврат инвестиций. Мы первые, кто предлагает автоматизированную парковку под ключ, без начальных вложений. Паркур – умное решение для вашего паркинга.
И тут хотелось бы подробнее пройтись по тому, почему это решение проблемы. То есть вам не нужно уже брать талоны, ждать охранника. Мы распознаем номер, пропускаем вас при выезде, мы распознаем номер, понимаем, что у вас нет долгов и выпускаем вас. Мы пошли немного дальше, и, например, на таком объекте, как ENG Mall, мы интегрировались с их приложением, и теперь вам даже не нужно открывать, брать свой телефон в руки, открывать какое-нибудь из перечисленных приложений, мы просто автоматически списываем с вашей карты, и вы видите историю. То есть шлагбаум открывается, закрывается, а вы при этом не ощущаете, что вообще есть шлагбаум. Почему важна точность распознавания номеров? Среднее распознавание по рынку 75%. То есть в достаточно большом торговом центре с заездами 4000 заездов в день, это означает, что 1000 не определяются, а мы определяем практически все. Также по сравнению с аналогами мы дешевле минимум в 3 раза. И так как у нас есть экспертиза как минимум на казахстанском рынке, мы доводим долю онлайн-платежей в некоторых местах практически до 100%, что уменьшает ваши расходы на инкассацию, на ремонт паркоматов, на очень много вещей. Также наша система подразумевает, что вы никогда не сможете потерять потерять билет, вам не нужно носить наличку с собой, и вы можете забронировать нужное вам место заранее. В жилых комплексах это означает, что мы пропускаем скорые помощи, пожарные, что очень важно, пропускаем ваши гостей, интегрируемся с вашим приложением, и также можем арендовать ваше парковочное место. Так как мы развиваемся на разных рынках, включая рынки ОАЭ, UK, США, у нас есть достаточно развитые аналитические данные, то есть мы показываем вам аналитику по вашей парковке, мы делаем динамическое ценообразование, то есть когда парковка заполнена, например, мы можем сделать заезд дороже, для того, чтобы контролировать заполняемость и увеличивать выручку для владельца. Также мы можем контролировать различные нарушения правил, например, double-spacing, когда человек ставит, мы все знаем, люди бывают, которые ставят на 2 парковочных места, иногда горизонтально на 3 парковочных места. Мы можем делать тариф для этого человека, для этой машины за 2 парковочных места. Ну и сейчас мы есть в более 50 объектах, буквально в этом месяце мы запустились в Дубае, мы запускаемся в Украине, России, мы есть в таких стратегических объектах, как Нур-Султан, есть наши клиенты по всему Казахстану. В Астане, в Алмате, ну, то есть мы открыты для всех проектов. И основная наша, одно из основных плюсов, как мы говорили, 75% владельцев парковок не могут себе позволить сразу инвестировать в оборудование. Помимо того, что мы интегрируемся с любым существующим у вас на месте оборудованием, то есть оборудование намного дешевле, потому что мы интегрируемся с существующим. Помимо этого, мы можем полностью инвестировать в оборудование. Таким образом, вы можете за 0 тенге автоматизировать свою парковку и начинать получать прибыль. Этот слайд в целом про то, что казахстанские команды действительно очень хороши. Мы были шорт-листед Y Combinator, чилийским, одним из лучших акселераторов,
Chilean accelerators in Europe. We recognize not only in Kazakhstan but also internationally. We have a very strong team that comes up with a great product. Thank you very much for your attention. Let's automate together.
Спасибо большое вам
за очень very detailed presentation.
Следующее у нас это, ну, знаете, вот сегодня уже образование, наверное, приобретает не просто какую-то актуальную форму. Образование — это то, что, наверное, острая необходимость в тех трансформациях образования, которые существуют, уже обсуждаются на всех континентах. Наверное, уже никто отрицать не может. Мы знаем, что сегодня знания получается, осваиваются гораздо быстрее, чем это было раньше. Сегодня это все уже инновационные технологии. Сегодня знания можно получать уже не выходя из дома, и вот пандемия нам позволила, наверное, провести такую практику, да, то есть как мы можем обучаться в онлайне. Касательно образования, хотелось бы представить тех ребят, которые занимаются именно технологичным образованием, если так можно выразиться, которые сегодня закладывают крепкий фундамент образования, и проект, который называется High Tech Academy. Прошу внимания на экран.
Please look at the screen.
The classes of chemistry, physics, and biology have highly high-quality equipment and highly technological equipment and machines. The curricula is done according to the rules of ergonomics. The furniture was made at the ASKAU, Finnish leader of school furniture. Technological equipment, the Fab Lab, is made of more than 90 types of equipment. Swimming pool have the innovative purification cleaning system. The gym has smart floor of ASB, and this was proposed by the school students, pupils themselves. Choir, the arena, the scene, everything helps relax, open up children, and I see how they're doing better, how they're not afraid of performances of stage, and they move forward. I'm sure that actually everyone is, can catch up. Once you have a contact with a child, that's something that helps you go better. Actually, what is important is just to teach them with love. What I like here is that they don't force children to work, that children themselves go and decide what needs to be done. So, earlier they used to say, okay, I'm going to study, now I'm going to leave. I'm not going to stay here, and I don't care what happens in the country. However, our school is a space which aspires to change right here and now this system for the better. And it's not what I hear anymore, or not that frequently they used to be, that they will say, okay, I'm going to graduate, I'm going to leave. No, now they say, I'm going to study here, if I have an opportunity, I'm going to do that and that. Well, our children are put in this environment, a very conducive and supportive environment, where people are trying, teachers are trying to help them. And I think that opens up their horizons. They seem to feel free and not afraid of proposing something. Actually, what I like in the curriculum, the B today, is doesn't imply the segregation of having individual disciplines that they're not interconnected. No, life is different. In life, everything is interconnected and far more difficult. And it is absolutely normal that we had the math together with the physical exercising and the Kazakh together with math. And I really like that the process is child-oriented. And it's around and for children. The children, the pupils, really feel themselves comfortable, because we are not focusing on the final exam, but actually we're focusing on the skills and knowledge that they're going to benefit.
Is the welcoming vibe. Everyone here is super friendly. The kids here are extremely creative. They're not shy or afraid to express themselves, which is really different from a lot of other schools.
But it is also very important for me personally to find children with disabilities study here, and the whole team, the whole community is driven towards accepting other people. And after graduation of our school, I believe that they will be sensitive and empathetic. Well, this is an atmosphere of trust for me, safety. I'm confident that they will be supported, that they will be, help if needed, and they will trust and believe in me. This is the atmosphere that drives people to create. This is the atmosphere that drives people to study.
Not only having the freedom, but also having the support to design and implement student-centered learning in each and every class.
Well, here, given an opportunity, a teacher can make a plan, can come up with special exercises, select the work with students, and the creativity of a teacher is a priority. So when I came, I had this, number of projects in my head, and I was like, oh, these are the opportunities. This is this is really what I can do things here. Yeah, there is a huge access to these toolkits, to instruments, and we can use them to teach children and actually to bring fun and joy to children. Every child can try in different types of sports, and actually that's very important because every type of sports has its own impact. Like today I went and did some taekwondo, tomorrow I'm gonna swim, day after tomorrow I'm gonna do some alpine climbing, and or maybe I go to gym and exercise, I do yoga. Children are different, children vary, teachers vary, we all are different, we all are diverse, and it's important that some children may perceive information, in a linear way, like through lectures, through reading, but others may not, and there are many children like that. So why can't we change and adapt our teaching methods? Why can't we not play the mathematical football, not just sit down, and do all this problem solving, but actually do the football in a mathematical way, so that children would understand, so that they could exercise and move around, but also do mathematics and something that would positively influence, impact them. So this kind of knowledge is much better.
Strategy is making the content relevant. There's a segment in class called Real World Problem Solvers. I give the kids a huge problem. There's no solution to it today, but they get together, they brainstorm, and they come up with the solutions to solve real world problems that affect our world now, but also later when they're adults. When the students are ready to leave the classroom for the final time, they really are prepared to go out into the world, experience their local community. But not only that, but go out into international borders or whatever it is. They're going to go out there and make a difference.
Good day. Thank you very much. My name is Tatiana Magomed. I'm the leader of the High-Tech Academy project, and I would like to say that it is a not-for-profit social project that is supported by Cousteau Group, and our main task, on top of becoming an innovative hub, a place where we can apply the most up-to-date and the most efficient methodologies of teaching. So on top of that, we have the mission of becoming a role model and start sharing our model with the public schools. So therefore, the next stage of our development will be the establishing the Institute for Teacher Training, where all the pedagogical strategy, all the methods that we apply in High-Tech Academy could be shared with the teachers of the public schools. Thank you very much. Well, thank you everyone who spoke today with their presentations and reports and so on. So these are not the only project. These are not the only project in digitization or smart city. I would like to the most important thing, most important project for not only Kazakhstan, but not only for Almaty, but Kazakhstan, that is related to development of creative industries, creative economy in Kazakhstan. Okay, smart grids. I'm sorry. Do we have another presenter? I apologize. I may have. They seem to have had a technical error. So okay, we are not done with smart city yet. We have one more presentation by smart grids. Please, the floor is yours now.
Меня слышно, видно, я могу начинать.
Yeah, and I can start. Can I?
Всем здравствуйте. Я Жаслан, представляю проект
My name is Жаслан. Smart evaluation, it's a mobile application to improve the motivation of the child in all the directions, whether that's schools, private tutors, hobbies, household chores, and some useful, even good habits, with the function of rewarding for good grades and good marks. The problem that we're actually addressing is trying to address is the poor motivation to learn and to study. Every second child actually is demotivated, and the second one is too much time spent with the gadgets. 35% 55% of the parents responded that their children spent more than 2 hours a day on their phones and smartphones, a gadget, and 45% said that more than 3 hours, although the specialists recommend spend not more than 60 minutes a day. Smart and long vision China have already admitted the problem at the state level. So the government of China have prohibited computer games for children for longer than 3 hours a week. And no more than 40 minutes needs to be spent in TikTok. Actually, we, unlike China, are not proposing to limit, but instead to reward. And for that, we have come up with the smart grades and smart marks. So the application has 2 levels of rewards. The first one is real money, and the second one is a time spent with the gadget. So the grade that was received by a child will be converted into value. That is the smart value, smart grade. The exchange rate is set by a parent, and the child will receive as much money or as much remuneration or some bonuses as much as he has invested his time in learning and studying. And actually from childhood, the child is able to understand financial literacy. My son is 8 years old, his name is Mansoor, and actually we tried this methodology, and I can tell you that that works. He reads faster than an adult person. 63% of parents have replied that manipulation with the gadget is the efficient way to address motivation. Modern parents and modern children no longer want to have grades or no longer to have bad marks. Actually, the grades are still there. But actually, our smart grade, they are not just a sheer number. They are a real value for a child that the child receives immediately, instantaneously. Earlier, well, we had a pilot project at the school number 39 in Nur Sultan. This is a school attended by children who were discarded from other schools who have defined behavior and who are not performing well. And actually, only in 2 weeks' time, 90% of those C level students shifted to B. Andrei Schleger said that education is the responsibility of the society as well, not of the Ministry of Education. And the role of the teachers and parents have changed. And we agree with him, and therefore we're proposing the following approach. Knowledge from the teachers. Motivation should come from the parents, because it is known that without a motivation you cannot achieve good education. We do have the AVP for Android and iOS. We have already registered the patent for smart marks, smart grades in CIS countries and the global PCT system as well. We have pre-sales already. We have spoken to some educational centers, and a particular interest to our product was actually demonstrated by the fast reading schools. Apparently, the books directly compete against the gadgets when it comes to attention economy. Months ago, we attended the finals of the Kivo 2021. We were awarded by a Rybakov fund. Ekaterina Rybakova gave it to us. So here's my contacts who are interested in supporting us and for supporters. And the smart grades, smart people, smart children, smart future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Aslan, for your presentation. Excellent project. Well, actually, those that go Yes, these are very excellent and extraordinary deals. And if you're interested, you can receive everything in our Social Entrepreneurship Corporation. You can come to offices on Baizakova 203 or on our social media portals. All the presentations, all the material that were posted, that were declared today, will be posted on our website. So make sure that you visit our websites and keep track of what's happening. Well, now I would like to introduce our next speaker. That's a very important project, and a project that's important not only for Almaty but also for the whole country, and that implies the recovery of the cultural legacy that we have in our country. Well, you all heard about the Nurlan Smogulov's project, the Museum of Modern Arts that will be located in Almaty city center, and the art specialist Kaliva Mirvet will speak more about this project. Mirvet, the floor is now yours. Hello, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Can you hear me well? Yes. I'm going to show a very brief presentation of about the museum. The Nurlan Smogulov's Almaty Museum of Arts will be the first ever modern arts museum in Central Asia, and it will be located at the intersection of Al-Farabi and Nazarbayev avenues, to the left of the new theater ballet. That will take the area of 1.7 hectares, and actually the land was provided by Almaty city municipality. So here is the visualization of the museum, of our project. The museum was designed by the Architectural Bureau from the UK, Chapman Taylor, who are very known and famous in Kazakhstan. Actually, they've done a number of projects in Kazakhstan, like a shopping mall in Astana. That's what they designed. Mega in Almaty. The idea of the building was that there are two letters, Syriac letters of L, that intersect, or kind of overlap. One part consists of metal that symbolizes the city, and the second part would be made of a stone, of a rock, that would symbolize the mountains, and that way the mountain, the building itself will sort of symbolize our favorite city of Almaty. So when these two Cyrillic L's overlap, then you have this space that we call now an art street, Englishly L's. That will be the new city space, public space, open for all. And we hope that people will come to our museum not only to look at the pieces of art or works of art, not only just to attend workshops and listen to some lectures that will be made available for both adults and children, but for wider, public or for some professionals. But we also hope that the museum will be a friendly public environment where people would come to spend time with their friends and just hang out on top of lecture halls, on sort of the special workshop areas. Our museum will also have a restaurant, a cafeteria, a shop, and there will also be a hall for different small concerts or for small size theatrical performances. Let me show you a short video that will show the museum. Well, as I said, the building is in the shape of two L letters, which intersect and which create this kind of common space, or public space, and also the finishing materials will be stone and will be metal. That's a pretty, traditional choice, because we have a number of buildings of the era of modernism that were made and manufactured of the same materials. There will be a lot of natural light in the museum, and that will invite people to stay longer inside the museum, and that is also probably that is the most perfect conditions that you might have to show and to showcase the modern pieces of art. When it comes to the area itself, there will be some monumental sculpture of international artists. There will be terraces looking at the mountains and looking down to the city. So we can see now the main entry to the building, and this is the viewing gallery, and this is kind of the art space that will be created in front of the museum. So this is us entering through the main hall, main entry. You see a lot of natural light falling down from those see-through ceiling. There will be a temporary exhibitions hall. The height of the ceiling is 12 meters, where the area is 1,000 square meters, and actually we will be able to accommodate any kind of exposition, any kind of show. This is the permanent exhibition show hall, where Nurlan Smogul's collection will be demonstrated, and actually the collection that consists of the modern art of the 20th century. This is the library looking towards the mountains. So the sculpture that will be aligned with the landscape.
Here's some more information about the museum, to be located at the corner of Al-Farabi and Nazarbayev Avenue. Other than the Architectural Bureau of Chapman Taylor, the project also included Lord Cultural Resources. These are famous leaders on museum planning. And engineering was thought through by Bureau Happold from UK. Their tasks included making sure that our museum meets all the museum standards, international standards, so that Kazakhstan can host any exhibitions from all over the world. So this museum can take any, even most fragile exhibits from any museum. The overall area is 10,400 square meters, and of construction is planned for the end of 2023. Here are some aspects of the museum, which is also an important part, namely the library. The mid photo is street art. It will be part of the urban space where you can come without tickets to spend your time there. To the right is one of the restaurant terraces facing the mountains. And here to the right you can see the hall of temporary exhibitions of 1,000 square meters with a height of ceilings up to 12 meters, so we can take very big exhibits and maintain the temperature and humidity regimes. And contemporary art has examples of larger exhibits, and these halls would be very well equipped. As we understand, the museum is not being built for now or the coming 50 years. We must plan for what we think art will be in 100 or even 200 years, and art will move more towards digital. All our halls have the technical capacity to host such technically sophisticated items. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for the opportunity to tell you about our project. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to opening up the museum. Thank you. We're also all looking forward to opening of this museum, and I believe that the neighbors from neighboring countries will also enjoy it, and this project will help Almaty become in the same rank as the cities of the world that are visited for their art. Thank you very much, and wish you success in this project. By the way, social entrepreneurial corporations participating. As you know, land plots have been allocated from the state land plots through such corporations. Thank you very much, Mirward. Our next project is very important for every businessman, for the investors, both local and international. They've been waiting for the project for a long time. The project is called MSB 2.0, and Alexey Zhilenko will briefly tell you about this project. Please, Alexey. Dear participants, good day. My name is Alexey. I come from the project called MSB 2.0, and considering a large number of different topics we're considering at the forum, we very often heard the questions about the development of SMEs, of making infrastructure more convenient, coming up with convenient financial programs. We're discussing that business needs to join in the technological trends, digitalizing, and our project is aiming just at that. We're doing everything to develop business and increase its sustainability through the use of new innovative digital tools, with actualization of data and streamlining optimized processes, thereby increasing loyalty of customers and businessmen of micro, small, and mid-sized businesses to local authorities. The project has several features, we claim. Firstly, a large number of participants, a large number of stakeholders, bringing together businesses, and this project is absolutely and fully supported by the Department of Investment and Entrepreneurship of the City of Almaty, and the colleagues are actively involved in the process. The next point is we give a platform that can include market participants. At this time, our partners include second-tier banks, other commercial organizations that can help businesses by provision of services that business needs. The next peculiarity is the very principle of building an ecosystem of the overall platform. The project is based on 3 pillars. The first one being it's a business portal where business can get actual content and information, accurate information about the city, get services related to financing and non-financial means of support, linked to education, provision of a variety of support forms in infrastructures, through engineering environments, and so on. So, multiple services and functions, and the numbers are growing. We're also including digital tools based on the data that we receive from different sources, aggregate, update with the help of tools, with the involvement of our field associates who come to a businessman and tell him, "Hi, what do you want?" And this is the approach, is not when the business comes and knocks on doors of government institutions, but quite the other way around. Government authorities come to business and say, "Hi, how are you doing? What do you want? What do you need?" And it's done by people who are specifically taught to do so with marketing technologies, increasing businesses' loyalty. And with all of that, we're setting up a powerful platform related to processing of all applications by businesses. The idea is that business through different sources, with the help of different tools, using a mobile app or a website, or by calling our call center, or through this field associate who comes to them and asks them what they need. They may have a need that will be addressed by those who can really help out the business. And an important role here is played by local executive branch and contracting organizations that allocate human resources to solve in a targeted form problems of micro, small, and medium businesses. We've come to this project from management perspective, as it's defined in different management theories and models. It's a cycle where we update information about the business, we integrate a variety of data forms about the same business source from different sources. We ask businesses what they want for development, helping them at the same time, streamlining processes, making the process integrated and seamless for the end user in the form of whether that's a businessman or a shop. And we get analytical data to develop support forms, to develop services. A specific example of that would be through survey of a business. So let's say we identify there are problems with obtaining financial support, let's say due to lack of collateral. We've worked on that with a variety of organizations that provide such services, also with that includes government projects and institutions, and have come up with products that are convenient for the business in that regard. The new opportunities that the project gives, the platform gives, is that it's a different quality of communication with business. We, in fact, did expect a response from the business when you come and ask, how are you doing, what do you need? And the needs varied from removing an old tree, which is a procedurally complicated endeavor, ending with business planning or courses on a specific topic. This is a possibility to develop measures and services considering industry-specific needs, because courses could be different. It's one thing teaching IT specialists, launching a startup, and it's a completely different thing if you want to deal with a trader or owner of a shop next door. For one, it could be warehouses, logistics, and so on, or it could be comprehensive project management or understanding of sophisticated technological processes. We're focused on micro and small, and no one ever understood what so-called micro and small businesses need for development. Today we're starting to understand that and develop corresponding measures, forming a set of services focused specifically on the needs and problems of SMEs. And of course, the data we collect is updated and is packed with geo-services, giving a new quality of decision-making, not only for the local executive branch, but also for other market participants and government institutions. So this is basically it. Let me briefly mention results of the project so far. We've been up and running for 4 to 5 months, and through these numbers you can see we've updated a lot of data on business. We have matched data from different sources with cross-checking and engaged a certain number of external participants, commercial players such as banks and so on, and gave businessmen an actively used tool, and this tool is also used inside, in back office, to work with business, satisfying their needs. This is all from me. Thank you very much. Alexei, thank you very much for a very detailed presentation. I believe the idea is, well, if you have any questions, friends, we will definitely answer your questions. Please ask your questions via social media. And the next project is a private venture fund, Most Ventures Fund. A majority of you must have heard about it, and would like to listen to Hamidov Alim Nadimovich. Please, Alim, you have the floor. Good day, friends. Happy to greet everyone. My name is Alim. Thank you very much for the invitation. The Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, Akimat, all the organizers, Centrus, all of you who organized this platform, I would like to tell you about what's happening with the startups and in the venture ecosystem in Kazakhstan. For a start, to bring you up to the speed, there's a notion of venture as high risk, but the whole world is digitalizing, and business, social sector, and so on. And we do understand that we have to be a locomotive in that train, or we may end up being a third party that is dragging its feet behind. Many may have heard that there are major anchor stories such as Facebook, Airbnb, Reddit, and other startups that launched with great market cap, and everyone had a question, how does that work? And we, as most, have been working for 10 years with the construction of a startup ecosystem, and we want to grow a professional ecosystem that would have a quality funnel of startups, IT, and investors. And on this slide you can see the dynamic in the world. We see how angel rounds are growing. That's when individuals invest their small checks in cool, great new products, and then it's carried by major funds in the next rounds. Just look at these two numbers on the slide and you see that it's a tremendous market that's growing year on year, 288 billion US just in the year 2021, and that's the amount this market has reached so far. And we want to be part of that process and want to see how to evaluate our Kazakh and Central Asian market. We're trying to do studies, and one of such examples is these three key problems we see. First is lack of capitalization for startups, 5,000 to 6,000 startups in Central Asia, and maybe 2,500 to 3,000 in Kazakhstan, and they're all underfinanced and underevaluated, but the projects are out there. Secondly, we have great engineering talents. Post-Soviet education speaks for itself. We have great engineers, mathematicians, and today we have great IT businesses, and they need to be supported. Thirdly is technological capacity of Kazakhstan, including as a future potential digital hub. And we, not as just an incubator, accelerator, and fund. No, international studies show that, and the very fact of arrival of international funds here tells us that this market is becoming interesting for foreign investment. And we're very happy that in Kazakhstan we have a good trend of supporting by the government for the venture ecosystem. And one of the brightest examples is our good partners, Kaztech Ventures, which is a fund of funds where the government sets as its goal through that organization creation of more of institutions, and Kaztech has established two funds, one with Singapore professional fund, Quest Ventures, and an American one, 500, previously known as 500 Startups. These two funds were established, and Quest Ventures, as I know, has already financed 20 startups in Kazakhstan. 500 has invested into 2 startups. Checks vary from $50,000 to $400,000, $450,000, which is very good, and it tells us about great potential. We, as a team, as partners, have decided to make our contribution through the development of the angel direction. We've established a club of angels where everyone's invited, everyone's welcome, everyone interested in ventures. Please join in. We weekly show you projects and show projects where we enter ourselves or our club members enter. It's not just a regular presentation of startups. Thereby you can go into the world of venture and start creating your own small portfolio with an entry check of one project of $10,000, thereby minimizing risk and diversifying your portfolio. Now, let me skip this one. Couple of words about the fund. Most has been around for 10 years, so we're not by chance. We started more like a club of young investors than incubator, and now it's an ecosystem with its own accelerator and with its own fund. Speaking of our expertise, in numbers we invite startups, investors, and corporations for cooperation. We must say actually 13 programs of acceleration, over 200 entrepreneurs in technology went through us, over $4 million were invested. These are not grants, these are private investments in startups with the corporate innovations. We all know of the story of Freedom A. Kaspi. We believe that our startups can help all other corporations through other verticals to digitalize ASAP. So with the corporations that buy startups, pilot them, and so on. And as a fund, we understand that we understand startups very well, and here you can only see a small part of operational. I'm here, Alim, my partner Mirat. There's also Alfred Ni, our partner, who has raised 3 funds in the emerging markets, and together with him, we're looking for that unicorn and institutionalizing this overall market, our geography and our mandate. We sincerely believe in our talents, and that's why on this map visualization shows that Almaty and the whole country of Kazakhstan can, and perhaps already is, a digital hub, a startup hub, and we're looking for these talents, these startups that make technological global products, and we help them scale up. Simply put, buy a ticket to move to America, start building a business there, and we're knowing that they stay here operationally with development, they stay here in the country, so it's a win-win story for everyone.
Well, speaking of the fund itself, it's a $10 million fund for 7 years, was 3 years. We will be, and we have already done for 5 deals in 2023, Kazakhstan for startups, 1 from Uzbekistan, 1 from Kyrgyzstan. We're open for investors. Anyone who is interested in venture capitalism, you're welcome. The investment needs to start from $50,000 up to $500,000. We have a very strong team, analysts, auditors, lawyers. We have a very wide view. We say that we're sector agnostic because we do see that there are some cool startups that are worthy of investing at an early stage and actually helping them become a big success story. So, and in conclusion, this is something that we have in our ecosystem, and we believe that this kind of platform is needed. We have created the Most Hub Almaty. We'll be launching it in December. That is a new creative space for 3 audiences, for technological entrepreneurs, for investors, and for the corporations. We do believe that when they find themselves in one platform, in one fora, when they work side by side, they will receive this energy that is so much needed. Some will find investors, some will go through acceleration, and some will launch a pilot with a corporation. So in December, we will make the announcement, and we'll make sure to invite all of you to the opening of this hub. So here's our contact details. Please reach out to us, please call us, please text us, and I'm sure that only together, jointly, we can develop the venture capital system, and we will eventually see the 500 billion companies rising and emerging in Kazakhstan. Thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you. Thank you, Alim, for your presentation. I'm sure that many businessmen are now even more excited to learn about the project, about its team, Alimat's most featured fast. Now we have the next presentation. As you know, that under the creative economy, creative sector development, the mayor of Almaty has announced the economic structural maneuver, and he spoke about development of creative industries. A whole department was established, in fact, on creative economy of the city of Almaty. And now Almaty remains to be the cornerstone of the creative economy development for the country. Well, we do know that actually creative economy is something that is dear to the heart of the president of the country. So now we have very little time, and I would like to people to speak for no longer than 2 minutes. So we do have the following presentation: We Art, Born Nomad, New School, Old School. So New School, Old School. So please, the floor is yours now. Hello. My name is Kaldagulova Aynur. I'm the head of We Art Creative Center for socially vulnerable youth. Let me tell you the story. Well, here's the story about our story. We've been around since 2018, and despite lockdowns, we continued with our operations. The center was opened as a center to develop and to support the creative talent of vulnerable youth of Almaty. And first and foremost, we were providing technological support to our students. We have professional psychologists, the acting and speaking skills teachers, because we do see that children, they need to develop their soft skills first, because they need social adaptation, they need to learn how to maintain social contact communication, and then only they need the other support. And then only we go and move on to hard skills, and we train them to professions that are so needed in the market: sewing, digital market, mega production, holography, SMM, e-commerce sales, and designers. So we help employ all of our graduates, and also we create jobs, or we create jobs in our social workshop, where each of them have an opportunity to make honest money. At the moment, we produce merchandise for some of the brands, and that helps us survive and sustain our center and help children be useful and make money as well. We have trained more than 600 students, 70% of whom were successfully employed. Let me brief you about our plans. Well, all in all, we do see that these kind of centers are needed, not only in Almaty, but also in the other cities of the country. While speaking of the upcoming future, then the center plans to launch new direction, such as the fabric painter, ceramics professional, felt professional, because that's something that's needed, it seems, that the market shows. And also we would like to train the HoReCa guides and specialists. There is a need, and also tourism guides, but there is a need for internal tourism, and subsequently there will be need for specialists capable of satisfying the need and the hunger for professionals. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak about our creative project, and we will be happy to see you in our center, and we will look forward to your cooperation. Thank you. Hello, good day. I hope you can hear me. My name is Aika Alima. I introduced the Born Nomad project. It's a platform for workmen and actually craftsmanship, and it was a masters of the folk applied art. Our project was launched this year in June. And our proposal was to create and establish this multifunctional platform so that our craftsmen could have a space to showcase their products, to present their stories, their backgrounds, and we're sort of launching an online shop or a marketplace. Since June, we have had a number of events. We had a big contest where we had 350 craftsmen and craftswomen from 16 regions of Kazakhstan. And when it comes to angel supporters, those were Chevron and Exxon. They were not investors, they simply donated some funding for the activity, and it was the US Embassy that also backed us up. So now we would like to draw investors to help the crafts people make their product and sell them with the global delivery. We see that actually this kind of direction is part of creative industry. This is not about being souvenirs or, performing as ethnic village. No, we do believe that actually craftsmen can produce their own product, which may be not something that's sold in souvenir shops or gift shops. They can create a better product of a more applied nature. And the second part of the product will be that they will be able to come up with large products, overlapping with fashion, architects, or interior design, or object designers, and maybe introduce some digital formats along with computer technologies, with the virtual reality, augmented reality, and so on. And now we're teaching our craftsmen do just that. We had 17 webinars with the leading global specialists who taught our participants how the product can be promoted and so on. All of those who went through the program, and actually it was made available to 2,000 professionals. So all of those are now ready to continue manufacturing their product, and now we need to create this marketplace, or at least an online shop where they could sell their products. And for that, we need the investors. Well, our project is unique, for it sees the crafts not as souvenirs, but actually it sees it as an opportunity for collaboration with other creative professionals. And actually it will be a breakthrough product as well, because there's still not an online shop, a single online shop that could sell our craft products internationally. And even in Almaty, we don't have that kind of shop. Another achievement of our project, although the project was only launched this year, another achievement is that we do have been paid attention by U.S. missions in other countries of Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan, for instance, Uzbekistan. So when looking at our project, they ask us to help launch similar projects in their country. So I believe that our economic model is adequate, is designed correctly, and its goal is not to just enhance the economic and social role of craftspeople, but to teach them make money, earn their living, and contribute thereby to creative economy and generation of GDP and creation of jobs and improvement of social situation around women and youth and in rural areas. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for a very interesting project. Yes, we do have now next project.
New Cool Old School, да?
New Cool Old School is called the next project, the next presentation.
Да, можете? Добрый день всем.
Good day. We would like to introduce the project that also has a platform for donuts and interaction for TikTok and reality show that's called New Cool Old School. We have analyzed the trends that exist out there. We looked at TikTok gaining popularity. I mean, there are some difficulties. Actually, with the high popularity, they have a very poor mechanism of monetization. So we do understand that Kazakh artists, due to lockdown, due to lack of concert and no concert actually, they all suffered significant loss of income, and they have to migrate to online, social media, and so on. And for fan base that need content, news, that they need to feel the life happening, they're out there and they're ready to pay for interaction. They're ready to participate for the streams, to buy merchandise, and so on. And we are therefore proposing our product. So our product will help artists and performers make and produce content, interact with the audience, make money with that interaction, and for the fans, that will be a platform where they can, have an immersive experience and interact with the idol or with a celebrity. So this problem is currently addressed via several formats: streaming platforms, donut platforms, crowdfunding, voting, and so on. However, we have organized everything in one place, and it helps to monetize the interaction and also distributes the income among the project participants. We do have two streams of income from the fans that are ready to pay for interaction, and the B2C or B2B, and those are advertisers. And of course, all the revenue can be distributed among the project participants and cover therefore the expenses related to content production. The clients and the fans can have several types of interaction. Some of them are payment-based, some of them are free of charge, and the list will extend, and therefore the revenue flows will increase. So we have already agreed with the largest TikTok house of Kazakhstan, the Cool House Kazakhs. 5 celebrities of Kazakhstan have confirmed their readiness to collaborate with us. We already announced made some announcement, and we're getting ready for production of 5 pilot series episodes. So the work is ongoing, and as a result, we were trying to test some of the hypotheses. First of all is, taking people from online to the website, checking the monetization volumes, how much people are ready to pay, and also we're going to test the ways to attract investors, advertisers for this project. So we hope to integrate with the Eastern Oriental markets, or synchronization of transfers will be introduced as well. That will be a model that could be scaled up to the region as well, and we invite the investors to have a look at this. Thank you very much, Nur. Yeah. Hello. OKU, isn't it? My name is Dinash. I'm the co-founder of OKU project. It's a multilateral, multifunctional educational platform for students and teachers. We do have a problem that the teachers are not able to raise their and professionalism level, especially in IT. They spend a lot of time on bureaucracy and bureaucratic shit. And actually, there's an understanding that one standard is there, one state standard of education, and there are 13 million students, and actually they do not match their needs. So what can be done to that? And we have established a platform that helps teachers save up to 20 hours a week due to full automation of all the processes, such as checking the homework and drafting the list of homework. So there is a book there is a virtual teacher and individual adaptive learning. We do have an inbuilt ID. You do not have to install the software. All you have to have is access to internet, and there is a virtual teacher that verifies and checks the homework, irrespective of creativity level, and does it instead of a teacher for every school child. And actually that saves time for a teacher. This helped us host different programming contests, and we hope that there will be a Republican contest on IT until this year. And actually next year we hope to move to international level. We've been around for quite a while. We've been, there's lots of publicity about us, and we also, all of us worked with some international large IT companies, and we decided to go back to Kazakhstan to develop IT education sector. So please join us and help us develop it in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much for your presentation. This is a great and excellent project. Well, now I'd like to introduce the last two projects. Marketing laboratory. I think that's something very exciting. I'm Melisovna Kazabayeva, PhD, docent of School of Management. Okay, the head of the Neuromarketing Laboratory. Hello, my name is Ayman. I'm the dean of School of Management, and I'm the chief of this laboratory. Well, I would like to start with the neuromarketing, the definition, the word. It's a new direction of marketing that brings together methods and ideas of economy, neurobiology, psychology for the purposes of marketing. This slide shows photos of our laboratory that was established with the support of the Magnum Cash and Carry company. We use the following types of equipment: technology of mobile tracking of eyes, mobile glasses 2, face reading technology that helps us study the emotions of our consumers, and GSR. The laboratory is applied in two directions. First of all, it is used heavily in education. We also do some consulting for businesses. We have diploma theses when necessary, and also we do scientific research. This slide shows our international partners and the results of our research. We presented to the Russian Federation High School of Economics, North Cap University in India, and Beijing University of China. The applied projects, which were designed and done by our students or alumni, or those who graduated from the marketing programs, study program, and marketologists, they did these studies for businesses. We did one for Magnum Cash and Carry, Air Astana, Samsung, and at the moment we're implementing a survey for Technodome company, Alimp, and KFC companies, 3 companies. Well, actually, what is eye tracking? This is the technology of eye tracking that helps us track the eye movement of a consumer. So it's a special technology using which we can receive the heat maps of our consumers and track where the consumer looks the first. So this video that shows you the process collection, the information collection process. So actually, eye tracker has 4 internal cameras and 1 external camera. The external camera is necessary to record the external environment, and internal one is actually tracks the movement of the eye apple. So, and as a researcher, can see everything with the eye of a consumer, of a buyer. So speaking of the difference between the traditional marketing research and neuromarketing, then the difference is when you have the traditional survey is when you ask a question to the respondent and he gives you thought-through answer, whereas neuromarketing research analyzes physiological response of the human body. That's not something that a human brain can control. That is why we are dealing with subconscious information here. So these are the examples. It is an example of a heat map. And actually, it helps you detect that 1+1 stickers grab the attention of respondent, and as a result, the good itself is being ignored. The same one, the next technology is a face reading technology that helps us track the emotional response of a respondent. First of all, it identifies the emotion, and second of all, it helps the engagement or kind of the manifestation of the emotion. We did this study, and we analyzed the graduate when looking at her graduation evening. ST Production Studio presents. Well, this video shows quite a positive response from her. Her main emotion was sadness because she's an alumni, she's a graduate, and actually it is her saying goodbye to the university. But when she looked at her group mates or teachers or the logo of Almaty Management University, she felt happy, and that's what this kind of tracker showed. So thereby we can analyze different videos and assess our consumers' emotional attitude to the content being consumed. Our follow-up development, future development, will be the following. We will be procuring some equipment that will help us assess the skin galvanic response of our respondent. That will be a small lie detector. This we are not actually doing with marketing. We have neuropedagogy. We're introducing a neuro management. The very first textbook has been issued in Kazakhstan that helps us apply neuromarketing conclusions and then let our students use real-life examples when studying in the laboratory. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting report. I'd like to make an announcement now. We have a very interesting initiative. Centra's group of companies launched a very important initiative, Centra Smart City Award, which has selected 3 best projects. And to tell us about that, I invite Ildar Brazakov. Thank you very much, Oskar. Today, we wanted to officially announce the results of the contest for Best Smart City Projects for the city of Almaty, which was launched in the middle of this year. My colleague is bringing in now. You know, the city sets as one of the priorities being smart. And we understand to be smart, we need more interesting projects, we need more interesting teams that could implement it. So we set the goal that Centra's group, as the initiator of this project, would engage wider range of circles and teams that can come with better smart city products for the city. We've identified 4 main categories for when we say smart city. That's very wide, and we had a discussion and have come up with 4 nominations for projects. So in 4 categories for smart city projects, we decided to find the best teams that work in categories: computer vision, best teams that work with IoT, Internet of Things. We looked for best teams that provide best integration solutions for a variety of opportunities in the area of smart and smart solutions. And of course, we looked for new analytical solutions, new analytical approaches. As you know, it's machine learning, AI, and most importantly, these are the matters of algorithms. What kind of algorithms, what kind of approaches, what are the rules introduced for the implementation of the best solutions for smart to be really smart and intelligent. So we're happy to announce today the results of our contest, and the chairman of the selection committee, Big Sultan Anwarov, is the one to read out the results of the contest. Anwar? First place goes, let's start with the end. Third place goes to the team IT Smart Solutions. Guys have come up with a device that purifies air, measures its temperature through camera and other sensors. Third place with a grant of 1 million tenge goes to IT Smart Solutions. Congratulations. Second place with a grant of 3 million tenge goes to a team H3. Guys have come up with a system that identifies parts of the city that need schools. Congratulations. And first place goes with a grant of 5 million tenge to a team called Altech Lab. Guys have come up with a system that analyzes video stream in order to automate our... Congratulations. Please, finalists, if you could come up and briefly tell us about your projects. Once again, congratulations. Thank you very much. We're very happy to participate and would love to tell you about our project. My name is Yara. I'm a CEO and co-founder of IT Smart Solutions, and our startup is Smart Ionizer. We are the team with over 10 years of business and best IT experts in development of software. We're residents of and graduates of Astana Hub and have come up with our solution of a smart recirculator with a mission from the past to innovation. Here we schematically show how we as an ambitious team have developed our solution in 2 months. We were working as Steve Jobs with his team worked in the garage, and we did that. We did smoldering, we were coding. SRC is a multifunctional equipment with autonomous management for air purification, monitoring of smoke system of audio warning, a basic system of bias system. It's our development. The goal of the project is ensuring safety and health of our population. Our task of this is disinfection of premises through remote access. Our software provides opportunity to control safety and air purification remotely, and automation of response for emergency situations. Through this QR code, you can see interface of our software that's already been integrated in the servers of the Nur-Sultan city Akimat, and we have tested it out successfully in the capital, in the warm environment of the city of Nur-Sultan, and the special school number 2 classroom. We received the patent for a useful model, received the patent for know-how in Canada, and we're now planning to scale it up in North America. Our business models are in B2G segment and in servicing. Our roadmap is for the city of Nur-Sultan. We're already working with Akimat of the city of Nur-Sultan and would be happy to work with the city of Almaty and try it out next year in the city of Almaty. International experience. Implementation of these measures will help us not only improve the living conditions of our population, but will also reduce the rate of development of pathogens. Thank you very much, and we're happy to work with you. Hello everyone, I'm the representative of H3 team. Let me show us our presentation. My name is Roland. Our team is working on G-Analytics. That's the main option for analysis. And for the smart city, we'd like to demonstrate to you a solution that analyzes places where schools are not sufficient and where new schools need to be built. We've used schools as an example, but we can also use kindergartens and outpatient hospitals. This is our team. Our main thesis is school always should be next to home. We've analyzed the studies and have come to a number that a school on average has to be in 15 minutes of walking time from one's home. We use the technology where we identified isochrones. So geoanalysis, we looked at the area covered by each school within a 15-minute walking distance, and identified these polygons through that. These polygons were then layered with data of world population. This is a very accurate information on the number of residents with demographic breakdown in an area of 100 by 100. Based on that, through these hexagons, we we can come up with this analytics. This is an example. This is a school here that is for 1,000 students, and in 15 minutes walking area around this school, there are 1,700 people of school age. So 700 people, 700 students, children are in surplus. I think I got kicked out, didn't I? And good day. My name is... Can you hear me? It's just a second. I'm a founder of a startup called iTech Lab. We're working on facial recognition. We solve the problems with people wearing eyeglasses and masks. Also working with over a billion faces, with a large number of cameras. We decided to come up with a solution. First of all, we developed the product that in a billion faces looks in seconds on regular processors without video cards. This is an advantage for our potential customers. There is no need to buy expensive equipment. Then we taught neural networks to identify faces and tried that at the entrances into buildings. First thing we've organized is we've integrated with Usher. Now our people enter the building without having to scan QRs, without taking their masks off, by simply looking into the camera. Then when we were exhibiting at an exhibition, we let everyone find themselves through open sources, and we showed also a case when we took from Comcore persons who are being searched and wanted, and showed how they can be looked for. As a result of this search, we can also see that our technology identifies faces of people, also, and it blurs out people who are in the far. So the quality was not very great. Our advantage is also in the fact we did the competition analysis, and we have partners in Kazakhstan, and we're currently delivering through our partners our product to companies. We're currently negotiating with some international companies, including a Canadian company. Hello? Guys, thank you very much for your presentations, for your really cool projects. I can only wish you further success. Distinguished friends, we're slightly ahead of the schedule, and I'd like to remind you that at 1600 hours we'll have the main function, which is a TV bridge with mayors of major cities of the world, near and far. So please join in 5 minutes time. We'll also have the video, promo video for Almaty Investment Forum. We will now have a short brief, but please do not miss it. We're looking forward to see you at 15:55 Nur-Sultan time. Thank you.
leader by the most important economic indicator, social economic indicator. In 30 years of independence, the economy of the megapolis has increased 100 times, but the volumes of the capital, the city is leading. The area of the city has doubled in 10 years. The process of urbanization is not limited by the physical boundaries of the metropolis. Closely integrated with the suburb, the big Almaty agglomeration is being formed. The driver of the city's economy is small and medium-sized businesses covering over 50% of the market. One of the dominant segments of the economy is services, covering 40% of the market. Retail e-commerce is developing rapidly. The volume of industrial production exceeded 1 trillion tenge. Large-scale investment projects are being developed in the industrial zone of Almaty and the special economic zone Park of Innovative Technologies. Particular attention is being paid to improving the ecology of the city. The share of electric public transport is increasing. Gasification of the Almaty thermal power plant is being carried out. The city's strategy 2050 pays special attention to the sectors of new economy. A structural maneuver of the economic development of Almaty is being carried out. We aspire to become the center of a new Silk Road. Almaty was one of the largest tourist attractions centers in Kazakhstan. The volume of investment in tourism this year alone has almost doubled. The flow of tourists amounted to more than 500,000 people. In the city, the associated infrastructure is being created. Mountain cluster is being developed. The service is being improved. Capacity of the airport is increasing. Number of direct flights increased. Today, Almaty has direct flights to 17 countries by 21 international routes. A direct flight to Doha has already been launched. Flights to Milan and New York are planned to be launched as well. The city has great transportation transit potential, providing investors with access to the largest sales market in the country and to the neighboring countries. Due to the expected growth in passenger and cargo turnover, the project for reconstruction of the international transport corridor Western Europe, Western China is being actively implemented. The international terminal of Almaty Airport is being expanded to become a major transportation hub of regional importance. This will allow us to become the most important link in the transport and logistics chains of goods turnover from Asia to Europe and back. Almaty is committed to creating conditions for the transformation of the economy through the use of digital technologies and development of creative industries. There are already more than 17,000 companies working in the creative sector today. To develop creative cluster, support is given to entrepreneurs. Grants and soft loans are provided. A number of infrastructure projects are being launched. Alata Creative Hub. The Creative Quarter 2 will be launched to implement creative initiatives, and construction of the Museum of Contemporary Art has begun. There are plans to train the young generation in creative disciplines at the branch of the British University de Montfort. Almaty is the undisputed leader in information and communication technologies in Central Asia. Over 40% of all IT companies in the country are based in the city. Large-scale digital initiatives are being implemented. The city introduced its own innovative urban solutions such as Smart City Ecosystem, Digital Twin of Almaty, Economic Portrait of the City. Pilots have been launched with 5G operators. We have fully switched to a service model for the purchase of digital services. All these gives the prerequisite for the development of Almaty as an international center of tourism, logistics and digital hub of the new Silk Road. The city's competitive advantage is its human capital. More than 11% of the economically active population lives here in the largest labor market of the country. In 2020, more than 75,000 new jobs were created in the city. Initiatives such as creation of new educational centers, innovative schools, and branches of major international universities are being implemented. Almaty can be rightly called a center of town creation and development. We have set ourselves an ambitious goal of becoming a global city and entering top 100 megacities in terms of livability and economic opportunities. Almaty is ready to become an agglomeration of 5 million people. We invite you to implement projects with us. Well, good day, everybody. I'm happy to welcome you at Almaty Invest Forum 2021, the main event that everyone looked forward to. Actually, this is the television bridge or teleconference bridge. Now, the representatives of the New Silk Road will discuss the key aspects of collaboration for each of the countries. Now, I'd like to give a floor to the moderator, Eldar Abdurazakov. Thank you, Oskar. Well, today we have come to the most interesting part of our forum. I think that's a good tradition that we have to get together. The tradition that was set forth by Almaty mayor to get together here with the mayors of other cities and to discuss this ambitious goal of making it to the best cities or mega cities. Well, it's ambitious. So we do have a very interesting panel discussion. We are happy to welcome the mayor of our city of Almaty, Mrs. Agitaev Bakhajan. We also have in the studio the mayor of Bishkek, Aybek Junushaliyev. As far as I know, the guest from Shenzhen is being connected now, that the deputy head of the Development and Reforms Committee, Jane Soo-Tsing. Also, we do have the vice mayor of Kazan, Evgenia Lodvigova. Greetings. And also, we have representatives of the Transport Committee of St. Petersburg City's government, Mr. Kirill Polyakov. And with us, we have the Vice Hakim of Samarkand City, Erkinjon Rajabov. And any minute now, we expect the representative of Istanbul, Mehmet Alkan to join us. Well, we're happy to welcome you at the platform of Almaty Investment Forum. And today, we will have things to share. We do have certain experience that we can, learn from each other. We can look at the latest challenges that all of our cities are facing. And I think what brings us together is not the challenges, but also opportunity for growth and development and cooperation between our cities. So with that, I wish all of us a very productive interaction, and let's try to find some ways to develop the cities, to address some of the problems that the cities have. So welcome to our studio. Thank you for joining us. Well, first, I would like to give the floor to the mayor of the city of Almaty. Well, for the first time ever, Bakhtan Abdirovich, well, this morning you brought the intrigue, certain intrigue, the whole city. Noticed that the mayor wasn't there. How come? The mayor was supposed to be there to open the event. I mean, traditionally. So it was pretty alarming for most of the people because knowing you as a prime minister actually never had any day off. But somehow today you've been reported sick, and we are very happy that you found this opportunity and strength to be with us during this bridge. So we're very happy to see you. Please get better. I hope everything will be fine for you. So now let's give the floor to you. Thank you, Eldar. Yeah. I'm a human being too, so I'm made of bones and flesh. So, just happened so that my sore throat just, happened to me very unexpectedly, and it's been a few days that I had this situation, but thankfully and thanks to the doctors, they promised to bring me back, to bring me back to force by Thursday. So, unfortunately, they didn't happen before lunch, but for the afternoon session with the mayors, I am here with you. Thank you for your concerns. I did really look at the social media, and I saw that people were discussing it and wishing me, first recovery. Well, thanks to the God support and actually help and intervention of the medics, I don't think I am leaving you anytime soon. I'll be back in good shape. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to this already traditional event. and this kind of mayor's panel session that we're hosting for the second time. Some of the colleagues, I think, attending for the second time. So, Eldar, with your permission, I would like to welcome our guests. Well, I would like to welcome the mayor, Mr. Junshalev of Bishkek. Congratulations, and speaking Kyrgyz. Nihao Tsinzinde, Senching. We have Ludviga Evgenia from Kazan, but my friend Elsor last time very actively participated in the event. But since you represent the Tatar Republic, I also have a greeting to you in Tatar. This year, we have Samarkand. Last time, Tashkent attended our event. Assalamu alaikum, Urmat Jun speaks Uzbek. And we do have very close relationship with St. Petersburg, Mr. Miryakov, the mayor of St. Petersburg City. So our committees, our departments, I know they're in close touch with each other. And we do have Mr. Polikov. Good day and hello, welcome, hello. And if not connected, but I believe that at any moment now we will have Istanbul. And if that happens, then greetings in Turkish language. Well, dear friends, it's been a good tradition to get together in this kind of format at this platform of Almaty Invest Forum, and we, the mayors of these cities, are trying to bring about the change, to bring the best standards, to bring the best practices, and I hope that our dialogue grows more and more productive. Today, in Almaty Invest Forum, we have discussed the challenges and trends of development for the three forms of a city development: metro city, polis city, and mega city. Well, there are lots of, and there's a variety of problems, but of course there are opportunities as well, and that is exactly why we bring on board international experts to learn more about the situation. Well, Eldar actually mentioned that when we presented the strategy at the end of 2019, and we, described everything, the key objective set there was to try to make it to top 100 livable cities of the world. And for us to become that kind of cities, some things need to be done. And of course, you can't do that alone. No one can do that alone without socializing or networking or learning from your friends and move forward along this path. So it is not something that we can do single-handedly. Therefore, for 2 years, well, as you know, the coronavirus has interfered and has interrupted our processes and delayed, but we seem to have adapted now and are able to speak about the metro city, polycentric city, and mega city, and actually about the overall agglomeration of a big Almaty. We can speak about those things now. So when we speak about the mega city development, we speak about the attractiveness of the city for talents and for investment. What's interesting that actually cumulative attractiveness of the region plays more important role than individual attractiveness of the city. We do understand that we need to engage and even entice maybe our the residents in our cities and our neighboring cities to attract them and to become the point of gravitation for all the young talent, and to make sure that all the capital investments are paid back. A certain amount of work has been done, and what's the most interesting is that when you understand, that there are problems, but then there are challenges, and in fact COVID taught us a lot, really. Through COVID and via COVID, we began collaborating with our colleagues more closely. under these circumstances that we found ourselves last year, all the bureaucratic impediments, all the bureaucratic hurdles that needed to be aligned, all these, excessive redundant structures have actually lost their significance, and we just picked up the phone and spoke to each other. For instance, we collaborated closely with the colleagues from Moscow Mayor's Office, Moscow Municipality. All last seasons we consulted, we exchanged practices. They came here, they trained us, they taught us some things. We went there, and we also had sort of a study tour. And there are lots of new initiatives that we could borrow from them, and we did borrow from them. St. Petersburg, we began collaboration pretty soon at the education, in the sector of education, innovations. So whenever there is a problem, we do understand that it is exactly the moment when it's a challenge that can be overcome only when you have partners, when you have people to back you up. So when it comes to this Moscow exchange, then using and taking availability of this existing relationship, and thanks to COVID, every cloud has a silver lining, as they say. So we have agreed that we invite innovative companies solve and tackle the issues that we as a municipality have in Almaty. So it is done in a manual way, sort of, that we, however, when they come to the market of Almaty, we give them instructions, we give them certain challenge, certain objectives, we give them, we ask them to do some problem solving for us. So we had that procedure, and our team will go to Moscow in December. And that's simply excellent. Last year, actually, we reached out to the mayor's office of Shenzhen, given that the city is highly technological, and we do need to study and learn the potential interaction of these kind of companies. Well, since they have these big companies such as Tencent and others who are based in Shenzhen, then clearly the mayor's office have a lot of interesting things happening. So we reached out to them, and they heard our request, they responded, they supported. And in the nearest future, in mid-December, Almaty and Shenzhen will sign an agreement. And that is wonderful, and eventually it will lead to a situation where we will conduct our friendly relationship, not only within the framework of forums like today, but since we are located along a Great Silk Road, and there is this Chinese program, the Belt and Road Initiative, that connects Western China to Western Europe. So
One Belt, One Road.
Yeah, One Belt, One Road. So I believe that there will be more opportunities for us to collaborate, especially given our Nurlazhol program, national program. And then we can start speaking about, growing closer, like growing business-to-business contacts, or having some trade or investment fairs, trade fairs, investment fairs between the cities. So now the innovation fairs, I believe, can be conducted online as well, and at least some part of it could be done that, and work on all this potential collaboration. Well, speaking of talent and talent attraction and retention, then of course if we speak about technological collaboration, then clearly talent should be supported. They're there, but we need to create this conducive environment, and speaking of such environment, we need to use for it the best practice of nurturing a talent.
And of course, we're working with 200 high school students of the city, and this year working with students who have come to understand that perhaps it's best to work with university students rather than high school students, as they're more prepared. And in the framework of such an initiative, we can arrange an exchange with our students, talented students, not just any student. And this program already exists, and we would exchange talented students in the academic environment. There's an Ivy League in US, and we can come up with a Silk League of the talented students, and we could start working. And you know, this year we've opened, despite the COVID situation, a branch in Central Asia, a single one of De Montfort University of Leicester, UK. They've enrolled their first students this year. The Minister of Education had flown from UK, and that's great. When the cities such as Almaty believe in this, are believed in, and we can invite others, and naturally we could be friends when when you had enough looking at when you're done doing sightseeing, you can go to a restaurant, how to try local delicacies. And along the Great Silk Road, there are many countries where you can taste very delicious food. We can have exchange with the national cuisine, especially in Tatarstan. And Tatars are great in making belash and khuymak. I think everyone would like that. I think these kinds of exchanges among us is very important. Plus, for all of this to come true, perhaps we need to have understanding also of transport component developing among our cities. Before the pandemic in 2019, there were many meetings with many of our colleagues from the cities, including people from Uzbekistan, from the Russian Federation, from China, and a lot was said that if the business is to feel that the first leaders of the cities, mayors, talk to each other, that they know each other and that they are friends, it will be easier for them to work. For they see, it's just our culture is different in that sense. So I call upon this kind of work. So let's support this new initiative so that we don't stand in one place, but would rather move forward. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bakhchan Abdirovich. I believe that we're all very happy that you joined in and have laid forth these initiatives at the Almaty Investment Forum. And we are all, as citizens, as residents of the city, are very closely interested in developing relations with our neighboring cities. And I think I should speak to Albekjan Spekovich, our closest neighbor, mayor of the city of Bishkek. We have a lot of initiatives. And I would like to go back to the initiatives. Perhaps we're all concerned, especially starting last week, with the development of a new strain of virus and its fast spread. We're all in a global situation when at any time we unexpectedly new events may close our contacts and limit our relations. So we'd like to very much learn about the experience with the pandemic last year and this year, how it's affecting daily lives of our citizens. If you could please share your experience and your lessons when it comes to the pandemic, how you see the past events, and how you look forward on their development. Albekjan Spekovich, please, you have the floor. Hello, distinguished participants. Hello, Bakhchan Abdirovich. I would like to continue with the words of Bakhchan Abdirovich and speak of the same position that any cloud has silver lining. Yes, due to the pandemic, we perhaps limited our travel, borders were partially closed, but we actively participated in a variety of online platforms when we had a chance to talk more frequently, have an exchange and share our plans. And in that regard, at the time of the pandemic, there were a lot of online conferences and online meetings, and I believe that today all these things that have been learned have to take a new level. We have to start meeting physically, and I believe this kind of initiative of the Great Silk Way will really let us travel through the cities, see the development of the cities, learn from their experiences, different innovations in the cities. And the question of the pandemic, of course, it did really have an impact on economic development of cities, because lockdowns and restrictions, limitations did really have an impact on development of small and medium enterprises. And we in the city of Bishkek are also in need of investment. We're ready and open to attract investment and then traveling to every city through participation in these platforms. We're ready to create favorable conditions to attract investment for the development of the city's economy, the country's economy. The city of Bishkek today is a main locomotive of the Kyrgyz Republic in its economic development, its cultural development, and of course we're focused on developing connections among the cities of the Silk Road to exchange our experiences for further development. Thank you very much, Aybejan Shpekovich. Perhaps the expansion of the Silk Road, we do understand that there's a beginning starting from China, and at some point it made to Istanbul, and today we have representatives of Istanbul. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Jem. Let him speak. Mr. Jem, if you could share with us your lessons as to how the pandemic affected your work. How do you see the development prospects, and what are the lessons that we must use in the new normal, the new paradigms of interaction? Please. Mr. Sagintayev, distinguished mayors, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good day. In accordance with the agenda of the forum, on behalf of the city committee of the party, let me speak of the initiative One Road, One Belt, and about the plan of action in our city. First of all, information about joint construction with Shenzhen, the initiative of One Belt, One Road. In the past 8 years, the city of Shenzhen has been gradually implementing the strategic plan of the Secretary General Xi Jinping and the central government, and is working on promotion of joint development of One Belt, One Road through deep integration and construction of 2 zones, and focusing on advantages of Shenzhen, and is continue deepening interaction and exchange with Central Asia, Kazakhstan, and other countries along the Silk Road in the area of communication, facilities of infrastructure, unrestricted trade and cooperation in financial relations and international relations. Besides, currently the city has more favorable political climate. The construction of 2 zones gives Shenzhen opportunity to participate in full in One Belt, One Road strategy, serving the national strategy and expanding the opening up internationally. International Arbitration Court of Shenzhen was for the first time added to the universal platform of the mechanism for regulation of international commercial disputes. And we are also developing very quickly infrastructure facilities, and they are being integrated. The city has formed port chain of the maritime Silk Road of the 21st century, and international routes of container liners of the Shenzhen port covers over 300 ports in more than 100 countries, including Almaty, Kazakhstan. And currently the overall trade exceeds $550 million US. And thirdly, we're developing a variety of unstopped trade. We're currently on a continuous base invite countries and cities along the Silk Road to participate in the series of national level exhibitions such as Fair of High Technology, Fair of Industry of Culture, Financial Exhibition, and Chinese International Maritime Exhibition. And companies are having more frequent trade, and the Djibouti Free Trade Zone and the industrial park of the Port Hambantota allows to develop enterprises in the city to grow faster and increase efficiency in their operations. Currently, our city has exchange and cooperation with countries and regions along the Silk Road in the area of advanced production, green energy, mineral resources, and industrial parks, as well as railway transit. Also, we have a more convenient capital availability, funding. The city is actively working on investment funds in yuans and International Development Bank for the working with the ocean, and also strengthening its capital bank to service the One Belt, One Road initiative, and is assisting banks politically in active support of One Belt, One Road. Also, we have connections among peoples growing stronger with active exchange of experience with Shenzhen in prevention and control of the coronavirus infection with countries and regions along the Silk Road. There's also assistance with materials for the prevention of the pandemic. Also, many companies and enterprises were mobilized to provide assistance to cities internationally with anti-pandemic materials. Also, we are implementing a series of projects. We're assisting countries along the Mekong River with the launch of a Mekong project to provide Cambodia and Myanmar with equipment for clean solar energy. You know that Kazakhstan is the motherland of the initiative of One Road, One Belt. Almaty is a very important hub on the Great Silk Road from ancient China to Central Asia. Shenzhen and Almaty have wide opportunities in the area of communications and infrastructure objects for unlimited trade, financing, and connections among peoples in the area of smart cities, 5G communication, green energy, and development of tourism. For us, there are several tasks ahead of us. First of all, accelerating mutual connection and mutual connection of infrastructure with active support of construction of international air hub in the Shenzhen airport, and to build a third landing strip for the Shenzhen airport, and to ensure flawless functioning of a major railway cargo channel of the China-Europe Express. Also, further deepening of unrestricted trade is also a priority. The two cities of Shenzhen and Almaty, with the overall population of almost 20 million population, have great potential for cooperation for impacts trade and transboundary e-commerce. We must rely on air and railway channels to deepen unlimited trade and support of mutual imports of local high-quality goods, and to improve and simplify procedures for trade. Thirdly, continuously expand new directions for cooperation and fully use advantages of the Shenzhen city in technological innovations, communication, digital economy, logistics, and other areas. And finally, we sincerely hope that our cities will, as previously, would strengthen the principle of joint consultations, joint development, joint use, and continuously move to high-quality development of one belt, one road, and to make their major contribution in building the community of shared fate of humanity. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you very much. As a representative of business, so we can only welcome that. We as business are very much interested in expanding these opportunities, business opportunities, and perhaps in improving the trade relations and investment opportunities that are created for the two cities. We can only welcome such initiatives. Thank you very much. I would like to now address the representative of the city of Kazan, Evgenia Anatolievna, and say that Kazan is also a brotherly city for us, a very progressive, fast developing, very dynamic city, even one of the leaders in development among Russian cities. Evgenia Anatolievna, so the first question to you would be, how is Kazan surviving the pandemic, as that's one of the most interesting cities for tourism, for people visiting Russia, your region? How are you going through the pandemic? What kind of lessons are you extracting from this situation? Good day, everyone. Greetings from Kazan. Distinguished Bakhtian Abdirovich. Hello from Raisovich. Using the opportunity, he asked to excuse himself for not being able to participate personally, but he always feels the reliable support of the brotherly people, and he is always happy to come and visit you, as well as any other cities that are present today. And perhaps it is quite symbolic that practically all cities are sister cities for the city of Kazan, and perhaps we are related not only through the Silk Road of which we talk today, but perhaps we're also related first of all by the fact that all these cities are developing very fast and very dynamically. And going back to your question, distinguished Ildar, we have also faced, just like everybody else, the coronavirus pandemic. And it's very important. I agree absolutely with Akim that it's very important that we have communicated a lot in the period when it all started. Speaking of Kazan, we have very strong international relations with many cities. And of course, this online communication is really worth a lot, because on the one hand, we could not physically travel to talk to each other personally, but when in a platform we have distinguished mayors who are sitting at a virtual round table sharing their practices at the time of the pandemic, of course we can really quickly learn from other cities.
Well, clearly we do know that everyone who faced this for the first time, and we all faced it for the first time, it was quite a serious challenge. And what's interesting is that the strongest leaders of the even stronger the leader cities may face it kind of difficulties, and that's, I mean, there's no rule for that. And the mayors are here, and these are strong and influential leaders who are working for the people of their countries and who take certain decisions that are not going to be written about in any books. So therefore, these kind of communications are very, very valuable. Well, when it comes to tourism, of course, it has suffered significantly. It took a blow, really, after the pandemic. Our city was no exception. In 2019, we have registered 3.5 million tourists and visitors and guests. That's quite a number for us. But during the pandemic, we had a very serious decline. It like plummeted down to 1 million tourists, and it was very hard, very difficult to survive. Restaurants, tourism as a whole, they all took a blow. All small-sized hotels, however, managed to maintain and preserve the large ones, the big ones, and thanks to the impetus to the overall tourism development that was also supported by Russian Federation. I mean the Russian Federation's State Tourism Committee. So thanks to all that, we more or less maintained a stable level. So the tourism is nearly back to the condition of pre-pandemic. So pre-pandemic, I agree that on top of doing lots of things internally for tourism, it is absolutely crucial and important that the international commuting, international flights between the cities and other countries, they were maintained. And actually, yes, we used to have regular flights with Kazakhstan, there are fewer of them. We never had any direct flights with China, but actually Kazan is now building a new route. It's called Moscow-Kazan. It will launch in 2021. And today, the Russian Federation Minister of Construction said that this route will be extended to the border with Mongolia and then further to China. So this way or another, we will be connected at least via the motor roads. And actually, that's very important for development of our cities, and development of tourism, development of the economy of our cities. And for us, as for a city, as the main city in tourism, we're always very happy to see all of you, to exchange best practices with you, and we're ready to welcome you anytime. Thank you. Thank you, Evgenia Anatolievna. Well, the challenges that emerged together with the pandemic were not purely of pandemic nature. I understand the mega cities are facing them hard. The global disasters, the global warming, climate change, it is all affecting all of us. So, Kirill Valentinovich, I would like to address you now. We're very happy that you were able to make it today and that you found time. And I'm happy that, I'm really happy to see you. So, could you share your lessons learned in development of mega cities? Well, globalization went beyond the rules of the yesterday, and the climate is changing. The global warming are all affecting the cities, and of course we want our mega cities to be ready, to be prepared. Not, to respond or to react, but we want them to be a little bit more predictive, like we say in business, right? So could you please tell us how you went through the pandemic? How the city of Neva faced the pandemic, what's the situation like now, and where are you steering your development? Thank you, Mrs. Agentaev, colleagues, friends. Well, before answering your question, I would like to send the regards of the governor of St. Petersburg, Mr. Bedlov. He highly appreciates the collaboration with the mayors of the Silk Road cities, and we're very happy to have contacts like the ones today, which help us interact with each other. When it comes to the pandemic, it did definitely affect us and influence us, and affected the city life. The infection rates are pretty high, and due to emergence of a new strain, we will be introducing tougher measures of control of the visiting, entering tourists, and we will be introducing tougher controls and testing at the Pulkovo airport. And the system of healthcare, of course, is under a lot of pressure, but it seems to be coping. As for the transportation sector, mobility sector, that of course has suffered as well. I mean, has been influenced by the pandemic. People have now moved and shifted to online, and the passenger flows have not recovered and did not go back to pre-pandemic levels. 85% of transportation that we had back in 2019 by public transportation system and via and through Pulkovo airport, which is our main transportation hub, that hit the level of 20 million people. So this year, this flow have decreased by 10%. However, we continue growing and developing and evolving. We do understand that the pandemic will end one day, and actually the development of city transportation, or public transportation in the city and in the west of the country that had the largest dry port and dry cargo port and the airport and the border control points, and we will be on top of that developing the network of motor roads, and agglomeration is completing the construction of this transcontinental road, the Western China, Western Europe, along which the high-speed motorway was built from Moscow, St. Petersburg. Also, we have another road that's being built to Scandinavian countries with Finland, and eventually the unpiloted, driverless trucks will be able to use these roads to deliver cargo, and that will be a breakthrough at the technological service, the technological arena. So the digital transformation of the sector and expedited introduction of new technologies is one of the objectives of transport strategy of Russian Federation until 2035. We have particular attention is paid to St. Petersburg, being the city that is located at the crossroad of large cargo flows, whether that's for north and south, east and west, I mean Western China, Western Europe, also the northern marine way, and the capital of that sea transportation, sea cargo flows is St. Petersburg. Of course, we've been, heavily investing in all of these opportunities and been supporting all of the transport opportunities. The concept of railway sector development is has been approved, and as a result of these developments, the railway put through capacity will be increased, including to those that are built, to the ports that are built in Baltic Sea and Finnish Gulf. So also to add to that, we have approved the development of Pulkovo Airport terminal. Although the passenger flow have decreased, like I said, in 11 months we brought about 15 million people. We transported about 15 million people, but that's smaller than usual. But anyhow, we are getting ready for increased amounts of all these people. And our airport is one of the few airports that have so-called the seventh freedom. And generally, all air companies can carry out their routes and their transportation via Pulkovo Airport. So on the 29th of October, we had a very happy event. We renewed the direct regular flight between St. Petersburg and Nur-Sultan, by Air Astana company. There are Airbuses 321 flying along this route, and since the renewal of the flight, more than 2,000 people have already bought their tickets and already flew in this direction. So we are open for collaboration, for cooperation, for exchange of best practices under Eurasian Economic Commission, as well as under the Silk Road development. Thank you. Thank you, Kirill Valentinovich. Well, we have the representative of Istanbul, Mr. Mehmet Alkan Alka. We are very happy to welcome you to our bridge. I mean, for us, for my family, Istanbul was the hub where we're kind of a refuge for us, where that helped us get together for all of our families. Some of us are in the US, some of us in Kazakhstan. Istanbul was the there we all met. So Istanbul with the new concept of the airport, of the hub, turned out to be very good, very suitable for our purposes, and our family was really using it, taking advantages, and actually the fact that they had the direct links and connections was extremely helpful. Mr. Alkanaka, how is Istanbul going through the pandemic? How are events developing with the new mutant, new strain of coronavirus, the Omicron? How do you think these events will influence the further development of the cities, please?
Hi, distinguished participants, dear mayors. I respect all of you, and I send all best wishes from Mr. Mayor Mamoğlu. As Istanbul, of course, you know, you explain everything, you cover everything. We live a different time and different era. Last week, we hosted Balkan Cities Summit as Istanbul. So, for example, I can bring this project to your information. And of course, it was very difficult. This project originated 1 year ago. It was my idea, my project, and our mayor accepted this idea, this project. And of course, he asked me how we could succeed in this Corona era, this meeting. But it was very interesting that almost all Balkan states, including 11 countries, accepted and participated to this event. So we understood that even though Corona, everybody mentioned Corona and we need some creative ideas, but people still need to get social contact and physical meetings as well, and we can succeed. So why I mentioned from this idea, because why not? We cannot succeed the same project as sister cities, as in this region. Almaty is, you know, our sister city, and we are proud of for this. And as Istanbul, to be more specific, we have Istanbul Investment Agency. That's a newborn agency, almost 1 year old, very, very young organization. And everybody mentioned about investment was very important. Of course, investment is very important, but the research question should be to what and how. So maybe we can discuss on this kind of issues, because now each nation understood and humanity understood that each nation couldn't succeed alone all this kind of problems, including Corona, including climate change. So we need to act together. But how we can act together? So because of this, I said that this Corona might be an opportunity for us to push us to act together, to think in a more creative ways, and of course prioritize first of all our needs, which needs takes the priority. As you know, now before the Corona, still there were problems that we had to face, but unfortunately this Corona differentiated all these kind of problems, and we are at that point. So we are open to all proposals, we are open to act together, we are open to collaborate, and at that point Istanbul is ready to work all these kind of activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehmet Bey. Спасибо большое.
Thank you. Well, I would like to address our guest from Samarkand, Vice Hakim Erkecan Fazilovich. There are many initiatives that are being undertaken. Actually, we had the presentation by Harvard University, Messier Agency, which studied the attractiveness of the city. And we now see that the biggest feature of attractiveness actually for the city itself is the attractiveness of the region. And we do see that the cities in the region shouldn't consider themselves as competition. They should see an opportunity to complement each other, to, you know, synergically create a wow effect for all the guests and all the visitors. Erkecan Fazilovich, what do you think about the new initiative on development and restoration of the Silk Road? You may have your own vision, if you could share that with us. Thank you. Hello, dear colleagues, organizers of the forum, moderator, Ildar, Askar speaker. So I apologize for Mr. Fazilovich being unable to attend this we have it, and therefore we have the deputy mayor of Samarkand city, and he in person couldn't attend. Well, in his presentation, Samarkand is mentioned as the capital city, actually, as one of the intersection of the Silk Road. And you can speak lengthy speeches about Samarkand. I think all you have to do is come and visit Samarkand. In 2021, as you all know, a lot of organizational issues were addressed, and some large-scale events were conducted in Samarkand, such as Shanghai Organization of Cooperation, and there will be a big forum as well, devoted to the topic of tourism that will be hosted in Samarkand. Actually, we'll be inviting everyone, and we will be inviting everyone to attend this forum. And I would like to thank all the participants and to invite you visit Samarkand in the new year. And hopefully the pandemic will be over, and then we will be able to recover, or kind of invent this face-to-face contact. Thank you, Colonel Vasilovich. Yes, thank you. Yes, I personally visited Samarkand many times. I would like to go back. I think we want to have more and more direct flights between Almaty and Samarkand. We have more collaboration, cooperation between our cities. Thank you. We do have some projects on twin cities with Almaty. So I believe that this work will be very intense, and soon these arrangements will come true to life, and some of these plant memorandums will be eventually signed. Thank you. They're very good initiatives. Well, I would like to address Mr. Jen. You have, there were some new initiatives announced on restoration and recovery of the Silk Road. Are there any individual initiative that you would like to highlight and you would like to initiate or maybe launch to restore and recover our relationship, leading to increased contacts?
非常对这个新的丝绸之路啊非常感兴趣。那么我们想呢，这个新的丝绸之路，一个是呢继承我们古老的丝绸之路的这个精髓啊。
As for recovery and restoration of the new Silk Road, then I could say the following. Well, first and foremost, this is something that deepens contacts between the people. Also, I think that the recovery of the new Silk Road will bring us new trend of globalization, and it will turn into economic corridor that will ensure a diverse and uninterrupted trade. And despite this epidemiological situation and the pandemic, but thanks to this kind of online platforms, we can, in an uninterrupted manner, exchange our views and practices. Well, until now, I mentioned that the restoration and recovery of New Silk Road will not just bring about the new diverse trade, but will also give us a more convenient circulation of the capital and of the funding of the equity. What's more important is to expedite this connection and communication and is supporting infrastructure. Also, you mentioned that staff training and human resources for us is of key importance.
Therefore, I believe that we need to continuously expand into new directions of cooperation and fully use the advantages of our cities in the technological innovations, communications, digital economy, logistics, and professional education, vocational education, and in other areas, despite the negative impact of the pandemic situation. We're very happy that thanks to such a platform, we can meet with you today to exchange our experiences. Thank you again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. We do hope that the initiatives will be fruitful and productive for all parties involved in the process.
Микрофон не слышно.
Can't hear the microphone. Organizers, do we have the microphone? Yes, now we can hear.
Вы что-то говорили,
Were you saying something? Because I didn't hear you say something. We thanked Mr. Jan again for the participation, and of course we want to hear of these initiatives, and we do hope that these initiatives will be fruitful for our two cities.
Кирилл Валентинович,
Kirill Valentinovich, I would like to address you at this time. So the question perhaps is of today's initiatives being made, the proposal to be friends in business, to be friends in talents, and to be friends, and I understand, also with our stomachs, Bakhtian Abdirovich, so be friends with cuisines. So out of these initiatives, which initiatives you'd like to specifically mention? What would be of interest to St. Petersburg in that regard? Thank you for the question. Of course, the most interesting is being friends in cuisines, friends in stomach, because really traveling along the cities and countries, you always pay attention to the traditional cuisine, but also on the other hand, we're prepared for cultural exchange, as we are the cultural capital of Russia, and we have a great number of museums and theaters, and I believe that development of tourism in the cities, including the cities participating in the Silk Road, is one of the tasks and one of the areas that could be of interest to everyone, all the provinces and cities of our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mehmet Bey, maybe from you, from Istanbul, we can hear standalone initiatives, how to improve, expand our cooperation along the Silk Road.
Mehmet Bey.
Mehmet Bey. I believe there is Mr. Alkan Alka, perhaps will be joining in, and we would really like to hear the initiatives of Istanbul when it comes to development of relations among the cities, and would like to hear. He's on screen, so I can see him. We have sound in the studio. Well, we will work on making sure that it works. Albek Janshbekovich, Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan has this great idea of nomad games. My children go to school in America, and a few families actually have come back to see the nomad games. Everyone flew via Almaty, and they were surprised they didn't know about Almaty, but they knew of Kyrgyzstan, they knew about the nomad games. I think it's a very great world-class idea. How could we make sure that these initiatives would support each other? How can we grow together with the initiatives of the cities along the Silk Road to be of interest for all the visitors coming to both Bishkek, to Almaty, to Samarkand? I think it can only be mutually supportive. Yes, of course. I would like to note that Nomad Games were in a way a showcase for Kyrgyzstan at the time. We, thanks to these games, could really raise interest of many cities and countries to our country. And I believe if we are to continue this and conduct similar games in other cities, I believe we will cause interest, and that will not be only a showcase of just one city, but thereby we will be uniting us in our history. Yes, I would support the initiative that we should also be friends in stomachs, in cuisines, but each of the cities along the Silk Road has tremendous history. And of course, through history, we can also increase our tourism attractiveness. That will also be a good idea. We have good historical monuments in each of the cities, and I believe along the Silk Road we could create perhaps a roadmap through development of such historical monuments by attracting for each segment of the Silk Road, identifying for each city some historical monuments, increasing thereby attractiveness to develop tourism in each of the cities. I believe history can also be a basis, could be a showcase, thereby bringing us together. And we, through different periods of history, can talk about the commonalities of our history, of even our outlooks, and each city would find something in that, and we could do this kind of a historical overview for each city through the monuments. Developing tourism, I believe, would be one of such good ideas. And in that sense, I believe we have successful experience with Nomad Games, because when we conducted these games for 2 years in a row, we were hosting it in Kyrgyzstan, and every time they caused great interest and were a success. And I think this practice should be further developed and implemented in other cities of the Silk Road as well. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Alkan Alka, our guest from Istanbul, Mehmet Bey, if you have any initiatives how to improve interaction among our cities, any initiatives coming from Istanbul, we would like to hear from you, please. Mehmet Bey.
Very much. I congratulate you for this great forum. Really, this kind of forums gives us to explain ourselves and to get more closer. And from that point, as Istanbul, as I mentioned in the beginning, so we succeeded to meet each Balkan cities in Istanbul. So why not? We can host all our brother city in Istanbul, from Samarkand, from Almaty, Kazan. Why not? We can organize with you in Istanbul. There's a meeting, and this should be around meetings, for example, like series. Next year in another city, 2 years later in another city. Why not? Because now we learned that this corona taught and educated all municipalities and cities as well. Because, as you know, city diplomacy now take the lead in international relations as well. Even though before it used a little room, little opportunity to maneuver, but now due to each nation has almost the same difficulties, cities are in the front and connect nations very successfully. On that purpose, for example, now we are about to become a sister city with Samarkand, and why not? Maybe within 2 months with the sister cities with Samarkand as well. We know the potential, the tourism potential of the region We know the richness of the region, but still we can't show at its desired level. And we can work on that manner through constructing working groups, thematic groups, I mean. For example, tourism thematic groups, for example, cultural thematic groups, for example, cuisine thematic groups, sport thematic groups. Of course, economy is a part, indispensable part of all the social activities and investment group, thematic group. Because of this, I mentioned from Istanbul Investment Agency. Each state can build their investment agencies and they can work on economic matters together. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Bakhchan Abdirovich, I hear that initiatives that you have laid forward are welcomed by cities, by sister cities of the city of Almaty. We're also interested in having more relations, more attractiveness, because we can really be tourists in other cities, and of course we only know that on the surface, and of course cities require more communication, more interaction, and talking directly, as they say, with hosts of these cities, with insiders, so they can tell us more about the cities. And initiatives are generally welcomed. Would you like to share your opinions? How do you perceive what was said? Maybe you have maybe additional initiatives. Distinguished colleagues, we are ready. As I briefly mentioned, Samarkand has many sister cities, and we have sister cities in Turkey, in Kazakhstan, in Russia, with sister cities with many cities, and are ready to do so documentally. And two cities will definitely have the signing ceremony, and Samarkand is ready to interact with sister cities. Thank you very much. Bakhchan Abdirovich, would you like to comment? Well, regarding the sister cities, you know, when I have taken this office, Akim, the mayor of the city of Almaty, first of all, I looked at the list of sister cities of Almaty. Turns out there are over 40 sister cities. Yes, that's solid, that's good. I rejoice. But then the second question was, these relations, yes, it's all documented. At what level the relations are? Yes, we end up signing papers, and then it's not really followed up. Yes, with some we work better, with some less, with some there is no work. So these documents have been signed long time ago, and no one even remembers about them. That's why I have this desire, this aspiration. If Almaty has over 40 sister cities, shouldn't just go sign with everyone, with Latin America, South Africa. So politically, diplomatically, yes, perhaps there were some sister cities appearing like that, but when you have around yourself such major cities, world-level cities, high-tech level cities, and they're also say that they want to reach a new level of relations, why not reformat this and take things to a new level? I see that that was my goal when I, for instance, approached Shenzhen. After I visited Shenzhen and talked to the companies there, to business, I say, in this city, youth is very smart, very technology prone, and I think that's how we need to be friends. Take them here so that our youth also could go and learn from experience of Shenzhen. Or Istanbul wants to develop and take things to a new level. Even the matter of tourism, considering the pandemic situation, tourism seemingly we've been but what level of tourism? Now we have to also look at it from the safety perspective as well, not only just looking at the emergency situations, take special flights to evacuate your people. What kind of measures of safety? All of these things. So with tourism, with the use of new technologies, we can bring it all to order in advance. Even with tourism, there are new directions of creative economy. Right now, creative economy, there are a lot of young people who talk to each other between our cities, young people who live in our cities. Our people travel to Bishkek. From Bishkek, people come here. I have an IT council and the Akim of the Akim, and there is a participant from Kyrgyzstan, from Bishkek. He's a very smart, brilliant young man, and is member of the IT council of the city. And I'm happy to see that our borders are open, and he works in Bishkek and works here, those kind of contacts bring us closer, and through that our young people travel. When I talk to Respectin Shpekovich, I can call him and say, Viktor Shpekovich, so and so, let's move this direction, let's advance this, let your IT people work with our IT people and do projects, because our cities were built in the same manner in Soviet times. Bishkek and Almaty, and there are a lot of examples. Take, for instance, Kazan. We have again, yes, Kazan is great in landscape design. I sent a whole team to learn. I asked Alexander Galich to receive them and to do all the work. Talked to Solitsur Raisovich. We went there, learned, and then asked for their experts, asking them to have look at our location. Now we have a beautiful lake of Sayran. Eldar? You know that, but it's kind of forgotten, not really friendly. But now we are bringing that lake to order with the help of our friends from Kazan. That's great. This kind of contacts bringing the cities closer. Now I was St. Petersburg. No, Sinich. Recently I accidentally saw a TV show how in St. Petersburg, somewhere in the outskirts, subway station was launched. Not subway, a tram, a high-speed tram, and it's great. As I understand, you make the trains, the rails, all the engines, local production. People are happy, and they launched it in a season. Kirill Valentinovich, we have a tremendous desire. We lost our old tram rails, but we have a great desire to connect our micro-district, and we can work with you in that direction. That's another initiative where we can really not just stay as sister cities on paper, just an exchange of culture with writers and artists traveling. No, this is wider. The world is now moving in a different direction, and sister cities should really quickly reformat their relations and build into this new situation. You know, when I talk to youth, especially with TikTokers, I had a meeting with them. I asked them, what will be your contribution in celebration of the city day? Says, well, it's your holiday, not ours. Like, what do you mean? Well, you organize it for yourselves, for adults. It's a city day, it's for adults. But the concert is not for the youth. We're not really interested in that holiday. So that was the answer of TikTokers. And based on that, I said, look, guys, we are a young city. 180,000 students, 37 universities in this city, 88 colleges. And the young people tell me, no, we're not going to celebrate the city day because it's only for adults. And this is where we really need to work really quickly, reformat our work, and that will really turn us into the direction that the whole world is pushing us in the direction. And very Our colleagues from China were very right when they said that there is a need to deepen connections among peoples, despite the fact of the pandemic. We still need to meet, and I support my colleagues in this desire. They say we can also have these virtual meetings. It's one thing, but when you come and see with your own eyes, when you spend a few days together with people, that's very dear. So we are ready to support Mr. Mehmet Bey also, who says let's meet every 2 years and exchange experience and come to a completely different level.
And do that not in a very formal, superficial way, but something that will be truly impactful, truly fruitful, something that will have a meaning and a value. Thank you. Thank you, Bakhtan Abdirovich. You mentioned this, you mentioned about it. You mentioned this new group of stakeholders, our children, the new generation, that we also want this city to be theirs, not because they were born here, but then because they see their future somewhere else. No, I think the attractiveness of our cities for the talent is our main goal and main objective, because youth, they prefer something fun, and they believe that something is interesting is not here, is out there. And of course, attraction of talent, retention of talent is important, and how to make these cities their home cities is a very important question. I do have a question to Evgenia Anatolievna, the Deputy Mayor of Kazan. Kazan is also a magnet of talents for the region. We do have, they do generate a lot of talent, and so Evgenia Anatolievna, if you could tell me what kind of initiatives you are undertaking to retain these talents in Kazan, to make sure that do not leave Kazan. Thank you for your question. Yes, I fully agree that all the cities are the cities that work for the future, for our future. And we spoke a lot about our current activities and current efforts, and every mayor thinks of the future. Kazan today is a city of students. 30% of our demographics are students, and as our mayor says, 30% of the students means 100% of in the future. So the city is for them 100%, and it is the right thing to do. We are the member of the UNESCO network of the teaching cities, educational cities. We do have plenty of universities and different educational institutions. We even have this great university that was established under the Russian Emperor. It was the second university established and founded after the Moscow State University. And it is important to keep our youth, to make sure that they're motivated to stay in the country, that they get used for the benefit of the country, of the city, and of Tatarstan. And I do agree that keeping them entertained, keeping them, engaged, is very difficult if we don't listen to TikTokers or bloggers or those who rule the youth minds. Then they will have to socialize with each other, and they will listen to each other, and they will not listen to what we have to say to them. So a couple of years ago, we have initiated an international university. We plan to build it with the Russian Federation's help, and we want to turn it into a huge international university with the best specialists, so that we could have, best schools of architecture or city designers or urban designers, urbanists. Some of them who could work internally. So creating these opportunities for young people, inexperienced people sometimes, I think is important, because sometimes they bring some great new, fresh ideas that they can implement later. Yeah, they may make mistakes, but they are not blocked by the standards that most of the cities have. I think that is important. We need to have this kind of refreshing attitude. So availing myself of this opportunity, I would like to say that in June, we will hold the 45th session of UNESCO cities. I do know that all the cities that are represented here have a rich history of interacting with UNESCO, and these cities are very important. And going back to our Silk Road discussion, I think we could have a round table of the Silk Road mayors under that UNESCO's 45th session. I think that would be very interesting and promising, and that initiative, I think, would be supported and by UNESCO Global Council as well. And, you know, it's one thing when you have mayors speaking, but I think it would be important to organize similar roundtable for the businesses, because that will also be very interesting. And that is an initiative that we could also support and tell that business along Silk Road could benefit from these kind of discussions. And then I agree with a colleague from Istanbul that yes, we could come up and invent a number of sessions, including for youth, young youth, the talented youth, and learn from them and listen to them. Yes, I believe that all these kind of initiatives needs to be supported. Excellent. That is simply excellent. Evgenia Anatolievna. Apologies. Well, Evgenia Anatolievna, youth, they already have this very close contact. Really, there's nothing, you know. So I think it's a good initiative. Mrs. Agentaev, they wanted to print that the Silk League, I think it was somehow borrowed from the Ivy League at the east of the United States, when they have established this kind of connection, this network of universities where students began collaborating, competing with each other. I think that's a very good initiative, and that would help, and young people learn each other, get closer with each other, and ensure a better intergenerational integration, because they now focus on the new centers of integration without somehow understanding what our cities have to offer. I mean, our Almaty, our neighbors. So it's great that you are bringing this initiative. You brought this initiative. Volkan Vasilovich, what do you think about this? The Silk League. Samarkand used to be the center of the region and one of the influential ones. And there are lots of young students at the universities. What do you think? How can we interest? How can we engage? How can we interest and, you know, retain the youth in our region? For the last 5 years, our students, especially IT students, visit Kazakhstan frequently, attend different contests or participate in different software development. I do know that there is a lot of support to IT development, and we mostly focused on science. Well, you know, Samarkand State University is 600 years old, and we have more than 60,000 students who study and live in Samarkand. There are 11 universities in the city. So as for the initiative of Mr. Sagentaev, then this Silk League, we are ready to support this, and I'm sure that will be useful not only in the field of tourism, but also in the field of investment and science. I think it's a good initiative, but as we say here, we need to mull it over. You know, we need to sleep on it and try to figure out and then maybe document all of these intentions, and then discuss all these issues in reality. This is a great initiative. We support it. I think that would be very beneficial for the cities, for the countries, and for the youth. Thank you. Well, thank you for your feedback. Albek Tenspekovich, talent development. As the mayor of the city of Almaty says that some talented youth are already in cooperation, interaction with each other, I mean with the cities. What do you think about that? Do you think there is competition? Do you think the kind of complementarity? And how can we shift, or how can we go beyond that realm of competition and become real partners? I hope Agent Rickson is not going to ask my surname. No. No, there's no need to ask for a surname. We do understand that it was correctly noted that youth is in touch with each other. They do socialize. I mean, even if we may not have our formal contacts, I mean, the heads of states may not know each other, but the youth, they do know each other. There are social media, there are online platforms where youth, without our participation, without our initiatives, are capable of maintaining contact with each other. The cultural exchange happens, interest, hobbies exchange happens. Truly, digital technologies, they do give us this opportunity, and we must understand that. Well, I think it's a matter of not them being left behind, but actually it's us being left behind or lagging behind. I think we need to make sure that we are part of this process. We need to come up with all these initiatives and maybe propose new platforms. I support Mayor Sagentayev 100% that yes, talking and speaking online is one thing, but they have online, or they have these letters or communications, and they form certain culture that and we need to transfer or shift this cultural exchange to different nature, to different platform. Their online communication, their online social media need to be translated or even extrapolated to life, to physical world. I don't know whether those should be the theatrical performances or concerts or festivals, so that they could see each other, could shake each other's hands in reality. That kind of face-to-face communication will never be substituted by an online communication. And that kind of friendship, that kind of contact stays forever. Well, I myself was a Komsomol, the youth league of the Communist Party. I was the head of the youth organization of Chu region. Well, I came from the non-governmental sector. I was head of a youth NGO. So, and I can tell you that many festivals, many trips to other cities, to other countries are still in my memory. I haven't forgotten any of them. In fact, I am still in touch with some of those people. Some of them are there, some of them we talk to, and we recall all those issues, all those, things. And if we create this, if we use this youth potential, and if we back them up by the financial opportunities, helping them meet and see each other, that will be a great start. Not a start, but a continuation. It's not something that we came up with. We will propose new formats, but that's something that we had, that's something that needs to be continued. And that would be a great cultural exchange via festivals, via science, IT, software development, and so on. I can only support and tell you, and yes, to tell you, and extend my support to this initiative. Thank you very much, Abiktan Shpekovich. Yes, truly, for us to be friends, we need to move proactively and try to, deliver, to use few generations ahead, learn, know each other, and, love each other. Well, at least not to be afraid of each other. I think that is key. That's very, very important for us. I see that our time has come to an end. And in our dialogue, we brought together the mayors of the city. We tried to discuss how we could collaborate and interact more, not at the level of city administrations, but, at the level of businesses and maybe talented people. And as Bukchan says, the stomach to stomach, so cuisine to cuisine. I think that's a very good initiative as well. Yes, we welcome this kind of initiatives. Well, Mr. Sagentayev, if I could ask you to conclude our discussion, or conclude this session with the colleagues, if you could express, your attitude and opinion. Thank you. Yeah, time flew, and we had a very interesting discussion, and filled with conversation and exchange. And I see that everyone is very enthusiastic. enthusiastic about development, about communication, socializing, and that will help us take this context to the next level. It's not by random that we say, okay, Silk Road before and after. I mean, imagine how many years Silk Road has already. The main goal was to connect people via trade, wars and no wars. Nothing was able to stop the Silk Road from existing. That was the laws of nature. That is the people's intention, always to find people, to reach out to people, and to be with people. You know, once something new happened, they come up with new silks, new ideas, new commodities, new goods. And just like that, everything changes every year. COVID also introduced some changes into our interaction. So what was good yesterday is no longer good today. And people want to get something in return. You know, people, we want socializing, communication, we're all human contact, they want to travel around. If that's the case, then we need to provide them safety and security. And if we're saying that we need to move along this path, then we need to use trade along Silk Road to bring new technologies. The new technologies should be relied upon when addressing all of these challenges, and we should not be afraid of using new technologies and introducing new technologies, and then only we will have a breakthrough. And the level of this uninterrupted trade will go from trading and selling dates to something else that will be used as our startups, and then will become our startups and will turn into billion-dollar businesses or unicorn businesses. Last year, we had only one unicorn in our city, and we're so proud of it. It was, it's our pride. And once they went to IPO, they started 6 billion. Now they're 25 billion, and that growth was secured in 1 year only. And oil and gas companies, extracting companies, resource-dependent companies, they didn't expect that. They took them off guard. Now, no one uses cash. We try to find ways to rid people of cash money, but now, thanks to this new unicorn company, people voluntarily got rid of cash. So there are many companies like that, and I think through them we need to get in touch, we need to grow closer. And yes, trade is important, but everything is inside trade. That's, that as soon as people move this way or that way, life starts to happen. Life intensifies. We have many young people who make, short videos or short documentaries. They make them in Istanbul, apparently. They find it interesting to do it when they have a love story or anything. If they need to come up with a private video, they go to Istanbul and do it in Istanbul, and they're all there. But I see that Bollywood artists come here, and if they want to shoot something with the Swiss Alps, they do that up here in Shimbulak because it's cheaper here than in the Swiss Alps. So it's also great, though. That also implies and means interaction. Like I said, people already, the young people, they're looking for something new. They're more adapt to new technologies. They're more agile. They want this to happen fast for them. And our goal, our task there is to open up the opportunities, to make sure that they are protected in the business making, business doing, and in the communications. Then only we say, oh, then we did this together. We could say that, yeah? Yeah, that was a very optimistic note, optimistic statement to conclude our telebridge. Okay, I think they go to Istanbul, You cannot instruct your heart where to go or not, but I think we need to be friends at heart. We need to see more communication, more socializing. I wish next year we see each other in person, well, either in Almaty or maybe in Samarkand or maybe in Bishkek, maybe in Jinjin. So we look forward to seeing you in person. We want to see more of you. We want to see lots of talent, young talent, and business, of course, because we are a business platform. This is an Invest Forum, after all. So good luck and have a good year. Thank you. One thing to clarify. Mehmet Bey said, let's start from Istanbul. Let's start the meeting in Istanbul. Well, Mehmet Bey, okay, we now look forward to a specific, concrete proposal, okay? Well,
let me share a story with you. Because all dear mayors participated almost everything. But I want to share, it's a very interesting. We hosted the president of Floransa, mayor of Floransa, as the president of Eurospeace. Dario Nardella, in Istanbul, of course. He mentioned from a story, and the former mayor passed this story to him, and he passed to us, of course, and I passed all of you. As we mentioned social issues and Europe and Istanbul's special role, of course, our brothers, Turkish brothers, we are together, and this story is very easy, but very important. A mayor should concentrate on two levels, on both strategic level and tactical level. For example, a mayor is responsible for street lamp is a very tactical level, but citizens are waiting from the municipality, from the mayor, this service. But at the same time, on strategic level, the most important job of a mayor is contributing to peace in the world. That was great. I was very affected from this little story. Because, as you are familiar, the founder of Turkish Republic, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, there's a very famous quotation, peace at home, peace in the world. Now, from the state diplomacy perspective, I want to paraphrase this quotation, and I want to say, peace in the state, peace in the nation, peace in the region, and peace in the world. So, on that level, we can cooperate. And you mentioned, for example, this was another important question. How about cooperation areas and how about competition areas? It was a great question. And of course, the answer is very simple. So, for example, against Corona, we should act in a cooperation matter. Against climate change problems, we should act on cooperation areas. So, if we succeed to escape from competition areas to more cooperation areas, so we can bring the peace, first of all, in our cities, then in the region, and then in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehmet Bey. Поэтому мы, к сожалению, должны продолжать.
Unfortunately, we need to continue with the work of the forum, of the conference. We have yet another session. Regretfully, I will have to stop this work, but I'm very happy that we have gathered such a set of mayors of cities. We want to continue seeing you and wish you success in your important works. Thank you very much. We're grateful to the moderator and distinguished mayors, Vaksan Dirovich, speakers. Thank you very much for this very unique meeting. We now have a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue the work of the forum. Thank you.
Алматы – это финансовый мегаполис, крупнейшая городская экономика Казахстана. Алматы является центром экономической конкурентоспособности республики, оставаясь лидером по основным социально-экономическим показателям. За 30 лет независимости экономика мегаполиса выросла в 100 раз. По объемам инвестиций в основной капитал Алматы занимает лидирующие позиции. Площадь города за 10 лет выросла в 2 раза. Процесс урбанизации не ограничивается физическими границами мегаполиса. Тесно интегрируясь с пригородом, формируется агломерация Большой Алматы. Драйвером экономики города выступает малый и средний бизнес, охватывая свыше 50% рынка. Одним из преобладающих сегментов экономики являются услуги, охватывая 40% рынка. Стремительными темпами развивается розничная электронная коммерция. Объем промышленного производства превысил 1 триллион тенге. Масштабные инвестиционные проекты развиваются в индустриальной зоне Алматы и специальной экономической зоне «Парк инновационных технологий». Особое внимание уделяется улучшению экологии города. Наращивается доля электрического общественного транспорта. Осуществляется газификация Алматинской тепловой электростанции. В стратегии города до 2050 года особое внимание уделяется секторам новой экономики. Проводится структурный маневр экономического развития Алматы. Мы стремимся стать центром нового шелкового пути. Алматы – это один из крупнейших центров притяжения туристов в Казахстане. Объем инвестиций в туризм только в этом году увеличился почти в 2 раза. Поток туристов составил более 500 тысяч человек. В городе создается сопутствующая инфраструктура, развивается горный кластер, улучшается сервис, расширяется пропускная способность аэропорта, увеличивается количество прямых авиасообщений. На сегодня Алматы имеет прямые сообщения с 17 странами по 21 международному маршруту. Уже запущен прямой рейс с Дохой, планируется к запуску рейсы с Миланом и Нью-Йорком. Город обладает большим транспортным и транзитным потенциалом, обеспечивающий инвесторам доступ на крупнейший рынок сбыта в стране и в близлежащие страны. В связи с ожидаемым ростом пассажира и грузооборота активно реализуется проект реконструкции международного транспортного коридора «Западная Европа-Западный Китай». Расширяется международный терминал аэропорта Алматы, который станет крупным транспортным хабом регионального значения. Это позволит нам стать важнейшим звеном в транспортно-логистической цепи товарооборота из Азии в Европу и обратно. В Алматы взят курс на создание условий для трансформации экономики за счет использования цифровых технологий и развития креативной индустрии. Уже сегодня в креативном секторе работают более 17 тысяч компаний. Для развития креативного кластера оказывается поддержка предпринимателям, выдаются гранты, льготное кредитование, запускаются ряд инфраструктурных проектов, креативный хаб Алатау. Для реализации творческих инициатив будет запущен креативный квартал, начато строительство музея современного искусства, планируется подготовка молодого поколения по креативным дисциплинам в филиале британского университета Де Монфорт. Алматы является безусловным лидером в сфере информационно-коммуникационных технологий в Центральной Азии. Свыше 40% всех IT-компаний страны базируются в городе. Реализуются масштабные цифровые инициативы, внедряются собственные инновационные городские решения, такие как экосистема Smart City, цифровой двойник Алматы, экономический портрет города, запущены пилоты с операторами связи 5G. Мы полностью перешли на сервисную модель закупа цифровых услуг. Все это дает предпосылки для развития Алматы в роли международного туристического, логистического и цифрового хаба нового шелкового пути. Конкурентным преимуществом города является человеческий капитал. Здесь проживает более 11% экономически активного населения страны. Это крупнейший рынок труда республики. За 2020 год в городе создано более 75 тысяч новых рабочих мест. Внедряются такие инициативы, как создание новых образовательных центров, инновационных школ, филиалов крупных международных университетов. Алматы по праву можно назвать центром создания и развития талантов. Мы поставили себе амбициозную задачу – стать глобальным городом и войти в топ-100 мегаполисов по качеству жизни и экономическим возможностям. Алматы готов стать 5-миллионной агломерацией. Мы приглашаем вас для реализации проектов вместе с нами.
Сейчас мне хочется объявить о панельной дискуссии на тему «Зеленая экономика». И я бы хотел пригласить на сцену Дану Инкарбекову, партнер PwC в Казахстане. Прошу вас. Я прошу прощения, сейчас, секундочку, у нас тут техническая заминка.
Небольшая техническая заминка.
Little technical hiccup. Let me start over. Good day, my name is Dana Inkarbekova. I'm a managing partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers in Kazakhstan. And today, I'm very happy to welcome the audience to our discussion platform, Green Economy, Vectors of Development and Sources of Funding. I'm very pleased to introduce our today's speakers for the discussion. Please meet Natalia Levinskaya, Head of the Green Economy Department of the Akimat of the City of Almaty, Chokan Lomayan, Professor of KBTU, Associate of the Cambridge Central Asian Forum, Irlif Karajan, Independent International Expert on Sustainable Development, Bakhtiyor Faiziyev, Deputy Director of the Department of Sustainable Infrastructure, Liberty. Also with us today, joining online, are London and Moscow. Vladimir Sklar, Head of Electric Energy and Sustainable Development of the Analytical Department of VTB Capital. Also Paula Connor from JP Morgan, Head for EMEA on Environmental Matters. And Paul will be joining us a bit later. The world has changed today, and we together have to change with it. And it is obvious for everyone that the path for the green economy is the only path possible to satisfy the growing needs of the Earth's population, and with that, minimizing the damage for the environment. Recently in Glasgow, global conference took place on COP26, where the countries have agreed to stage-by-stage reduction of coal consumption as a source of energy, and have also confirmed their course for stopping the growth of global average temperature at a level of 1.5 degrees. Kazakhstan, on its way of sustainable development, has ratified the Paris Agreement, has adopted a new environmental code, and announced achievement of carbon neutrality by 2060, and has stated its readiness to generate power from renewable energy sources 5 times. Transition to green economy forms the demand for technological restart of energy, transport, industrial production, agriculture, practically all areas of the economy. Now let me launch the first question to our first speaker, Chokan Lomulin. Chokan, could you please share with us your opinion regarding assessment of the country's readiness to transition to green economy? Good evening, Dana. Good evening, dear viewers. Thank you very much for your question and this opportunity to speak to such an honorable audience. I believe that me, as a person of science, I am very happy to see that finally the voice of scientists was heard at such a great scale. So for decades, scientists, I agree, there is a scientific consensus that global climate change is the biggest threat to all of humanity with no exception, and that it is really happening, and it's manifesting itself in many different ways without colds or heat waves that may not even have impact on average temperature, but may end up leading to a situation where there will be no harvest and there will be global hunger. And global transition, energy transition, for us, for humanity, we simply don't have a possibility, but doing so is not as simple as it may seem. First of all, most people in energy and physicists will agree that the existing level of technologies of renewable energy sources, RES, simply is not sufficient to complete this transition. And anybody in the energy sector say that refusal of coal will lead to further The industrialization of the country will lead to disbalance in the energy system, and practically there are no alternatives to coal today. But on the other hand, the existing level of green technologies does not help us maintain this balance when recent events in August and September in Germany and Great Britain have shown when there is no wind, there is disbalance in the energy systems. And at the same time, solar energy, there is an issue of transportation and storage. The answer is quite simple. In modern times, it's quite simple. Science needs to be developed. Today, all of the economy and all the technologies are science-induced. They come only from science, and unfortunately, right here is where Kazakhstan, in general, and Almaty in particular, have to pay closer attention to increase research. In the world, there is no ready-made supermarket of technology where you can come and show something in your cart of different technologies and to take it to the cash register and then take it home and use it there using the manual. Although there are no such technologies in full, but there are at least directions in which we should go. And even if they existed, the transfer of technology itself, the source of importation, you as a recipient have to be as good as your source of importation in technological sense. And I believe that Kazakhstan has tremendous potential, and that potential will realize itself in the new forms of transportation and storage of energy as superconductivity. It can come through non-silicon electronics, so increasing capacity of chips, so the panels will be more than 1 electron volt, and other directions, cryogenics, quantum refrigerators. Technologically, it is a reality, scientifically proven, but there's further R&D required, and we're with colleagues working on the Almaty Center of Advanced Technologies under the aegis and in cooperation with the Cambridge University. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Okan. I believe everybody will agree with the importance of development of the science base in this matter, and perhaps now I would ask Yerlik. Different programs are being adopted for sustainable development at a global scale, at country levels, and of course easiest and most effective it is to take measures at the level of cities. And I would ask you to please comment on words of Jokan, and also in the light of your expertise, how is synchronization done with the principles of green economy in Kazakhstan with the sustainable development goals of the United Nations? How is the megapolis developing in this regard? Thank you very much. I'd like to fully support what Shokan Turarevich just said, an important aspect for sustainable development goals, and I'd like to emphasize among them two. The thing is, what was adopted in 2015 in many parts is just a response to what we're observing already, because in the very basis of that is the climate agenda. So when we speak of sustainable development goals, one of its important aspects, and I normally use this saying, that is SDGs are more of a formula that let you calculate something in 18 directions and have fundamental base, and a work is required, as I call it, more of a fundamental and scientifically backed. And the second important aspect, which is in there, that no one should be left behind, and that's communication, the more interaction with a wider range of stakeholders. So when we speak of things such as SDGs and directions of ESG, the directions funded, different parties are participating in development. All these works are focused on just one thing, improving our life in the future, because regretfully we are very reactive. And I'd like to say, when we speak of mega cities and of their more localized problems, even going back to the city of Almaty, regretfully all these problems are quite visible. When you fly into the city, you can almost feel the air around you. And that problem, unfortunately, was not born all of a sudden. It was with us, and it was coming for many years. The problem is how we can deal with this problem. And for that, you need studies, for that you need funding, and most important, and I'd like to talk to our colleagues in the local authorities in the Akimat, there's a need in a vision. We need visionaries. We need to understand the goal as to where that we're going to. What kind of future do we want to see for ourselves or for our children? And I'd like to specifically emphasize that, because without this work, without forecasting, without science backing all these things, we're not moving anywhere. And one more thing, if I may, Sustainable Development Goals and all our colleagues working on SDG agenda, first of all, climate agenda, emphasize the importance of attracting financing. Moreover, the question is that the parties are interested. There is funding available, projects in it, and this niche needs to be found. In fundamental approach is required. So I'd like to incentivize this and emphasize colleagues, let's work on that, and let's work on sustainable development in a fundamental manner. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yerlik. You set an idea base for our discussion, saying that this is a real need, something that we need to work on. And perhaps continuing this topic, the conduits of green projects are international financial institutions. IFIs help achieving sustainable development goals to cities. And I'd like to ask Bakhtiyor Faziev, representative of EBRD, what kind of infrastructure projects are you supporting in Kazakhstan? What kind of projects are you ready to finance in the city of Almaty? Are there examples of green projects in other cities of Kazakhstan? Please, you have the floor, Bakhtiyor. Yes, Dana, thank you very much. Colleagues, yes, I represent an IFI where Kazakhstan is one of the shareholders, and this IFI is committed, especially in recent times, to achieve all the goals set by the international community in emission reduction and increasing green component and everything in general, livelihood of humanity worldwide. This is a global goal, but in fact we have specific goals for each sector, and I, as a specialist or representative of a bank representing the Sustainable Infrastructure Department, even the name is such as the topic of our discussion. Our team is focused on implementing projects primarily that have proven their economic viability, so they can be sustainable and work at a sustainable basis, and of course introduce those best practices that have been tested by the market and that are tailored, that are fit for the peculiarities, for the conditions where we implement such projects. And I would also agree, and I just have to notice that any work that needs to be done has to do with a certain strategy. So there's a need to move sustainably to achieve these goals, so that, as colleagues said, in a day or overnight, this cannot be done. But if we do step by step, we will in the end achieve this goal. Now, what does the bank do in that sense? In the region, in Kazakhstan and in Almaty, we're working on implementation of projects in infrastructure. My department, namely, is working to achieving these goals of green economy. We're currently working quite closely with Akimat on the development of a plan, Green City Almaty. Natalia Levinska is our champion, coordinator in the work of consultants that EBRD has engaged for this work, and we hope that in the nearest future this work will gain certain material results, and we will most definitely share it. I hope that Akimat will share it with the public. And in parallel with such institutional work, we are actively trying to find and development of projects that would be beneficial for the city and would be part of that strategic goal. For instance, currently, just today, within the framework of this forum, we have signed a resume of terms of funding of a project for development of electric mass transportation in Almaty. That's a long name, but in fact it's a rehabilitation or modernization of infrastructure for trolleybuses and the trolleybus fleet in the city of Almaty. That is very important for us. This is a continuation of the work we started with the city 10 years ago by funding different projects, and in that sense we plan to continue our strategic partnership and will continue implementing this project. That will be fifth in account of the priority projects for our cooperation. Also, in addition to physical introduction of technologies, we're also looking very actively presently on development of projects in digitalization, in the area of digitalization. Such projects as development of a digital twin of the city are truly technologically important and advanced, and they have impact on achieving the goals of green economy when we can significantly make savings, when the consumers of the services can use that in utilities and other sectors, in construction and other sectors of the economy, from mass transit to anywhere where these technologies can be introduced. Generally work on public transportation with increased operation of utilities is what we see as a priority directions for development of our cooperation with the city, and we do hope that we will have understanding in this direction and we can materially demonstrate the products we can create together and what kind of influence they will have on livelihood of residents. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bakhtiyor. I hope there will be more such interesting and very useful projects of a BRD for the city. Thank you. And thank you for your very interesting talk. And I would like to ask Natalia Levinskaya, head of the Green Economy Department of the city of Almaty. Please tell us. Natalia, we just heard previous speakers, and in light of this discussion, I'd like to ask you to tell us how is the concept unfolding for sustainable development of the city of Almaty, and tell us about some other green projects you are currently pursuing, and what does this city miss to have more of such projects. Good day, thank you for the question. You know, in fact, I would like to start with saying for us to develop a thought that in an ideal world, speaking of sustainable development, there are a lot of things interrelated, all the stakeholders interrelated, all the directions are interrelated, and speaking of sustainability, it will be more on collaboration and on rethinking approaches in general. Speaking of collaborations, firstly, there has to be science-based, there has to be reconsideration of all these things, realization of approaches to implementation, even if the course of preparation to the projects, and of course that requires IFI stepping in. While speaking of strategy, we're currently at the stage of forming a vision, forming an action plan for the Green City as to where is it that we're going and what we do in each sector. And of course that will be an action plan as to what needs to be done, what needs to be improved, what needs to be changed in the approaches, and we need to come to something. And we have made it through a tremendous phase of data collection, and we have stepped over this threshold that there is a main approach informing the database, scientific and statistical. We're now moving towards the vision. We now reformatted analytics, and based on that analytics, we're forming an action plan and to see the effects. We'll see where we are going to, and in support of what each of the speakers has said, we're now focusing more on such things that for which municipalities like Almaty are in charge of, forming the agenda, vision of the goal. And what we share is, yes, we're structuring our actions. In our actions, we have state institutions that create conditions for projects to develop, and there's also a market that can develop these projects, and that is done through many instruments, financial, scientific, and implementation, and in industrial production, for us to really have something. This is to your question as to where we stand. Yes, we are at the stage of forming vision.
Given the status quo where we are now, then we do have more or less, or about the pool of 20 projects. Sometimes we have 40 projects. Like when we had the consultants who visited us recently with the bank, we have discussed the format, so that it wouldn't be just a vision or an action plan. So that was a formulated package of cases, sort of segueing us to the future, explaining us the priority areas and areas that need our particular attention. So there are priority areas, priority projects, and there are 40 projects that could be implemented in the future. Well, another important thing is that it depends on the, behavioral culture. Well, human being. Well, human being is the source of pollution, is the one who uses nature, is the one who drives cars, who lives, who uses the energy resources, engineering networks, light, electricity, and water, and everything. And it is therefore important to form the culture. And to that end, I would like to mention a project that will help us focus on two aspects. To create a center, we call it the Sustainable Development Center. I mean, that's a working title. And we want to turn it into an example of using the solar power, water, that it was a circular economy, clear to everyone, so that it could also accumulate or kind of gather a community of people where the projects will be accumulated and implemented, and putting stakeholders together so that they could, understand what each of them need and then move forward, and also center that could act as a coordinator to enhance that kind of collaboration that I mentioned. So these aspects are very important, and I would like to focus on those projects and that very project to be implemented. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia. Yerlik, did you want to comment on this? Yes, if I may. I would like to wish all the best and all the success to municipality, and if you allow me, I'd like to make a joke here. Well, there is an irony that we are in this dreadful situation in terms of environment, right? I mean, let's be frank, nothing is great, when it comes to environment. However, if we flip it and if we begin collaborating, working together, then the capacity or potential for quick wins is really there. That is why I would like to wish you and all of us, all of you, flipping this into something really quick and productive. Yeah, all the best to all of us. Yeah, truly, what is pleasing is that the issues of education, development, culture, they all start from the people, from the human beings, as a user of natural resources, of the ecology, and seeing it as a priority. I understand, I'm sure that you have many more projects that will be driving forward the green economy, sustainable development, and so on. And I would like to wish you all the best. As to the resident of the city and to the person born in the city, I would like to say that Almaty truly is the center of the country. It's a favorite city for actually all the country residents. And now I'd like to join to our discussion speakers who are connected online from Moscow and from London. I see Paul is here, Paul O'Connor is from JP Morgan Company. Could you please tell us how the instruments of financial credit organizations have changed due to this move towards sustainable development, and what drives green funding in large-scale cities. So the floor is yours now, Paul.
Thank you. On how instruments have changed, I think there's a lot more information now provided to investors when organizations, corporates, or government are looking to issue debt instruments. So the extra information comes in the way of documents which are provided to investors as part of the debt instrument offering. So typically, we see documents such as a green or sustainable finance framework being offered to investors, which explains the environmental or sustainability aspects of the borrower's operation, and sets out the green benefits of the funds that are going to be raised through the instrument. So essentially, it's a question of additional disclosure. We also see a focus on what they call ESG ratings, where borrowers, just like a credit rating, would also have an ESG rating. And this is used by lenders and investors to assess the ESG or green or sustainability characteristics of the borrower. So in summary, there is more information being provided. That information is provided by the borrower themselves in the form of this framework document. It may be accompanied by additional information, such as what they call a second-party opinion, which is a technical review of the borrower's operations. And obviously, there are also often ESG ratings available to lenders and investors in debt. So that's how the instruments are developing. In terms of what's happening on the lender and investor side, I think there's a general trend for both lenders and investors to green their lending books and their investment funds. So particularly in Europe, there's a very strong pressure on banks and also on investors to demonstrate that how they allocate capital is in alignment with ESG principles, in particular in alignment with the Paris Agreement on climate change and the overall effort to reduce the carbon intensity of the global economy. So lenders and investor mindset has changed dramatically, and they are under quite a lot of pressure to demonstrate that they can lend and invest money on a green basis effectively. And so they are using the extra layers of information that I mentioned previously. So they're the main changes in summary that we've seen in terms of how credit is working in the market and how investors are thinking about it.
Спасибо большое, Пол.
Thank you, Paul.
Это сегодняшние реалии.
Yes, this is the reality of our days.
Инвестиции, мы хотим привлечь
And if we want to attract the investment, they must be related to green economy. We have this EBRD's example of funding. What Bakhtiar, you mentioned this project, like electric transport, or expansion and modernization of the trolleybus fleet, trolleybus depots. It's actually the fifth project already that we've been implementing. So these are the realities that we all are facing and encountering in the market itself. It's rather competitive. I'm sure that there is certain competition, that there is certain, fight for certain investment. And the goal about today's investment is to understand how to attract investment to the city economy, how to attract green investments. Some of the metropolis, some of the cities have advanced significantly in implementation of ESG or ESG agenda, that is environment, social and governance agenda. So our audience today will find it interesting to learn about some best practices and best solutions that other cities have had. Now I would like to ask Vladimir Sklar, the head of VDB Capital Sustainable Development and Analytical Department, to tell about Moscow experience of how Moscow shifted to ESG development, how much time was needed for Moscow to become the ESG leader cities, and where additional funding could be borrowed, and what are the success factors that you could give as an example. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak before this reputable panel of speakers. Well, before I start my presentation that may be a bit longer than normal, I would like to share this observation. While awaiting for our discussion, I listened to a promo video about Astana and that there were some great hubs about the creative hubs, some great facts about creative hubs, the 17,000 creative companies and different centers and so on. In fact, everyone is doing it already. Someone are doing it in a very paced manner, but, someone is doing it in a more erratic manner or jumpy manner. But actually the success, the recipe of an ESG success is that to have all the stakeholders agree upon the trajectory of development. And actually what's being done in Astana is not worse, Almaty I guess he means, is not worse or better or, anything else than other cities. It's basically the same that other cities are doing. So we are on the same track, we are on the same distance from the goal. And that makes me happy. Well, on to my presentation. I would like to speak about the most important things when it comes to ESG ranking of the city, and I would like to speak how Moscow delivers on some of the goals and objectives. And should you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them. So, we divide the adaptation to climate change, adaptation of the city, of city residents to the eventual or inevitable climate change. That's one. And second is improving the parameters of ESG metrics that are being assessed by investors, rating agencies, and development institutions. And Moscow, all in all, has 14 main development programs which were formulated in the last 10 years. The main vector of this activity was launched in 2014, and all of these programs, they all have ultimate goals. They were integrated into all the other additional development programs. We have renovation programs, renovation of the housing and houses, renovation of the infrastructural background, and so on. On top of that, we're also trying to kind of add some insurance layer to adapt the city to the fact to potential global warming related disaster, that the world won't be able to stop global warming or slow down global warming. So back in 2006 and back in 2010, Moscow had an ice rain, and the cables were torn, electricity was disconnected, up to 10% of the city for some short period of time though, but was disconnected from the power grid. And since then, the city took a program, or passed a program, to address this problem. First of all the aerial cables were taken underground. We began preparing, we began preparing the heating of some potential icing areas and so on. But now these ice rains, they continue. They didn't stop from happening, but they happen once a year, maybe sometimes even more than that. But that doesn't impact the city because we'll be able to do things proactively. And that's a great example of what could be done and how it's done, and how this kind of proactive, predictive, long-term planning can translate into real results of improving the living conditions of the city residents. Well, why would you need an ESG ranking? Actually, we need it to help city fight for the best staff, best talent. We live in the era of globalization when any of us can choose any location. And why would you need to live in Astana or Moscow or any other city? I think we need to convince the people to choose this location or city, and the whole Moscow's ESG policy is aimed at that very convincing, to convince people who were born here, who live here, to convince them that it is the best city for their plans and their dreams. So we do, in ESG we have 3 letters. E covers, the reduction of hydrocarbon footprint, carbon footprint, and improvement of air pollution situation. Well, actually, there's no unheard of that cities commit to certain carbon neutrality. Actually, Moscow did that, announced that last week. The climate policy of the city will be passed in January 2022, in a couple of months' time, and we will formally document that commitment. So if we look at that carbon footprint that needs to be reduced, then any city, and actually has this report, Moscow prints it, publishes it regularly, once every quarter, and in any city, actually, the overwhelming share of CO2 comes from the public transportation and the share from power generation. When it comes to power generation, those are related to national policy and selection of the types of power generation modes, or whether they're coal burning or gas burning or renewables or nuclear for that matter. Actually, the city can help. The city can allocate land plots for renewable sources of energy utilities, and that can help the air situation in the city. And actually that the city may help by reducing or lifting some of the taxes, maybe real estate or land related taxes, maybe some social fees could be waived, and so on. The city has instruments that could be offered to stimulate development of low carbon neutral sources of electric energy. As for the air quality, then of course some legal framework could be applied and used. But the next layer in reducing the carbon footprint is the public transportation. What has been done in Moscow, if you ask me, then the answer would be the following. In 10 years, Moscow launched the biggest in the whole Russia fleet of electric buses. 600 actually buses were launched. The hydrogen bus pilot project was launched. It was assembled at Gazprom Neft company. They using the sulfuric hydrogen. They actually catch the CO2. Then they do this hydrogen pumping. They turn it, the gray one into blue one, and they use blue hydrogen to run the buses. So Moscow also have the biggest car sharing fleet. Moscow has introduced a system of bus lanes, allocated bus lanes, and that significantly and dramatically improved the velocity of the public transport moves, the relocation. 4 new metro subway stations were built in the last 10 years. That actually a 20% increase of the city's metro grid. These are very impressive numbers, of course, but personally speaking, I can give you the following example. So 10 years ago, I had 2 cars, and each of them would run 30,000 kilometers a year. Now, my whole family of 4 people, we have only 1 car, which in 2021 made only 3,500 kilometers. Public transport is so comfortable, so good that you want to spend time in it. It helps you move along the city quickly, expediently, and reach anywhere you need. Actually, that is why we were not even forced to give up our private cars, but simply we shifted to public transportation, and that's a good thing. The second letter of ESG is S, that's social development, social issues. Also in your promo video, you spoke about the Creative Hub and the new Center of Education, but let me tell you what Moscow has done. In Moscow, there are 257 universities. 257 universities. Within 52% of students are girls. 57% of the faculty are girls and women. That's higher than in any other country of the world. 37% of the residents, women, have higher education, and 27% of men have higher education. And it seems that the world is moving towards a bigger role of women in the economy. They don't want to be just housewives, they want to build a career. And Moscow, to that end, actually offers all the best conditions for that. All you have to do, you can study, you can work, you can make money, you can have a career. You also mentioned that in Almaty, in your video, you said there are 17,000 creative companies. Well, one company per 100 people. Moscow has similar correlation. We have 130,000 technological companies, meaning about one technological company per 100 citizens. So 35% of university alumni have studied technological specialties. That's something that's encouraged, welcome and supported here. And usually employment aid assistance being provided. There are 63 programs of startup acceleration. There are city, urban programs, or federal or corporate accelerators for a variety of startups, where all of these finances support development of the businesses which will be needed for the economy of the future, which are not focused on extraction of natural mineral resources, but are focused on something that you will need in 10, 20, 30 or 50 years.
And obviously to become attractive city for a young, smart, brilliant young person, man or woman. That means without it, all these people will come to the city, will do their business, will pay more taxes, and the city will have more capacity to continue this policy. And all of that can be seen in ratings. Looking at the recent rating of cities, where Moscow was number 2 after London, getting ahead of Paris. So the first thing is what it does with mass transportation, public transportation, ESG, and of course the capacity of the city when it comes to governance by the citizens. A third letter in ESG. Moscow has launched a tremendous system of online service management at the portal mos.ru. I can get my child queued for kindergarten, or submit suggestions on renovation of my street, or I will make a contribution as to what kind of circles for children there can be. I can queue up to a hospital. Moreover, I can even complain on poor waste collection in my yard or poorly painted door in my building, and I'm sure in 24 to 48 hours mayor's office will respond, will send people who will fix it all, making the resident happy, doing everything to make the resident happy. And I'm happy with where my city is going. That's an important feeling. If the city residents are on their own and the municipality is on its own, the quality of life is not that great, because people, citizens who live in the city, who ride these buses and use this metro, they have a lot more understanding as to where the city should move. So in that sense, it's very important how open the city is to suggestions by citizens. And now the last section, very quickly, how do you fund all of that? Here we have 5 main pillars. First of all, green funding. We heard the previous speaker, and I agree with him. A tremendous number of tools are out there. Moscow is using them as well. It placed bonds for 70 billion rubles, almost $1 billion US, to finance launch of electric buses in the city. The rate was a little lower than a standard one, but not critical. Less so, but a little less. Next year, Moscow plans to place green bonds even among its own citizens. You can go and participate in financial greenification of the city, and that's very important, because who, if not the residents of the cities, understand whether they should give money for that or not. Second source is development institutions. Here in the panel you have a distinguished participant from EBRD, and there are a lot of institutions like that. There is a JICA, there is German Energy Agency, Eurasian Development Bank. There are a lot of such institutions. They invest into long horizon, and long horizon you see importance of ESG, and we are sure in a year's time there will be no global warming, but in 20 years it will happen. So these institutions are lending for these types of horizons, and their readiness to give loans is increased if it improves rating. There's also a large number of corporate projects. Sometimes they're commercial. For instance, in Moscow, green electricity transition for some companies is very popular. When companies sign contracts with wind power mills or solar, this could be in form of corporate. There's also a system of bicycle rental that's sponsored by my organization, VTB. And the last one is the legislative initiative. So you can limit or you can incentivize, you can set standards for constructions for the new buildings to be energy efficient from the start rather than fixing them in a 10 years time. You can immediately set goals on exhaust for new cars. You can introduce parking fees or free from parking fee electric vehicles and so on. So one needs to understand that green funding, green financing at this time is still in an embryo state. Looking at overall global lending, green financing is less than 1% of the overall amount, but there are a lot of projects that are economically viable as we speak. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vladimir. It was very interesting, very impressive. Was the example of Moscow, especially I memorized motivation, engagement of human capital, people. You spoke of diversity. That is really familiar for our city, Almaty, having such great ambition in the development. Also great examples of transparency on green financing. I believe it's all ahead of us. It's also a very good example for us, good examples to follow. And I guess we need to sum up this session today. In conclusion of this session, I would like to note that, in fact, it's very important that for everyone to come together in implementation of this task, both the state, the business, and the society. Otherwise, there is no chance to achieve those ambitious goals that we've set, and to prevent prevention of the climate change that could be very destructive. And of course, we need to transform the behavior of the society, of the people, along with introduction of new technologies, development of infrastructure, expansion of education, and green financing. So there's a lot of work. It's a very interesting work, and it's all for the benefit of the society. And I would like to thank everyone who participated today in the panel. Thank you very much for participating in our discussion, for the wonderful insights and very useful experience exchange, for coming and joining us on the session, also online from Moscow and London. Thank you very much. And with that, we finish our discussion. Thank you. Distinguished moderator, distinguished participants, we thank you for your interesting discussion. We are continuing the work of the forum, and I'd like to invite the next speaker, who will speak on flexible project management. It will be Daniel Kenjibayev, Managing Director, Centras, please. May I start? Can you hear me? Colleagues, good day, good evening everyone. My name is Daniel. I work for Centras Group of Companies. We work on development of new products for the overall holding, also for partners. Today I'd like to tell you about this trend of flexible project management, agile. We in the company for a couple of years have been using agile in project management, giving us more speed and efficiency. Let me in 20 minutes briefly tell you what is agile and how we work with it, what kind of frameworks do we have, and how we in Centras use these kinds of agile methodologies. I guess I will not speak of all these slides, but I will speak of some of them. What is agile? Agile is as a manifesto was written 20 years ago. We're in early 2000s. There was a boom in IT developments and IT projects when major corporations started paying attention to digital products. Here and there in America was development of Silicon Valley. There were a lot of new practices emerging because it was clear that business with IT development has hard time with classical technology when development takes 6 months, a year, but IT development can move much faster and effectively, and there were new practices emerging. Obviously, they had their own communities, and in 2001, 17 such independent practitioners in Salt Lake City, in a ski resort, in 2 days' time, put together main values of agile methodology, which they ended up calling Agile. Agile right now is iterative incremental approach and practices in development of IT. In our case, it's not only software development, but also we are trying to use this method everywhere. Agile. Now, what is iterative? Main principle of Agile is to work in cycles, when after every brief cycle you make adjustments to the product, and thereby this moment from terms of reference and with the resources, but now we work in weekly or monthly small cycles, and after every cycle we make corresponding adjustments, entering a new cycle. Increment in Agile is that small product that in Agile they try to produce as soon as possible. We have a huge product, which in a classical method we first plan, and then in a year's time we'll see the results. In Agile, work in small pieces of product. After every sprint, we try to show this little piece of the product as working. And here, talking to the customer can make also their adjustments at the time of working on the project, and thereby we increase the efficiencies and mitigate risks. We also, in our work, use philosophy of lean startup. Any project that we start, we consider to be a startup, and the main principles of a lean startup is early NPV. Like I said, give the product as soon as possible, show it to the customer, thoroughly analyze each cycle, understand how we're going, how to move forward better, and through these cycles, we go through these loops. After every cycle, we try to measure. So what's the difference between the classical method and Agile? In classical method, the customer may order one thing and then sign something else at each stage. Every specialist can have a different understanding. At the end, the order will be delivered much later, and a lot of money will be paid, and the results still will not be satisfactory to the customer, and everything needs to be redone. And in fact, we understand that the customer wanted something else. Now, how does it work in Agile? In Agile, with the help of such small cycles, simply in the first iteration, after the first sprint, we start showing our customer their product, and they start understanding if they want that or not, and we together with them start making their product what they want to have, and through each iteration we show them this little piece as which grows together with the project as it goes, and in a couple of cycles we can give the customer the product they definitely want because they directly participate in the project, and thereby we significantly improve our efficiencies and speed. Now, what are the values in Agile? We do not say about what's on the right side, but we value also on the left side. Processes and complicated instruments are also important, but working with people is important. We try, product is on the cornerstone. We try to make a product with so comprehensive documentation, hundreds of pages of terms of reference. They're not as important as cooperating with the customer. Previously, we would get stuck in agreements, in negotiating agreements, before even starting work with the customer. Now we try to work in such a way that we first of all try to establish rapport with the contractor and try to do some pilot projects with them, and then start agreeing costs and so on. Readiness to change. It's very important in Agile to make adjustments rather than just blindly following your original plan and looking at what you have in your goals and your terms of reference. Readiness to change is very important. We can radically change the product as we go, and it's welcomed in Agile. So the 12 principles are put together in the manifest. In the manifest, we can just mention some of them. I guess I mentioned some of those. The point 5 is Agile or product requires motivated people. In Kazakhstan, we have a small nuance because we have a major demand, especially for IT specialists, and we cannot always have 100% competences collected. It took us a long time for preparation before we start the actual project. So it actually stops a little bit. Agile doesn't work on it, but that's our reality. Also, Agile is a self-organizing team, and that's point 11 there. So we'll learn more and more that in the teams we don't have the notion of a boss or people reporting to people. The team itself is self-organizing. It sets its own goals. And let me speak of framework and methodologies. These are the skeletons on which we build these principles of Agile. And in IT, there are a lot of them. The most simple and popular one is Scrum, which we use. So what is Scrum? Scrum is the easiest framework that helps people, teams, organizations create value with adaptive solutions for complicated, sophisticated problems. In Scrum, most important thing is a team with their clear roles, and the team is a self-organizing, self-governing, independent, and it's very important that in such flexible methodologies there are no external factors that have a very strong influence on the team. The team has to be cross-functional. That means that everyone in the team has to know what the other one does and understand what the other one does. In Scrum teams, there's always clear distribution of roles. The main role is the product owner, the team, the nucleus of the team. Scrum Master, the person in charge of the process. So product owner prioritizes the goals, so he's in charge of the result. And Scrum Master is the person in charge of the process, logistics, and motivation of the team, and efficiency of the team. Dev team is the nucleus of the team, which with its hands does the product, and they attend all the meetings and work closely on the result. And experts, lawyers, and finance people who are engaged from time to time. There's no need for them to be present. Now, what are the main artifacts of Scrum? Log of the product, log of the sprint. These are the two main things. So, product as a global set is a global goal. Log of the sprint, the set of tasks of a specific sprint. So we don't look at the global. But no, we'll look at for a week or 2 weeks and increment something that we get after each sprint. Now, how do we organize sprints? We do the main log. We sit down with the customer. We understand what they want. We think of how they can implement. Then we implement a sprint. It can be it takes us from a week to a month. We prioritize the list of tasks that we must have in this sprint. Then we go into the sprint. Every day we have this ritual meeting in Scrum called Daily Scrummer Stand-Up. We meet for 15 minutes every morning. Every team member tells what they did yesterday, what they'll do tomorrow, what kind of stuff we have. There's kind of a ritual that keeps the team in good spirits and was very effective, especially for remote working. When the team meets, these rituals have become very important. Then after the sprint is over, we do a sprint review, discuss how the sprint went on. We sum it up and demonstrate the product that we managed to make, which was the goal of that sprint. We show it and move on. We also call it demo days. Then we have retrospect of the sprint, where we talk not about the work but our efficiency, where every team member says what made it easier for them to work. When they talk about the ways of improving efficiency, people talk about being overburdened or not having enough to do. So through that, we continue these cycles until we implement the project. Summary of the Scrum are the 3 main roles, 5 events, and 3 artifacts. So this is the very streamlined form of working on a project where everyone understands what needs to be done, and it's much easier to work in this method rather than in classical method. Now, what can take a note of from Scrum? Our customers are always in focus. Short iterations help us move in these sprints much faster. The events, these meetings that we hold, are regulated very clearly. That helps us support the rhythm and efficiency. Lists of backlogs and increments are another very important part, where every team member understands clearly their goal. They understand what they need to do. Now, briefly, we'll speak on Kanban. Kanban is a methodology that helps evenly spreading the load among employees. Kanban came from Japanese manufacturing, so its values are very similar to the Japanese philosophy, so transparency, nuance, cooperation, customer is the center, flow, leadership, understanding, and agreement, and respect. The principles of managing change within the principle of Kanban start with what you have, always agree about development, always incentivize development of leadership at all levels, identify needs and expectations of the customer. That's very similar to Scrum methodology. Let people organize around the job. In Kanban, most important thing is the process and people who organize themselves around it. And in Kanban team has its own rules. They can create their own matrices. That's very important. And the practices used from Kanban are visualization. Kanban is first of all about visualization. There's boards with stickers that you get to see, and that helps us limit unfinished work, see the bottlenecks, manage flow of work, and use obvious rules for each team.
And introduce the feedback loop. Feedback loop. Actually, we don't quite use them because they have the cadence that matches every metrics. When you have its own, discussions of organizational aspects, risks, and efficiency, and so on. And to improve and evolution. So these are the boards that you may have seen. We use them physical boards with. Using the platforms with the more complex boards, but anyhow, the foundation for these boards is all the same. What needs to be done, what's being done, and what has already been done. So that simple way, we can already see the bottleneck, we can see the things where it's not being done properly, and we can then stage kind of the work and break it into different stages, and seeing that something needs to be, like seeing what needs to be done in operation, not. We also can understand the stoppers, where then we can see the bottlenecks, the cadence, and I mentioned with different meetings, operational meetings. We use meetings from Scrum mostly than Kanban meetings, Kanban style. But actually in Kanban there is also, they have it so their own definition of sprint, the commitment on taking away the responsibility, committing to responsibility. When the team starts working, we can actually see the whole team, and then the team can work in a very autonomous manner. We can also see the bottlenecks where some of the tasks are being stuck, and in Kanban the most important thing is to understand which task blocks the others, impedes the others. Sometimes it happens that one task waits being implementation and delivering until others can be solved. So we're trying to address those issues. And of course, when it comes to the workload for the department staff, and the workloads and so on, we can also see who is overperforming and who is underperforming. So what's the difference of Scrum from Kanban? The Scrum is clear rules, Scrum implies independence and responsibility, and the goal is to come up with a product, the increment, and Scrum cannot be used in Kanban, and can always has the element of uncertainty when we keep on correcting and rectifying our track. Kanban is adaptive approach. The process or improvement of the process is the most important thing. Seeking for the bottleneck, to the Kanban's ultimate goal is to improve the process. So these are the example, the Google scheme to work with hypotheses. We have also used these schemes when we have some uncertain, unclear ideas. When we have certain hypotheses, we're trying to test this hypothesis to make a prototype in 5 days and to test the viability of the product, and then only start spending money with the product and start working, more intensely on the process. And when we collect the puzzle, how to work in Centros, we take these Scrum elements, the lists, backlogs, sprints, iterations, stand-ups, our daily meetings, reviews, and so on. But from Kanban, we take visualization and this kind of debottlenecking, and we always try to stick to agile principles, and no one really, we still do not forget the classical method. When we need to start the product, we need to initiate and write instruction. Then, of course, we have to resort to classical method of the waterfall. How we have this organized in Centros? We have product teams. The teams are independent. We always work on the MVP, minimum viable product. We try to come up with that from the very first day and to start giving it to the product, to the clients, to start receiving feedback from the clients, from the contractors, and so on. We work with the clients to have user stories, clear stories, and very clear objectives. because objectives implies working with the client. The client needs to learn working in agile and be able to come up with the clear goals and objectives. We look for feature. I mean, what is feature? Feature is something that puts us aside from the competition. We always worked in sprints for quite a while. In fact, we started from very short iteration. Those were monthly sprints. Now all the sprints are weekly sprints, and we even have a 5-day sprints. We use all the events of Scrum, and we use the boards and schemes, visualization boards and schemes. And all of the teams are self-organized. Every team develops in its own way. They have their own traditions, they have their own rules, and every team aligns its efficiency independently. Well, Trello boards. For the beginner projects, we start using Trello boards mostly when a small teams, small projects, and short projects, when they didn't come up with a very heavy kind of difficult Kanban boards. But once a project moves on to a more difficult stage, we start using a more complex platforms such as Riker and others. I mean, there are in fact lots of platforms on the internet where that you can use it to track your achievements. So Trello is one of the simplest ones, I guess. And also we use the Miro for drafting of the schemes. In fact, we used to have terms of reference, but we no longer use them, and we use these kind of schemes to discuss and negotiate things with our partners. So we use Miro platform. You can do them anywhere, but these kind of schemes help us avoid writing these heavy and bulky documents such as terms of reference, because terms of reference needs to be written by someone, it takes time. In the meantime, everyone else needs to sit down and then read the material, so it takes time. And that is why, to avoid that, we come up with these kind of schemes where every specialist can see his goals and objectives, how the product is supposed to look, and then IT developer may say, okay, you need to prioritize some of these things, and some things need to be done faster. And that way, when we do the backlogs of sprints, we can understand where we could start and what could be delayed. And these kind of schemes help us work faster and be more efficient. Well, thank you so much. That is it from me. Thank you, Daniel, for telling us about Agile in a very clear way. Our next speaker is Yernar Zharkeshev. He is the project director of Agile Partners, who will be connected online. He's going to speak about smart cities. Yernar, are you here? Yes, hello. Please, the floor is yours now. Dear colleagues, good evening. Thank you so much for this invitation. I'll be brief. Agile Partners is a global consulting company. As a senior advisor, I would like to present a very interesting methodology. It may not be directly linked to the smart city in terms of technological solution, but actually it proposes and offers another approach that was already used and applied not only in Emirates but also in our country, cities of Nur-Sultan. So can I run my presentation? And if that was possible, I would like to share a few slides with you. There we go. I hope you can see the slides. I hope you can see everything. Yeah? Can someone please confirm that you can see the slides? Yeah, everything is visible, not to worry. Yeah, okay, good. So, I would like to speak for about 15 to 20 minutes about the state-city accelerators, which were developed by Agile Partners on the basis of a private sector's experience. So whenever we hear an accelerator word, we usually associate that with the startup accelerators and other directions somehow related to business. But the approach is similar, but this approach was adapted to the state sector, to the public sector. Well, we do know that our public agencies and public institutions are heavily bureaucratized. There is a lot of red tape, but it's not. I mean, Kazakhstan is no exception because it happens everywhere. But I would like to explain how we accelerate. Accelerate meaning this expediting the process and passing of recommendations at the city level. So that's why I'm talking about the city solutions. City accelerators allow us attract the best specialists to analyze the city problems and to solve the city problems quickly. This slide shows diversity of approaches of how state agencies mostly operate and function. If we look at the lower left corner, then we see the standard approach when they work in a very close and secluded manner, and they work also very slowly. Usually they develop certain documents and paperwork upon the mayor's instructions, the minister's instructions, the internal resources, the public servant, they try to look at some international experience, sometimes they are not fluent in English. They come up with something, then they present it to the mayor, and then it's finalized, improved, bettered, and so on. And usually it is very slow and it's very behind the scenes, so to say, behind the doors. If you look, the second approach, second method, is that they write lower square. Sometimes public agencies work very fast. They take some individual fast decisions and they have very fast response when it's something urgent, when there's emergency, where the prime minister has instructed them to do something or the president instructed them to do something, and the deadline was yesterday. That is very familiar probably to you. Then the mayor keeps everything under taps, under control. I mean, there is nothing is discussed, and it is implemented directly. Yes, some decisions are implemented directly, but they may not be the best ones, and they do not address this system-wide problem. If we look at the left side upper corner, then with consulting, when the public agency attracts consultant, local, international, global, whatever, and they're given an office, they look at, they have a place, they are given some time, they allocated certain resources, they conduct interviews, they visit cities departments, and they do the analysis, they come up with a nice, beautiful slides, and they're using external and internal resources, but actually there's another, processing, introduction, improvement, and so on. But because it's a change and there's a lot of resistance, and the consultants cannot always deliver their thoughts and ideas, or they do not always come up with the best solutions for the management. And on the other hand, the public agency doesn't have enough competences to introduce decisions or solutions proposed by the consultants. So oftentimes, therefore, these kind of consulting documents or consulting reports end up sitting on a shelf. Another type of the public agency's work is the accelerator. At the level of the government, at the level of the city. And what is acceleration? That's the solution where you have internal, external resources, and then when we rely on the strategy, and most importantly, the decisions, everything is done simultaneously. Where you have when you have public agencies who are competent in addressing some of the problem, where you bring scholars, where you bring business community, and where you bring civil society to solve and address some specific objectives. Therefore, these kind of decisions are mostly, and solutions are mostly optimal, the best ones, and the development can be very fast. Well, the principal difference of accelerator from other mechanisms is that we can reduce this track. We can reduce the process of agreeing upon or coordination or decision making. And we will, after the optimal solution, shift to a stage of introduction, not only with the public agents, public servants themselves, but also with the participants and members of the accelerators, the people, where businessmen, officials, and everyone, they get together and they decide and then they implement certain decisions. If we look at the traditional approach, then we have Department 1, Department 2, Department 3, and so on. And they all have, I mean, I've been analyzing the municipalities of our country for a while, and many municipalities have this department, and the department is like a separate state, like a separate, canton and so on. They have their own budget, they have a budget expense program, and subsequently, alignment or synchronization, harmonization is lacking when it comes to investment plans. You may have the strategic planning departments, or you may have public procurement departments. Either of them, all of them would lack alignment and harmonization, and therefore that happens at department level, at country level, at the ministry. Every department moves in its own way to address some of its own specific problems and specific goals. But many of the public goals are intersectoral. Therefore, we need new model of for public agencies. For successful implementation of the accelerator, there is a whole 10-stage methodology. I myself introduced this methodology in Kazakhstan. I participated in introduction and deployment of it in Arab Emirates, actually, but before launching of an accelerator, a lot of homework need to be done. Once you identify certain goals and objectives, in Nur-Sultan, for instance, they spoke about the goal was for them to develop the public transportation system and the snow plowing and the apartment owners cooperative system. So for those 3 objectives, we have identified 3 specific teams. There was one, the competent authority that's responsible for the cooperative. They had the concerned citizens, active citizens, or organizations that deal with transfer on kind of shift from the cooperative to kind of companies. And there were relevant groups that were brought together. In fact, in Nur-Sultan, we had a number of interviews to select people who want to participate in acceleration. They were monitoring, municipality was open, and actually the response rate was very high. People, active citizens, they were ready to spend their time for free, to come and to weekly, even 2-3 times a week, come and spend their time and spend their resources and analyze the problems. Actually, the problems is not about the solution. Actually, the problem is related mostly to analyzing of the problem. So earlier, I worked at the public agencies, and sometimes analysis is more important than solving the problem. And it is important to bring on board businesses and academia and civil society and the citizens themselves when it comes to analyzing and understanding the problems. Therefore, there will be a multilateral, multifaceted analysis of the problem, very holistic, so to say, and then the decisions will be ranked according to their impactfulness, to see whether a particular solution contributes to the overall goal or not. There will be interim achievements presentation to the mayor. Mayor is directly responsible for all these groups. I mean, doesn't control, but each group will have 20 days. Every 20 days we'll have a chance to see the mayor and to report the progress of the mayor. And if things that need to be done and addressed at the mayor level, then it can be done just right there and then. There's no extra red tape, there's no need to take the minutes or to solve and so on and so forth. No, it's just documented there and it happened there. The protocol, is taken down for that room where the accelerator is taking place. The recommendations are issued and they implemented right away. So we saw that the business are ready to move ahead, to move forward into the municipality, actually even to cover some of the costs provided the municipality supports them or other directions. So there is a kind of in-kind exchange. They're ready to collaborate with the municipality once there is a common ground. Well, unfortunately, you cannot always build this bridge between the business and authorities, between the authorities and the city residents. And of course, the leadership engagement is very, very important. It is key that the head of the department, the administrator of budget program, could participate personally and also facilitate the work of the accelerators. And in conclusion, I could cover the details. I will provide the details. Well, the example here was to accomplish one task in Arab Emirates within 100 days. This is a cycle that shows how everything was done there, how accelerator was organized there.
Those are tasks to increase 7 times the quantity of patents for intellectual property within 100 days. So in the beginning, when the task was set, of course, everybody participating said, no, it's impossible. Increasing in 100 days the number of patent applications for registration, it was simply impossible. Later on, they said, okay, let's spend a lot of government money for our R&D for research centers. Let's get expatriates from outside of the country. So these are approaches that quite often don't work. But then, in 60 or 70 days, there was no solution. By day 80, people started analyzing, and people from the private sector started asking, who is the patent holder in the Emirates with most patents? After analyzing that, they realized that national companies of the Emirates have a lot of patents, but very often they don't hold these patents in the Emirates, but in the United States of America. Started looking further as to the reasons. Turns out tax incentives were more favorable in the U.S. for such patents, for such applications, for new patents, and they started analyzing. And this was Dubai. They started looking how they can improve their taxation system, amending the law to provide more favorable conditions for patents in Emirates, for these patents to come back to the country so that they start making money in the Emirates rather than the US. So this solution quickly led to an increase in the number of patents coming back home to the Emirates from the United States. This could be an example that's not relevant for Kazakhstan, but that's the very idea of an accelerator. The most optimal, most interesting solution very often is not on the surface. Sometimes vision is tunnel vision, narrow vision. We don't think out of the box, and very often the most interesting solutions come from the private sector, from regular citizens. So you need to know how to work with them and listen to them, and that perhaps is the very essence of the hearing state. Now, this is the approach to the level of the government, the level of cities, introduced in the Arab Emirates. I was personally there, participated in France, in Egypt, in Senegal, and I didn't show Kazakhstan because I'll speak separately of Kazakhstan. There in the Emirates, we developed on industrial strategies, on transportation, and so on. A couple of words about the work in the Emirates. Our Whitefield Partners is implementing such accelerators there, and we have adapted that experience for Kazakhstan. Without going into details, I guess I'm limited in time allocated, so there are specific results. In 100 days, for a specific avenue, we reduced by 53% the number of car accidents with lethal implications, or 100% of children of the country were added to kindergartens, who took sometimes years in queues. Now an example from the city of Nur-Sultan. This was 2019, and I personally participated in the implementation of this accelerator and Kazakhstan Conditions Acceleration, and Mr. Kulvinov supported this, and we piloted this in 3 directions, namely for remember, the transition started from condos to a different form of governance. This is still of relevance in Almaty because the condos have accumulated a lot of problems in 30 years, and solving this problem in 100 days was hard, but it's possible. Second was the public transportation, where we wanted to reduce the time of waiting on bus stations for citizens for the next bus. And the third one is snow plowing, cleaning the streets. A lot of citizens were involved, a lot of businessmen, and as a pilot it did happen. Then it needs to be scaled up, and specific results are there. And if I have 2 or 3 more minutes, I'll add. We had a separate training for Akimat staff, for the top managers, deputy Akims, for the department heads, for their deputies, explaining what an accelerator is, how it should work, and how a civil servant should change their very behavior when it comes to their attitude to business, to active city residents, and how the work needs to be organized in these teams. And an unusual team. It's not the working group they're used to. It's a completely different method of operation when the speed is very fast, with minimization of bureaucracy. It cannot be excluded, but it can be minimized. And a very strong political will of the Akim himself. These are the factors for success. Public transportation. There were specific results when it comes to 30% reduction of wait time. I don't remember exactly the actual one, but of traffic jams in certain intersections, and interval between the buses was reduced, wait time from 15 to 13 minutes. We started international experience, and in every accelerator we offer peers comparable to Nur-Sultan, not to reinvent the wheel, but rather adapt to the context of that city. So it's very important to study this matter. Now, for the condo management, we looked also at Almaty, and generally in Kazakhstan, there is low awareness of the population about the housing legal relations, what is a condo, and how a lot of people confused. That's an area that for 30 years has been accumulating many problems, and comes as OSC is a self-governing institution, and it's a true democratic institute. But we, as regular citizens, don't know who should be in charge of cleaning out the snow, who should clean the streets, and we call the Akimat and saying, what does the Akim do? But in fact, there is lack of proper information strategy of the Akimats, where they need to inform their citizens properly as to what the citizen need to do, and where the responsibility of the Akimat ends, and lack of accessible information in the management bodies of the condominiums. Not only major ones, but even smaller ones, managing companies that are ready to manage houses. They don't have ratings, and we have created a database of good companies that can manage houses. Also, training for chair people of condos, now of OSC, and other matters, infographics, and so on. All this information can be obtained in the Akimat of Nur-Sultan, and they are very relevant for Almaty. Let me not speak of this. And I basically mentioned the digitalization. We just simply don't know that there are many mobile apps that very often don't work there, as they're not user-friendly. They're rather user-friendly. When a regular resident, a grandma will not know how to use it. Even young people, at some cases, don't know how an app works. So there's a need in a separate app that's very simple, that will help at least get a quorum. But the problem in the legal field is to change the format. It takes a quorum of 2/3 of residents. Now it says it was reduced. It's a 50% quorum of residents in a major housing development is practically impossible. So this area is still idling, but through accelerators you can work with Akimats to build this bridge. This is my last slide on public transportation. There were continuous traffic jams. We piloted those schools. There are some intersections where schools would create traffic jams because children are brought by parents at 7:45 and there are major jams. But if with the change of shifts in school, these traffic jams could be reduced so that the jams are not so massive. And this is my last slide. 30% of passengers would not pay for public transportation in Sultan. We now have cancelled that with a reduction of the ticket price, and also digitalization of payment that was done in 2019. Remember, it was discussed for a long time, and the matters of the economic center was good experience, but very often there wasn't enough competences with the call center staff when they would take an application. They think this is all mostly complaints. We saw a large number of complaints on Akim, the Akimat. It will start looking at it. Turns out many of these were not complaints. These were just simple suggestions and proposals. The center would register them as complaints. We started looking into it further, and gratitude letters separately, proposals separately, and complaints separately, and there was a reduction in the number. So I can pass on this presentation later, but generally it was an interesting experiment. This was a fruit that could be scaled up as a part of the smart city concept, so that Akimat should really be smart and engaging in the concept of the hero city. This is all from me. Thank you. Thank you, Erlan. It was a very interesting presentation. Our colleagues from Kamesk Недвижимость know about the problems of condos. Thank you for your presentation. We're now moving on to our next speaker, Shreedhar Gadhi, Executive Director of Quantela, who will talk on creation of sustainable cities with the help of Internet of Things. Mr.
Hello.
In Kazakhstan under the World Economic Forum. Also would like to thank Astana International Finance Center and Government of Republic of Kazakhstan. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm privileged. Give me a second, let me share the presentation. So I would like to speak about building sustainable cities through IoT solutions. Let me go through my story, how we have built a successful, sustainable smart cities using IoT solutions. You know, in my previous life, I built a couple of software services and development companies, and always wanted to build one product of global scale. But not only building a product of global scale, I want to make sure that the product has not only profitable, it has scale, and it has huge social and environmental impact on the society. I was looking for something where you have economical, environmental, and social benefits. I was just looking for where I can create an impact, and also the business. That's how we found smart cities as one of the biggest opportunity to serve the society, at the same time build a sustainable business. So why smart city? What are the challenges in cities today, and how you can solve those problems using smart cities? So today in cities, if you look at cities, they occupy only 2% of the surface area of the world. But more than 50% of the population live in the cities, which is only 2% of the surface area. And we contribute to around 75% of the greenhouse gases by the city, though we have only 2% surface area, and also contributes 80% of the global GDP contribution, which talks about the importance of cities in terms of the contribution of GDP, but at the same time, the challenges which cities which has to overcome to sustain the city's growth. So there are several challenges with cities growing: social, environmental, and economic challenges. When you say social challenges, not only 50% of the people live in 2% of the surface. There is an estimation by 2050, around 2.5 billion additional people are going to move to urban cities in the world, which means it's going to go to 70% of the people in the world will be living in cities. And cities can't just build more infrastructure, more roads, to provide services to the citizens. You need some kind of smart, innovative solutions. Otherwise, there will be challenges in terms of traffic congestion, pollution, crime. All kinds of challenges would be there. The social challenges are many. Then environmental challenges. As I mentioned to you, around 75% of the pollution coming from the cities, which will further expand with more and more people living into the cities. But cities, do they have money to build technologies to help social and economical? If you look at cities, most of the cities are not financially strong. In fact, they depend on federal budgets. Maybe 5-10% of the cities has enough budgets. Rest of them, the kind of revenues they generate versus the kind of money they spend, they will not have enough money to do something new. With pandemic, it become much more tougher, because cities are focused on solving pandemic, setting up quarantine centers, helping with vaccines. The availability of funds to digitize and to help the social and environmental impact on cities is not much. So, but at the same time, with pandemic, people are started studying from home, working from home. They wanted to consume any kind of services sitting at home. So there is a demand to set up a Wi-Fi services, to provide digitized services by cities to the citizens. So how do cities help solve those problems at the same time not having enough budgets? So the opportunity is $1 trillion plus. But as I mentioned to you, since there is not enough money cities has, there is a huge opportunity for public-private partnerships between the government and corporates. Around 60% of the investments can be put in by the corporates and partners with the cities, not only monetize, not only create value for the companies, but create huge contribution to the societies. That's how the Quantalize evolved. Quantalize is the company we started around 6 years back. We sold around 100 cities. We sold our technology platforms to provide the outcomes to 100 cities. But eventually we realized cities doesn't want technologies. Cities want outcomes. So cities wanted to reduce the traffic, reduce the pollution. So that's what they wanted. So we thought using the same infrastructure. These are the monetizable city services using IoT solutions. There are several non-monetizable outcomes because cities' first job is to provide better societies, better cities, not just making the money. So how do we save lives? Reducing the crime, reducing the traffic, reducing the accidents. How do you do that? Smooth traffic so that people can reach their destination faster. Cleaner air, so that there is a less pollution, people will be more and more healthy. So how do we provide those monetizable and non-monetizable outcomes to the cities? So we have done several solutions using IoT solutions. I'll just give you a quick example. For example, public safety, using surveillance and some kind of sensors, you can set up in the entire city. The simple way is you monitor what's happening in the city, and if there is any incident happens, immediately you act on it. But using again on that AI platform, you'll be able to predict before any crime happens. You'll be able to predict before any traffic jam happens, before any incident happens, so that precautionally government can take the measures. Waste management, because of lack of waste management, there is a huge amount of pollution. At the same time, trucks go and enter and out city, whether the bin is full or not, they still just have to go door by door. Once you have some kind of sensors, you will be able to know which bin is full, which bin is not full. You can do the route optimization, and over the course of time with AI, you will be able to know the patterns of the filling of the waste. The same thing with water. By making smart water, there is a huge amount of water leakage in several cities. You will be able to look at that and reduce water leakage, looking at the quality of the water, what you're providing to the citizens, and whether you're providing equal water to everybody. So using technology, again, traffic, right? Reduction of traffic, you'll be able to provide so many solutions which will be able to help both environmental as well as social. I'll just tell you our story. Smart city as a technology, there are several companies who built great technologies using IoT solutions to the cities. But as I mentioned to you, the biggest problem is the cities doesn't have enough money, and cities doesn't fully know how to use this technology to get the outcomes. That's so we said technology with outcome as a service. We sell the outcomes, we don't sell the technology. So I'll just tell you how we evolved as an organization. Technology point of view, go-to-market point of view, pricing point of view. Let me talk about the technology point of view. So when we built smart cities, first we have realized that in cities, people are doing some kind of smart infrastructure. Somebody is doing lighting, somebody is doing parking, somebody is doing waste, but they're all run on silos. So we have built a dashboard where a city can have a command control center to operate everything from a single platform. So there is a huge amount of optimization can be done when you operate all the infrastructure from a single platform as a command control center. So then we partnered with Cisco, we OEM'd our software so that they have a smart city platform, we OEM'd our dashboard, and suddenly Cisco, thousands of people started selling our software because our software is embedded into their smart city platform. As a startup, this is a great opportunity for us. We don't have great sales team. We are a startup with a limited budget, but we have a great technology. And then once they started selling the software, after some time, we have realized cities are buying technology, but they are not really using much. The reason is why? Because cities doesn't fully know, because it's not like Fortune 500 companies where you have a CTO who understands technology very well. Government officials have 10 things and this is one more thing. So the utilization is extremely less. So we said, hey, as I told you, before this, I built a couple of software services businesses. I said, we need to help cities to be successful. We need cities to use this technology and get the outcomes. We said, we want to be a technology with service now mindset, which means we not only provide the technology, we help to execute this technology by the cities. We call it as a purpose-built smart city platform. So what happened from 1,000 feet level to 100 feet level, we try to understand exactly what city needs when they start really using the technology. For example, people have IoT platform, they call it as a smart city platform. Somebody has an AI platform, somebody has OT, SCADA platform. Everything they repurposed as a smart city platform. We understood that smart city means it's not just IoT, it's not OT. It's an integration of IoT, which is sensors, cameras, OT applications like SCADA, GIS, satellite data, open data. How do you integrate everything into a single platform and will be able to operate entire city infrastructure from a single platform and provide economical, environmental, and social benefits to the city? That's how we have built a purpose-built smart city platform. Once we built smart city platform, we almost implemented around 100 projects globally. And as we spoke about World Economic Forum, they recognized as a technology pioneer, and we got recognitions all over the world for the kind of work we have done and the kind of impact what we have created. Then later we thought that, okay, how do you scale? Because every city may not have this kind of money. And every city was doing pilot, certain part of the city, but now they have to do entire city level. They know that by doing it, they can cut the city administrative cost, they can increase the revenues, great value, but they don't have money. That's how we have evolved and created outcome as a service. So that's how I'll just give you some examples of how outcome as a service, which we have evolved, which will help you to see that now suddenly smart cities can scale, can be big, and you can create a huge impact on the society. I'll give you one example what we have done in Middle East. There is a challenge where any school bus going from picking each student and going to the school. So in and around school bus, you will see lots of traffic violations. Cars are not stopping, or cars are doing in a rush, and kids are just, going to the school bus, can get into the accidents. So and then there is a safety net. This kid started from home, he went to the school. The parent is more happy that, it's very clearly visible that everything is going fine. So there is a huge amount of concern in and around school bus, but they don't have funds to implement a project to make a safe journey for the school bus from home to school. So what we have done is we have come with the outcome as a service model. We have installed cameras, and through video intelligence, we will be able to know each and every kind of violation which is happening in and out of bus. At the same time, within bus, we know when the student has come in, when student left the bus, once he reaches the school, again, what time he started from the school and what time he's reaching home. So within the bus, it secures, it provides all the visible information to have a safety for the student. At the same time, in and around the whatever the issues are there, by monitoring, the city is able to do a violation tickets. By giving violation tickets, so whatever the revenue is generated, which is again shared with us, and cities also is able to make some money. So cities, without investing, they're able to make safety for the students at the same time, which was helping them to sustain, because they're also making the revenues. I'll just give you one more example and end. If you have any questions, I'll be able to help. So there is another example in US. There's a city called Erie, Pennsylvania. So we met mayor, and he said, within our city, certain areas, kids are not getting good grades. And they have done further detailed study on why kids are not getting good grades. They have realized certain areas or low privileged areas, kids doesn't have basic internet at home. So any homework is given, they have to go back to school and complete the homework. Now talk about the pandemic. You have to sit at home and do not only homework, do the actual classes and video streaming from home. So there is a huge challenge for the below privileged area where students doesn't have internet. At the same time, cities doesn't have enough funds to provide the free Wi-Fi services. And so we worked with the city, said, hey, we will invest some money, equivalent amount, the federal is going to give the grant. Now, what you can do is, you can make lights smart. Once you make lights smart, by converting to LED and converting into smart lights, you will be able to save 50% of the energy cost. So over the course of the year, whatever the energy savings you are going to have because of our investments into smart lighting, give that the revenue share of that money, whatever you are generating. So that money we will put into providing free Wi-Fi services in the zones where you would like to provide the free Wi-Fi. So that way kids are getting Wi-Fi at free of cost. And since there is a reduction of energy cost, whatever the savings they are able to share with us. So we are able to cover our investment. At the same time, we are able to create some value. At the same time, when kids start using internet and everything, citizens, whatever the data is there, following the privacy laws of the city, we will be able to create monetization models through advertisements and something like that. So there is a huge opportunity when you convert this into smart cities, into outcome as a service, using smart city IoT solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gadhi. Thank you for your presentation. Уважаемые слушатели,
well, dear listeners, we're finally concluding the Almaty Investment Forum. I would like to thank the organizers of today's event, and those were Almaty City Municipality, Social Entrepreneurs Corporation, Atomican Chamber of Entrepreneurs, and Atomican Growth Forum. So see you next year at the next Invest Forum. Thank you and bye-bye.